Hey everybody, welcome to Indy After Dark. I am here with Rescue, JM Unleashed, Development of a Void, and Bonnie. Good to see you all. Thanks for being here with me tonight. And that was a cover of the song Clouds, so beautifully done by Russ, and just absolutely thought that was a beautiful way to start the night. So thank you for that, Russ. How are you guys all doing up here on panel?
Doing good. What's up, everybody?
Doing really well. Good to
Thanks
see
for
everyone.
being here. Yeah, it is. Thanks to see everybody coming in.
Good to see everyone.
Yeah, Joni Mitchell wrote the music and lyrics. That's right, hilarious too. And she has such a beautiful voice. But I thought that cover sure covered the emotions of it. Beautiful, beautiful song. Gigi, Camellia, Snooks, Anti, Read Between the Lines, Ducks, Tiger, Nuke, everybody coming in. It's so good to see everyone. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you all. Steve-O. I did see that Faith shared in the chat, and I had not actually heard before this, but I did see from actually when Faith told us last week, I'd found out that hold on you guys 1 second. Sorry. Okay. I had found out that Bill Bailey wasn't doing well. He'd posted that he probably didn't have a lot of time left, and it sounds like he did pass away. I'm sorry I didn't know beforehand, or I would have done something more as a tribute for tonight, but I'm going to try to put together something for probably next week. He was an amazing person and had a huge impact on me, and I know so many others. So stay tuned, because I'll definitely be doing something as a tribute to him. And if you knew him well, and would like to do anything to contribute to that with music or spoken word, or just something you want me to read or anything along those lines, a memory with him, please email it to me, and I'll do my best to include it in something for hopefully next week. Anyway, I know that he was a fighter and would want us to continue to be carrying on his legacy in that way. And I'm glad that I knew him and that he had the impact on me that he did. So thank you for sharing that news with us, Gia. Okay, Matt, much love to you. Neil, good to see you. Ozark, much love. Thanks for being here. Good to see you, Shelby. I did see that Beverly became a member. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining and for your support. Appreciate you being here. All right. Okay, well, tonight is flipped. So we're starting off with conversation. And before I get into that, I did want to say really quickly, and Anti, let me share the playlist with you. I realized I didn't do that yet. It's coming. Okay, and if you would actually grab from the playlist, Anti, the Backstage Speakeasy video. I did do a Backstage Speakeasy on Tuesday night, and it was awesome. I hadn't done one in a while, but we've done several of these now. So a lot of you know how they work, but I did a quick live, just a couple minutes afterwards, just to sort of explain it. So Anti is going to share that link in the chat if you guys want to go and check out that video. It's just about a 2.5-minute video and sort of explains the Backstage Speakeasy. But I would love for more of you to be able to come and participate in that. Even if you've never come backstage in Streamyards, don't be intimidated. It's a lot like this. You can stay and chat back there if you want to, and not come up on the panel and talk, or you can unmute. You don't have to show your face. You can show your face. It's all up to you. So I just hope more of you will come back and give it a try and be a part of the conversation, because the whole point is back there we can speak more easily about things we're not allowed to really talk about on this platform for one reason or another. And also we can watch full-length movies and music and things that we can't share for copyright reasons, and information that this platform doesn't really want out there. So there's a lot of good reasons to use the Backstage Speakeasy, and it's also just a really kind of fun way to have it be like a smaller group that's interacting, which is a lot of fun too. So hopefully you guys will come and check out the Backstage Speakeasies. I'm not going to say I'm going to do them every Tuesday, but it seems like it worked out well, that it's a good night. There's not a lot going on Tuesday nights, and it works out pretty well on my end too. So stay tuned. Keep an eye out. Okay. It was funny because backstage, kind of everybody started talking about the same thing I was hoping we'd talk about tonight. And that is that the military has been authorized to use lethal force against U.S. citizens. And I have a video I'm going to pull up to share about that for anybody who might not have heard. And I know Rescue has the document, which I've shared around in a few streams too, to go to the actual government source from the UN and see, or their government site from the UN, and see the actual document to verify that this is legitimate. But pretty crazy. Any thoughts anybody wants to share before we play a video about it?
One thing I thought that I would mention is, hey guys, I watched a video about that, and I don't know if it's the same one you're going to play, so I'm not going to spoil it, but in the comments section, there was a ton of military personnel, veterans, even police force and other emergency responders saying that they will not comply with this and that it is absolutely unconstitutional.
Okay,
so
good.
It's nice to know, like, I felt like I was ahead of the curve on the information, and when I mentioned it, you guys were all over it. So I think that's really good. People are on the ball more and more.
Yeah, that is good. Right? I hadn't heard. I mean, it seems like it's making the rounds. I just heard about this a few days ago and saw the document out, and then it's like almost all the streamers have been covering it in some way, shape, or form, it seems, which is good, in my opinion.
But
We
nothing
need.
on MSM.
No, right. Well, and actually almost the opposite there.
Really?
I was going to touch on this, and I don't know if I have a clip of this, but it's actually one of the things Kamala Harris has been saying. Maybe it was even in that horrible interview she did on Fox,
Which
but she
one?
said, yeah, but she said that she actually said that Trump is trying to use the military to use force against United citizens, and I thought, well, that's funny considering that just
From
got
the
passed
future?
under her administration, right? But nobody, of course, in MSM is calling her out on that, and I haven't even really seen any streamers kind of connecting those dots and calling her out on it yet. But if I was quicker at making videos, I could do it. But nonetheless, the irony, and I think we've seen that a lot on both sides, to be fair, but the projecting of what we're doing, we're going to project on the other side is doing.
It's
That's what they've
hypocrisy.
been doing all along.
Right? Yeah. Good to see you, Billy.
I
So
think
okay.
that this is a lead up because this is kind of like if you were to impose the BLM Antifa riots and those cities that got lit on fire that was allowed to do that and those actions were allowed to without being addressed, then if you were screwing with an election and you had a massive crowd people there to make sure that the ballots were counted, then all of a sudden that same democratic city can flip the tables to go, oh my God, look at the evil mob that's out there, and then they can actually call for assistance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's what that authorizes.
Well,
Oh, it's the whole catch-22 because I feel like a lot of what's laid down by one administration gets used, for what with one intention, either one intention legitimately or they introduce it to us with a good intention behind it, to make us more accepting of it, but then it's used for other purposes that are more nefarious.
Oh, there's nothing this administration's going to introduce that's for our benefit.
Right. Yeah, but they try to convince people that they do nonetheless. I mean, they might not be
This is to
convincing
protect.
many.
This is to protect the American citizen against those evil patriots. Those nationalists, those fascist, bigoted, racist pigs, white Christian males. They're such a threat to our democracy.
Mm-hmm. Count, just to clarify, if you come backstage, you don't have to use your voice back there either. You can just be in the chat. But I understand. Hey, Shredbeard, good to see you. Thanks for coming by. Tonight we're starting with conversation first, and we'll be doing music in about 3 hours. But you're welcome to stay and be here for all of it. Just giving you a heads up. Good to see you. All right. Let's go ahead. Yeah. Nuke says, yeah, I saw you were doing some movie stream, but it asked me to allow access to my camera and mic. Yeah. So when you do that, like Raiders of the Lost Ark, Nuke, when you do that, you do have to give permission or else it won't let me enter you into the studio. But you can give permission and still have your mic and camera off. So giving them access to it, you can still mute and turn off your camera. So just as a heads up. Yeah. But I know
So
some
if
people
you
don't
want
even
to
want
come
to
up, just make sure you press stop camera before you hit enter studio. There's a button right at the bottom and it just shuts it right off like that.
Yep. Good to see you, TZ. Oh, and that reminds me. See, on mine, I have it set up where if I turn on, oh, here we go. If I turn on my camera, it shows this is the logo for the Backstage Speakeasy. So, I mean, you can kind of see it there. Somehow in my settings, I changed my, oh, here we go. There we go. I was messing with too much stuff. But yeah, that's the logo you'll see for whenever I do a Backstage Speakeasy. You'll see that as the thumbnail.
Do you have the premium version now? The Streamyard?
I've always had the same version. Mine is like the premium, but it was only $10 a month because I still have the StreamYard logo up. So that was like the deal they always gave me. Although now that I'm looking, it doesn't have it up right now. So I think it's
Yeah, I
because
haven't seen the logo.
usually it's up for me in the upper right hand corner, but I think right now they're giving me access to all of the premium stuff until my like contract or whatever with them was monthly. So mine ends on the 28th. And then I will probably be switching to EV Mux. So far, it seems like that's what most people have found to, it seems like the best.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of them when I went to sign up for them, and then not only do they want access to your YouTube account, but it flat out even says to edit.
That's up for anybody else who is considering paying for stream. Oh, I think I glitched out for a second there.
Okay, sorry, my bad.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying I went to use that EV Mux, and as I went to click into allow the tie into YouTube, and not wanted just permission to view, because a lot of them will say view and manage, because they're going to basically create your stream when you create the schedule. But that one I noticed had the word edit, and so it wants the permission to manage and edit your videos and community post. And I'm like, well, what has streaming got to do with shit with my community post?
Yeah.
So that's why I didn't do it. I went ahead and went with the restream.
Yeah. Well, another thing I've heard, which is something to consider, especially for those of us who have panels and a lot of people come up, is that some of the people who have desktop computers or older computers, EV Mux and other things like Restream aren't working very well for them. So Streamyard's been working well for them. It's happened to at least 3 people that I know of, where they're not able to really get into the Backstage and have it run smoothly on any of the newer ones. So I guess that just depends on how old your equipment is, but something else to think about. Right, count. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and pull up this video. So I know some of us might not have heard really much about this. This guy kind of goes through it pretty quickly, but I know Rescue has the document we're going to pull up too if we want to look at it more closely, or we can come back and kind of pause this at certain points too. And I think this is about, here we go, an 8-minute video. Here we go.
All right. Happy evening to each and every one of you. Welcome to the show. My name is Braden. This is Langley Outdoors, the place where we not only talk about what's going on in the gun world in our amazing country, but how we're going to fix it together. And thank you so much, guys, for taking a second to check this one out, because this one, you're going to need to send this one out, because this one should give you pause across the board, particularly since we have an election about 2.5 weeks away. This is extremely pertinent. Now, everything that I'm about to show you around the military giving itself authorization to use lethal force and assisting civilian police in times of civil unrest is linked right down there in the description box below. This was given to me as a tip from someone on Twitter. You can follow me at BradenLOA if you want to jump on there with us. But I didn't believe it. I just found all the documents. I'm about to walk you through the entire thing. So as we get into that, make sure, guys, that you're filtering in. You hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, turn the notification bell on if you love that freedom from coast to coast to border, and thank you for that consideration. And while you're doing things for me, check out these shirts, the limited time designs. You've got navy, charcoal, red, and you have the kind of khaki meets OD green. You can only have freedom if you defend it. It's flying off the shelves like hotcakes, limited time design, ending on sales Friday, shipping on Monday. This is the red one that I'm wearing, and it could not be more appropriate shirt for what I'm about to show you. Let's get into this. There's a link in the description, and thank you to each of you who have jumped on board with that design. All right, guys, so I'm going to walk through this like a normal video. I'll jump into the comments here in a second, but I want to lay this out for you because I had a healthy dose of skepticism on this when it was given to me as a tip, but I looked into it. This is from Zero Hedge. U.S. military now authorized to kill Americans on U.S. soil with a question mark. Okay, I'm intrigued. It's a question mark. Let me just walk you through, and then I'll show you the documents that I found, which are going to give you a little bit of a heebie-jeebie. Can be fair. Just ahead, intriguingly, of the November elections, the U.S. military has granted itself permission to unleash lethal force on the civilian population in cases of national security emergencies. Okay, you have my attention. Let me show you through this highlighted point what they're accusing from this article. Then I'll show you the documentation. This is actually all tying together in a not cute way, all right? Bear with me while I read this for you guys real quick. As the U.S. prepares for one of the most controversial and closely watched elections in its history, election time, you guys know that, 3 weeks away, make sure you vote, a concerning update to DoD Directive 5240.01, remember that number, has been quietly put into effect. Reissued on September 27th, 2024, so a week ago, this directive governs the Department of Defense's intelligence activities and now includes provisions authorizing lethal force in certain circumstances where assisting civilian law enforcement. While the directive forbids assassination, because that would be a step too far, it opens the door to lethal interventions under the national security conditions. The reissuance of the directive that numbered While the update might seem routine, the changes regarding the use of lethal force in domestic operations are significant. This is the part that I had to check out for myself because I almost didn't believe it. In 2016 version, the directive primarily focused on intelligence collecting and ensuring civil liberties protections for U.S. persons. I like civil liberties. It emphasizes strict oversight and the need for authorization before collecting U.S. person information. So like, warrants and stuff. However, the 2024 version expands the military's role, particularly in assisting civil law enforcement, and authorizes lethal force under specific conditions, raising questions about its use during potential civil unrest surrounding the election. Okay, so what the Zero Head article here is referencing and accusing is that there's been language changes from the 2016 to the 2024 directive for the Department of Defense, saying that now they can assist civilian police and they are authorized to use lethal force, and that's the change. Well, we're going to jump over to the 2016 directive because it's all public record, and I want to make sure I show you guys this thoroughly. Again, everything's linked. I always bring receipts. As you can see, the DoD manual for 5240.01, that's the number that I was telling you to remember, procedures governing the conduct of DoD, Department of Defense, intelligence activities. And as you can see here, August 8th, 2016, cleared for public release. So this is all public information, all right? Now, a funny thing happens when I Command F this, okay? Watch this. Lethal force. There's nothing found, as you can see in the top of my browser. When I go over to 2024's version, DoD Directive 5240.01, same number. DoD intelligence and intelligence-related activities and defense intelligence component assistance to law enforcement agencies and other civil authorities. Again, September 27, 2024, cleared for public release. This is all public data. But when I go up here to this lethal force thing, the exact same thing I just did for you in 2016, look at that, one match. Yeah, bear with me. I'm going to actually hide this so you guys don't get sick real quick. No, I'm not. I'm going to keep it legit. Keep it 100. You'll have to get sick. Sorry, I got to go down to page 12. I was going to hide it, but that would make questions about the credibility of this. So as you can see, under 3.3 levels of authority, it's Secretary of Defense approval requirements. Okay, well, that's an executive appointed position. Okay, let's get into this a little quick. We got 1, 2, and then we got A through C. The Secretary of Defense may approve any type of requested permissible assistance described in paragraph 3.2. The decision to approve requests for these types of permissible assistance described in paragraph 3.2 to law enforcement agencies and other civil authorities are reserved to the Secretary of Defense. And this is the part that gets the entire hackles up. Part C right here. I'm just going to highlight it really quickly for our review. Assistance in responding with assets with potential for lethality or any situation in which it is reasonably foreseeable that the providing the requested assistance may involve the use of force that is likely to result in lethal force, including death or serious bodily injury. Here we go, right here. Listen to this part. It also includes all support to civilian law enforcement officials in situations where a confrontation between civilian law enforcement and civilian individuals or groups is reasonably anticipated. Such use of force must be in accordance with the whole DoD thing, potentially as further restricted based on the specifics of the requested support. I'm going to undo this really quickly and do that last little important part right here. It includes all support to civilian law enforcement officials in situations where a confrontation between civilian law enforcement and civilian individuals or groups are reasonably anticipated. What do you think they're referencing right there? It has a 6 behind it. So now the entire accusation of the article that I just showed you from Zero Hedge checks out. Now, what does that actually mean? I don't know what it means. But I can tell you that's a little concerning and a lot of power in the executive branch with a new change to a DoD standard operating procedure about 3 weeks before an election that was quietly changed from where it never used the word lethal force in 2016 to now using lethal force in 2024. Yeah, I got some concerns. That's kind of what I wanted to get to. This was a full-on tip from my Twitter account. So one of my viewers actually sent this to me. It's been verified. I've got everything linked. I've shown you everything. They made a pretty significant change, guys. So Do with that what you will. I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and tell you one thing or the other, but I can tell you 100% guaranteed the change is actually real. There's a linked article for Zero Hedge. I looked up the DoD documents, and now lethal force is in them where it wasn't there before. Please send this to everyone you know, because it just might be someone you know is important enough to make a change, because that needs to not be in there. Just me? I don't know. That's what I've got for you guys. Let me know what you think in the comments below if I landed this plane, and I will see you on the next one. I'm Braden. See you later.
Okay. A lot of great comments coming from the chat too.
Yes.
See, I see. If you take the, like he was talking J6, so if you were to take the Capitol and replace the Capitol, and all those people out there, protesting the electors, and you take that and you put that into Philadelphia, and you put the election centers there, that's where those cities are going to utilize that. That's my 2 cents.
So you're thinking it's going to be used. I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're saying. You think it's going to be happening after the inauguration?
No, I think it'll happen during the election. And I think it's so if you take the events of J6, you had people unhappy, went up there, protest the electors, while inside this is going down, right? Well, they said, oh man, look, insurrection. This, I could see you're going to be in ballot counting places. They're going to do like the pizza box or the leaky toilet.
Right.
Shit. And then all of a sudden people are going to be like, no, we ain't putting up with that again. And all of a sudden you have a mob that's, oh my gosh, threat to democracy. And that's when they can use that to call in.
But the concerning part is where they say anticipated, could be anticipated. So have they already rolled this out? Is anyone seeing any military setting up in your area? Remember DC when the military were all over the place and they did
yeah, and they had them sleeping in the garage.
They had the EBS go off, and no, not that time. After that, even.
When they had they put up all the walls first? All the walls around DC? Is that what you're talking about? Which time?
I'm not sure if it was then, but it's when the EBS thing went off. Do you remember that?
Are you talking like the inauguration when they had the National Guard and all that around?
No, this was later. And the EBS.
I heard about several times with an emergency broadcast, but I never saw one that actually had much of an impact. I don't know.
I don't know either, but I just remember, what's her name? Nancy Drew was the one that was out filming, and it went off. But the military, they were complaining because they were up in the neighborhoods. They were not around the Capitol. It was more like spread out all through DC. And
right, Melted.
I don't remember that. I remember when they had a bunch of them up there, and there was like a lot of little reporting on how they had them sleeping on the parking garage floors. That type of, but I think that was the inauguration stuff.
Yes,
right.
I remember that. That was around the 20th.
And I could see it happening in Washington. I mean, Washington is unlike any other city in the U.S. because it's the way it's managed. You have a city that's managed by a city mayor, but then you actually have property within that that's managed by the Speaker of the House and the Senate Speaker. So they're sergeant of arms. So you kind of have a real mix up there. That's why J6 was a trap to begin with.
And I understand that. But that's why I said I'm fixing to have a heart-to-heart with my sheriff. So if you're able to, in your community, speak to your law enforcement and bring this up and see what they say, because your county can shut down where no one can come in.
Oh, it'll be up to your sheriff to ask for assistance. So this isn't something they're going to be able to do. They'll have to get asked for it. That's why I think it's going to take place in these metropolitan cities that allowed their cities to burn and riot.
The
And they
sanctuary cities mostly.
pretty much, because that's the ones that are allowing the lawlessness.
Right.
There it is. Lady Smith said it. It's
Posse kamikaze.
so. I saw what Carl's comment earlier that everybody kept wanting the military to step in. When they were wanting the military to step in, I believe it was because we thought our military would be backing us in the way.
I want to go back to those comments actually. Oh, hey, perfect. And here's Carl.
All
Good
of
to
that
see you
would have
here.
been the QAnon stuff with the white hats and, oh my God, the military, the secret military that's all been really running things is going to come in to save the day. They're just taking 4 years to do it, but it's coming.
Well, and I've said the entire time that I think that that is a way of getting people to sit back and accept it. And that's still what I think that is. I don't
And
believe
don't pay
in
attention to what's happening right underneath your feet.
Right. Or think
Which
that you
military
or feel
is
that you
doing
need
that?
to go out and do anything about it because there's these white hats that have it all under control.
You don't have to do nothing. It's covered. The white hat's got you.
Carl, we were just bringing your comment up. Many wanted military intervention for years. Now they fear it, how things can change. And I don't know if you heard what Bonnie said, but I think many wanted it because those who wanted it feel like the military is on or was on our side. But I also think that that's been a huge shift since COVID, really, because like most government organizations, with the mandates that were put in effect, it kind of swept out a lot of the people who were more conservative leaning and also more people who were independent, who were also independent thinkers and not following the agenda that was pushed. And because they didn't get the shots and follow along with that agenda, they were eliminated from those positions.
Well, and I think that people thought that people in power could be arrested by the military. So that was the thought that why isn't the military stepping in? Because this is what we're seeing. And y'all know the words. I'm not going to say them and get you in trouble. But so what happened is then we've seen, oops, that's not the way it is. It's completely the opposite now. And that's what I'm seeing. And they will follow order. Even when I talk to our boys that are all over the place right now and ask them, hey, did you hear this? Did you hear this? They're clueless. They don't even know because they're not being told by the higher ups what's going on. They just have to follow order.
Right. Well, and then in other, we're talking about the military specifically right now, but in a lot of other government run agencies, even like the school system or the medical system, that's true as well. It's compartmentalized. It might not be the same level that or degree that people follow orders, but most people trust their higher ups or do what their higher ups tell them to do in a position,
Yes, exactly. And so when it comes to law enforcement, we've seen all these videos of these officers that are overstepping their boundaries with people that they're pulling over and unaliving them or whatever over nothing. The one I just saw the other day, he didn't do anything, and they just pulled him over, and the next thing you know, he's gone.
Yeah.
He didn't do anything.
Well, I think he ran a stop sign.
Well,
Is
no,
it-
but
Well, I told you guys about the story that happened here in Washington, in Seattle. There was a woman who had two people who were, at least one of whom was armed, come to her door, serving her some kind of papers that they're not telling us what. So, in my mind, I literally think it could be, it could be brochures they were showing her. I don't know. There's a lot of things I think it could have been, but they are very clearly not saying what they were. But they were not officers. They came to her door to serve her papers, and one of them at least was armed. She got out her shotgun on her property in defense because she felt threatened. They shot her and killed her, and charges are not being pressed against them. They came to her door armed. They shot her on her property, but because she pulled out a shotgun, they're not being prosecuted. That was in Seattle about a week or 2 weeks ago, maybe.
Yes, and I've seen several videos like that also, where they just come and just start shooting into the house. That one lady that was...
It's crazy.
It is. And so with them thinking that they have that much power already, imagine the mindset that they will have when they believe they have the military backing them. I'm just saying, this could go either way.
Well, I personally think they sat there and they programmed everybody to hate the police. They did the whole defund the cops. Then they've also forced all the good, solid, responsible people out of jobs by forcing vaccines on them. So that's then the herd on the military and the law enforcement side. So you pretty much have the followers in both of those positions now. So the people that are left when the dust settled are the ones that were willing to comply with that. So
D-Dog said the Speaker of the House can overturn anything the Mayor of D.C. does.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's Pelosi.
It was.
Yeah. Well, it was, yeah. And do we know who is planned to be the Speaker of the House under? How does that work? Is that determined in the next administration?
Right now, it's Johnson, and until the next passing of it after the election, then they'll run another speaker.
I was going to say, doesn't the House select
a new one?
Yeah, because they'll have to do it again because unfortunately it could switch. All of a sudden you could have Democrats of the majority and Republicans of the minority. Then they get to announce the speaker and they get to do that. So
thank you for posting that, Andy.
After the election is when all that changes hands.
Winnie, I'm gonna go ahead and mute you until you're talking. We're getting a lot of background noise. Chrissy Cat said, "Is this an executive order?" Because
it's a changing of a directive,
right,
from the Department of Defense. It's a revision.
Well, what it made me first think of was J6, and for those who might not know, a lot of the live footage at the time very heavily showed that police used force against the peaceful protesters who were actually peaceful protesters, with some probably infiltration, maybe some that were also there legitimately angry and acted inappropriately. But the police using that force is what very much escalated things, because people were then acting in defense of others who'd been attacked by the police.
It recently came out that Trump asked the National Guard to be there and they rejected it.
That's been known. Yeah, it's come out more, but that was known then. He absolutely asked them for, and that was actually under Pelosi. It was Pelosi who had that responsibility.
Yeah, he had 10,000 troops just miles away, but they couldn't come there unless Nancy Pelosi requested them, and that's what they did. And that's that video you can see that's recent when we should have had him.
I hope that everybody's getting ready. How many days we got until the 5th?
I think it's like, 18 left to go?
Something like that. Yep. Isn't that crazy?
Well, it could be.
Right? Yeah, if the military comes in to save us, what's to stop them from taking over later? Well, I think that anytime that we've seen that the government in any way, shape, or form takes power, they don't give it back.
Well, then they're not going to come to help. If they were really had any emotion, any soul left in their body, they wouldn't be sending $100+ million over to Ukraine that they just got through doing, by the way. They would have sent money over there to North Carolina and Tennessee and Georgia.
I really doubt they're gonna go through with using this. I mean, first of all, think of it. It's Americans firing on Americans. Who wants to be that American who fires on another American? But at the same time, it'd be a disaster politically if that was to go down the way it is.
Would it?
I mean,
would it though?
Well, they're already.
Yes, it would.
A leaky toilet actually caused an election, and you were able to silence everybody for the next 4 years from even talking about all the unconstitutional.
They silence people on social media.
All the things been silenced. Don't think for a minute that
with,
if you're
they
not
didn't do
standing
that with
outside that
guns
Bama
in
County
the
thing, that they
military.
won't
Hold on, Winning.
Yeah, but they didn't
Yeah,
do
you
that
guys
with guns
just
in the
take turns
military.
talking because we can't understand either of you if you're talking at the same time.
Right. I was just responding. But you know, they didn't use that with physical force. They just used social media to silence people like that.
Well,
You know,
no,
they just,
because they've also gone after all of the people who were even at the Capitol or around the Capitol on January 6th, and they've even swatted their homes. So, I mean, they have used physical force, and there are plenty of
but
people
we're
who were
talking
locked
about
up
shooting
because
people. But I mean, just to
Everybody
be clear,
is
we're
missing
talking
out
about
on
shooting
the
people, right?
information. Everybody's
Uh,
missing a detail about this order or this modification. It says that it enables local authorities to call on the military. All right, that means doesn't mean that like all the military is going to be activated at once or something. But let's imagine some blue city, you know, falls into riots and all this crap. Those authorities can now call on the military, who's, you know, their directive is they can use, you know, deadly force. This, I think if it did happen, it would be more isolated than people would expect. All right. And it may be a good thing. It may be to defend us, which is what our military does. And like somebody said, our military doesn't want to attack our own people. All right. I don't care how many woke fuckers there are in the military. I've known hundreds of military personnel, and they're all patriotic. They love their country, they love their family, and they're not going to do it. All right. Now, if there were agitators, you know, like Hammerman going around throwing Molotov cocktails at buildings and stuff, that's a little different. You know, maybe this isn't such a bad thing. And I don't think anybody keeps in mind the art of war. All right, which you should, because the military has been doing something for a few years now. It seems to me that they don't have to deploy, they don't have to get ready for anything. I've heard of enough people say, "Oh, I got to do this, I got to do that." That they're probably already ready for this. All right. So to me, this could be leading up to something to protect us, to protect the Constitution, to protect we the people.
Yeah,
This could be
that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying earlier, Carl. That's what it usually is that, you know, the control is extended in a way that makes us feel like it can be for a positive, or even if it's truthfully intended to be used as something positive, it then gets twisted and used for something negative. It becomes a means.
Yes. Never underestimate the government's ability to use an event to their advantage. You know, that's a fact.
Can I
Carl
say
with
something?
the base take.
What if
I
it's
like
not
Carl.
our military?
Okay, hold on.
You know what
Who?
this reminds me of? It reminds me of the Indy AA, like when that got signed by Obama. Everybody
Hold on
was
one
freaking
second,
out
Melza. Let's
about
go to
it.
you next.
Everybody was freaking out about the Indy AA, and it never got used, right? But it was when he signed it, it could disappear people. That was a big deal for a long time. I don't know if you guys were awake and aware at that point or not, but when that came out 10 years ago, that was a big deal. And everybody was kind of in the same mindset. They're going to do it. They're going to do it. Oh my God. Even people on the left were freaking out about that, honestly. And it never, nothing ever really came of it. So I would look more at the telegraphing of what they're trying to say about the polls on election day to go to that. Not that they're going to use force, but they're trying to formulate the idea that people are going to do something that day, right?
But they're not just then why would they make the change? They wouldn't need to change it if they weren't planning to use it.
It's weird. I gotta say, it's awful strange, but it appears that even the mainstream is accepting that Kamala's probably not going to win.
I don't know, but I asked, what if it's not our military?
On our own property, Snooks?
Well, okay. Well, you guys, what about what happened when they found out? And I think it was in New York or somewhere, where there was a communist in power somewhere around there, but like they were secretly doing things.
They are.
Well, the thing is, that's what I'm saying. You guys aren't seeing the art of war in this. You're not
job.
You guys aren't seeing the art of war in this. You're not seeing the art of war of this. It's to divide us as the United States, so that way they can come in and seek control and have power over us. And then when we're going off and fighting against each other, you guys are going off saying like, oh well, you know, the right and left and this and that. You know what I mean? The Democrats and the Republicans. Dude, we're supposed to be united It's a United
No, I
States.
think we're all in agreement on that, Melted. I think
But
that's what my whole name is about, and that's what we talk about all the time.
I'm not
But
talking about.
nonetheless,
I'm
we
not
have to think of how this is going to be used, and under this administration, which direction that's going to go.
I know, but I'm not talking about you guys specifically. I'm just saying in general with the United States. I'm saying with people in the United States. I've seen nothing but arguing like, I hate the right side, or I hate the left side. I hate this. I hate that.
And that's
Dude,
by design.
it's it's to divide us so that way the Communist Party can come in and see control.
Exactly, and that's what I was going to say. If it gets to that point, who's going to come in? It's not going to be our military. It's going to be the other one that they can enact anytime they want to.
Well, that's where I was going with this. Because see, that's their job. We've got agencies that it's their job to undermine other governments. They've been doing it for all of our lives and longer. That's what they do. They're dirty tricksters. That's their job. All right. The CIA has done some pretty nasty stuff, but there's a whole bunch of other agencies, including like military intelligence and all these other things that they do use subterfuge and all these other sabotage, and these things are real. All right? This is what they do. And our military is the best. All right. And
well, that's great if they're working on our behalf, but how's that going with our government? Are our representatives
compartmentalized, as has been explained, it's compartmentalized in a way that, there are bad elements. But man, if they make some bad moves and it gets seen by the rest of it, that's where there could be internal changes real fast that we might never know about.
Let me ask you
Can I offer an unpopular question?
How many thousands of soldiers in Abbeygate do you think didn't agree with what was going down, but they had to go with it because the seniors had decided?
I think a lot more are hip to it, though, Rescue. I think a whole lot more people are hip to it.
They filtered out a lot, too, after that.
But it doesn't matter. And so...
It didn't matter in the metropolitan cities.
So what if the Americans think that it's our military? What if they're dressed like our military? What if they're
the UN?
Yeah. See, that's real. What she's saying is that is the dirty trick stuff. Who would have expected them to come in on paragliders just not long ago?
Okay. Who is the UN military? This is the one I love to ask people. Who is the UN? How big is it? What do they have?
The largest part of the UN military is the Americans.
That's right.
Exactly.
But who owns NATO? Who runs NATO?
Who wanted to get us out of NATO?
America pays for NATO.
Yeah, we pay.
Who tried to get us out of NATO?
Right.
I'd love to get out.
The Neil Hahn administration. Vote for Neil Hahn 2024. I will get us out of NATO.
Yeah, I was talking about Trump. Sorry. Trump tried to get us out of that. I think he did get us out of it, and they got us back in.
No, he was on the way. They got blocked.
He got them to pay their fair share. He goes.
So Jake Lane
quote, pay for your defense that we're providing for you guys, because you guys are not paying what you're supposed to be paying, and you got millions of dollars from
that's where part of the debt payback that people don't talk about, that I see. For many years, we covered the expense of other countries' quote unquote dues to NATO. So they owe us that money, and that's not on the GDP or whatever you count as owed, but there's hundreds of billions of dollars owed to America over the past 2 decades just from the NATO countries that we covered their ass on, as far as our expenses on the military, and covering their butts when they didn't come up with their share. So there's a lot of money owed to America to cover this $36 trillion debt that could be, I think last I looked, there's almost $9 trillion owed to America. You chop that off our debt, it drops down in the mid-20s, cut the government, you got it under control. So things aren't out of hand quite just yet. They're being fed to us like they are, but just have faith in America, and that there are Americans have been around for quite some time that actually are in charge. And, it would be different if the guys that are running now if the bullet had been an inch over, it would be different, but it wasn't an inch over. So that means that all the people that are backing him in the military and in the government, who are growing in leaps and bounds. If you watch this newest dinner they had, the ex-mayor of New York, who's been prosecuted for all kinds of crap, was there. I mean, there are a group of people that are, and they're changing power allegiances right now over to the Trump side. So things will change, and they'll change quickly to the better, in my opinion.
If you guys want to look for a hot shooting war, right? Look at the southern border, right? That's where all kinds of people are coming over, and their gangs are coming over. It's going to be in little sectors. It's going to be them claiming territory, trying to take over our country, because a lot of the promises they are being made, they're not going to come through with, right? And they're already bringing criminals in, and that's a standing army right there. That's what the civil war is, hot civil war is going to look like. The cold civil war is culture. The hot civil war is going to look like the immigrants, the illegals versus us trying to defend our land, and that's where they're going to collapse us at. That's when things get chaotic. And
well, okay, so along those lines, then, if Trump wins, he said he's going to deport the illegals, and that's exactly what I see happening if he wins. I think that when that starts to happen in these sanctuary cities, in places where they, for the most part, support illegal immigrants being given everything that they're being given, whether they fully recognize how that works or why, I don't know, but they do support it. What are they going? And they already think Trump is Hitler. What are they going to think when all of the people that they know in their community are being taken, whatever that looks like?
They're going to stand down because they're weak.
They're releasing murderers and rapists and shit into our country is what they're doing. Yeah, there's a whole lot of Trump doesn't want to kick out every foreigner. He wants to get these dangerous people.
I didn't say that. The illegal immigrants. Yeah, that's not the same as every foreigner.
Try explaining that to a liberal.
A lot of good immigrants. I'm sure that there are families that are coming here just because they want a better life, and I'm sure there's ones that do it illegally. They should be doing it legal. They should come in legitimately. But there's a lot of fighting age males that have come into the country too.
I'm not agreeing with them. I'm saying that in cities like near where I am, they agree with them, because mostly I believe they've been brainwashed by the mainstream media. If they're saturating in that all the time, that's what they're taking in, and that's what they know. A lot of them are still in the rat race. They're not paying attention like a lot of us are. They haven't gone down the rabbit holes. They still have scales on their eyes, whatever you want to think of it as. They see it as, it's that whole, the mentality of, no, if you ask them about illegal immigrants, they say, well, people can't be illegal. That's as far as they go with it. They want the best for everyone. And so they justify what's being done. And if they believe in the support of those people, and then they also believe Trump is Hitler, and he comes in and sends in whatever, the National Guard, the military, whatever, to use up to lethal force to remove all the illegal immigrants, then that can cause a lot of problems too.
Oh, and there's
another way around.
I don't see those groups being sophisticated enough or trained well enough to take on our military. They're probably just going to get out of the way and save their own skin. I think they're all talk.
I got two things.
It's all talk. They were burning down cities for
because
months.
They weren't being stopped. But when there's actual soldiers and police out there, engaged in removing people, they're not going to get. I don't think they're going to get in the way. And if they do, get shot, it's their own damn fault.
I saw that.
I was trying to make too. I will not underestimate our military. All right, I'm not going to underestimate our military.
So, how about before J6, there was an event to where almost Washington was lit up. There's over 100 plus Secret Service agents that got injured. There was like 160 or something Capitol Police that got injured. Not one person was prosecuted. Then all of a sudden you stand out there on the American flag, and there's 78-year-old grandmas that are in jail still right now.
Yeah.
Process. So to think that, for this particular event, everything is going to go by the Constitution, by the book, by the letter of the law, to me, that's just not rational thinking. I think people are doing anything.
It does make sense.
Never mind. Go ahead.
No, it just makes sense. What you're saying is logical. I don't know what the hell's going to happen. Even if I did know what was going to go on, I don't think I'd tell people. I mean, it's like something's going to happen either way. So one side wins, the other side's going off. If the right side wins, there could be a slow roar after that. It just.
God bless Rock.
I just think if you live anywhere around one of those cities where any of that rioting type bullshit or where any of that forced masking was taking place, you might want to keep your head on a swivel because shit could pop
Yeah.
up in your area.
Yeah, no
Shoot,
patriots.
I'm telling
would be
people I
for
know
any
to
of
get
this.
the hell out of the city.
We have masking here and we had
Yeah.
no
Stay
here.
home.
Every area is different. I'm not fixing to tell you it's for perfect. I'm not fixing to tell you to be scared. I don't know where it's at, where you're at. But if you were
Just see
around
ahead.
shit, you have the potential of being in the crowd.
Yeah,
Well,
you
and
get out of the city.
I don't think it's always in the big cities. I just found out today that a girl that's been dating a guy for a few months was told she can't date him anymore because she hasn't had the juice. Well, this family owns a ranch. He works on the ranch for them. And this is as rural as you can get, ranches all around. And I don't
That's the
think
mindset of the
I
family.
don't think it's a certain area. I don't think it's a certain mindset. I think that it's individual choices, and the fear is still there. It's obvious. So
Good to see you, Jovel.
I don't know what the answer is. I mean, just live your life, hug your loved ones,
Don't
be
fear.
kind, don't fear, have faith. I mean, there's really not much we can do against a military, any military, is there? I mean, I don't have what I would like to have sitting in my yard, but it's
Right.
how they do it in Red Dawn.
There
Think
there
that
is
way.
there is things you can do
Right.
before
Don't be
that
coaxed into
happens.
joining some kind of riot or protest, man. That's don't even get involved with it. But go vote and come on home. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do before it gets to that point.
Yeah, well,
If you're
can I
sitting on your
offer
hands
an,
waiting for it to get to that point, then yeah, there's nothing you can do once you get there. But there's a lot you can do before it gets to that point. And fear mongering, and I'm not saying anyone is. I don't want anyone getting hurt feelings, but I see a lot of it on YouTube. And what I say is follow the money. And if you think Warren Buffett wants to be a broke old man and die poor, then don't
Not
follow
if
his
it's unlawful orders, Cheryl.
well,
But
can I say something since you hurt my feelings right now?
his investments are in Geo Group, and what Geo Group makes money on is throwing people in jail. So if the next administration is going to round people up, well, geez, I guess Warren Buffett got the early memo on that one because him, Bill Gates, and other billionaires are invested and have been for the past 3 years have been investing in Geo Group. I mean, Warren Buffett pulled out of Apple and is investing in Geo Group.
What were you going to say, Avoid?
I guess more of an unpopular question, but if we didn't do anything to prevent this from happening, what makes you think you can do something to reverse it?
Right, I agree. I think
No,
it's way.
it's too late. We're just talking. We're not going to do anything about it.
Well, I don't agree with that. I think
Totally disagree with
what
that.
I think we need to be educating ourselves
Big
first and
point.
foremost, which is part of what we're doing, but also not complying. So, like in California, they're starting to demand mask wearing again, which is total bullshit. Everybody should know by now that masks don't do anything. So, either those medical personnel need to be the ones to hopefully not comply, and or people need to not go to those facilities and go out of their way to see other people. I mean, it's tricky when it comes with medicine, and that's why they push it there first. But don't comply. Don't go to places that are wearing masks still and are pushing that as a mandate.
Amen.
You know?
I actually
But
have.
that falls into any category. If you start to see them doing things, don't comply with it. That's
Yeah,
the thing.
not
we
a
need to be doing.
Can you
Yeah, I
hear
already
me?
don't
Can you
comply.
guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
What up, maybe?
Indy, I have to correct you. Masks do something. My ugly face.
They hide the ugly ones.
Right. No, but they've been proven to do a lot more harm than good, and that they don't they don't do
Only
what they're
going to be used by
being warned
medical
and intended to
professionals in
use.
surgical wards.
That's not what the mandates are for. You know,
No, that's what masks are for.
right.
For surgical wards.
Yeah, and it's to prevent droplets of spit getting into open wounds. It's not
Those masks serve a purpose. They tell me right away that I don't want nothing to do with those people.
Yes, correct.
Well, they're good for people that identify as a dental hygienist too.
Yeah.
What are they doing that in California for? What, for monkeypox or some shit? I
No,
had
they're
not heard
saying
about
it's for COVID-19. They're saying there's a resurgence of
God.
COVID. Which, how much you want to bet they're retesting in schools, because that's how they up their numbers. They force testing in the public schools, and then with all those false positives that come in, they say, "Look, COVID's on the rise. Better extend our control again."
You know,
everybody put out a friendly message to your Kamala Harris voting friends to go get double boosted before they go to the polls. So let's just go ahead and make sure that they're all double boosted.
Flatten the curve.
I actually just saw an article for California that the bird flu is upticking in human cases.
Yeah, they've been pushing that for a couple years. Remember, they culled like hundreds of thousands of chickens or something because of bird flu, and then it's never actually been verified or it hadn't at that point been actually verified in a human.
But I didn't know that the bird flu came from cows because they're checking the dairies.
I didn't know until now that the bird flu could jump to humans. I thought that was a bioengineering.
Well, gain of function has made a lot of things jump to humans.
Right. Gain of function. Exactly.
Yeah. Gain of function means they're gaining the function of being able to make it be used on humans. And we're funding that with our tax dollars.
Twisted Tat says that he was denied health care last week for refusing a PCR test.
Good to see you, 101. I'm not to that comment. Yeah, I agree, Velcro. Yeah, Velcro made a comment earlier about, having to pick between the lesser of two evils. And I do agree. I'm in a state where it is very unlikely for several reasons. And I do think that things are skewed with elections, and have been here probably longer than most places because we've had mail-in ballots and counting machines much longer than most states. But anyway, in my state, it's very unlikely, at least for the presidential race, that Trump would win. So I'm really tempted to vote for Robert Kennedy, because then if 5% of the vote, somebody has a really bad echo.
Yeah, you need the popular vote, Indy.
If 5% of the popular vote, is that what it is, goes to the independent, then they get a lot of funding for the next race, and that could make a difference.
But that's why I want you to vote for me. Only works for parties. That only works for like Libertarian Party or any other party like that. That doesn't work for independents. But we need the popular vote. So get your energy. Your vote is your consent. Your consent is your free will in action. Get your energy behind the right thing, the anti-establishment. Put your energy behind that. It helps. Believe me, it really does.
That's simpler to me. I'm voting for the guy who's for God,
but I'm telling you,
we the people, and this country. All right, I'm voting for the guy that wants us to win, because nobody else does. I'm going to vote for him again. I mean, if we actually get to that point, because this is just all surreal to me. They stole 2020, and now we're just doing it again.
Well, I agree. I don't think. Yeah. I don't think, they say too big to rig. I do think that I think the whole voting system is so insecure that. Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, what Carl said, and when you were agreeing, so if either one of you, so I will say, so when you say we're doing it again, we haven't stood there and let them put the pizza boxes on the window this time. We haven't let them. We haven't let them haul in the ice cooler, so we're not doing it again yet, unless we all just sit down and not do anything.
100%. Well, it's kind of like this. I saw today that, even like I said, the mainstream is saying that Kamala's not doing well, and he's ahead, and all these swing states are going for him, and all this stuff, all this good news. And I was thinking to myself, yeah, but I was feeling like he had it last time. I felt like it was because, like I said many times here in Michigan, I saw 100 or more Biden signs on the big lakes, with the big rich houses and stuff. I saw some Biden signs, but I saw tens of thousands of Trump signs and flags and stickers and shirts and hats all over Michigan. All right. So I was like, yeah, we got this. and then it fucking the lights went out, the lights went back on. Oh no, he lost.
Wasn't there some legislative stuff that actually
Right.
they did wrong during that one that's been fixed? Because there's another,
Yes.
and I don't keep up with all the states because there have been hundreds of law cases. You just don't hear about them.
Oh yeah.
So much of the stuff that went down in 2020. That's why to me, the biggest thing right now is to get people not to show up, because that's there what they can bank on, because everything there's
yeah, I agree with you. That's what I was going to say earlier. I think that it's, even though I think that things are so rigged, especially in states like mine, I do think that we still have to vote, because at least then we can prove the fraud more easily than we can if we don't. If you don't, I've heard so many people say they don't vote because they think it's giving consent to a system they don't agree with. And obviously that's your choice. That's the freedom you have not to vote, as well as you have the freedom to vote. But I think, even though I don't trust the system, I think that it is the system that's in place. And I think it's important to vote so that we can prove the numbers are off later.
Yeah, I think it is. This time, they said they had it all and all that crap. I think this time people are paying attention, right? Because I've seen the lawsuits about, mail-in ballots and all this stuff going on for months already. They, like, oh no, like they're having trouble in Arizona right now. Again, there's some crookedness in there, but
people taking off the ballots, so they've cleaned up with ballots in quite a few states. They've gotten rid of the machines in some of the states and some of the counties.
Right, Chrissy?
So there's things that have, and I just think
there's definitely some progress that's been made.
Have a vote number that's in your district. So there's like, if you're in, and I've said this before, where I live is 50,000 people. If there's 25,000 registered people and 25,000 people show up, then there's no open ballots to play with. So you've got to cut it the way it falls. And if you have only 10,000 people that show up, you have 15,000 votes that they can reach over and use. And then that's how they come up with those in the middle of the night flips. What do we need? What's left on the table? And I think that's where the too big to rig kind of kicks in is make sure and use your vote, because then it's not open on the table. That's the main point. It's the way the voting system works. And I get it doesn't work, and it probably doesn't work in some areas, because some areas allow their cities to be
right.
So it's obvious some cities are out of whack. But
that goes along with what Hutch says here. Hutch says if they followed what the Constitution says.
Oh yeah, that was in reference to earlier. I said yeah.
The night before, on 2016, the night before the election, in 2016, Hillary Clinton was at 90% in the polls. Then Trump won.
Yep. See, I think that's when they learned the machine wasn't going to cut it, and that's why the next round, all of a sudden, the first time ever, they just stopped the damn thing in the middle of the night because they still weren't meeting the numbers, and that's where your igloo coolers and shit come from.
Have you seen the documentary "Let My People Go"? It explains all of this. It's an excellent documentary. It's pinned at the top of my Rumble channel. In case you want to see it, start about 33 minutes in. You'll be right at the start of the movie. Watch that before the election. You'll see how they did exactly what you're just talking about, how they stopped it.
Pizza boxes were here in Detroit, by the way. When they taped the pizza boxes up on the windows.
Oh, I watched it. I watched it go down live and was kind of sitting there going, wait a minute, what? And then it was just, 2,000 Mules was a good one.
I'm telling you, watch Let My People Go. Watch that documentary. It'll amaze you. It takes 2,000 Mules to the next level. I
have something to say about this supposed election fraud that no one wants to realize actually happened. On point with what Rescue has said. I actually have kept up with a lot of those swing state issues, and believe it or not, quite a few people have already gone to jail for election fraud issues in those states. And I'm talking quite a few. When I say quite a few, closer to 200 to 300 have already been convicted, and it hasn't made the mainstream media. So all of that stuff has already kind of changed. It just hasn't made CNN news, but they have gone to jail.
Well, they're not going to tell you any of the good news about
because
that was the most perfect election ever.
Oh yeah, no, we all voted the way we didn't vote.
Read the Time magazine article and replace fortify with steal, and they basically walk you right through what they did.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I blame Indy.
Fortify. They talk about how all the social media met up, how they talked about controlling the information. They talk
Good to
about,
hear, Tiger.
it in the way of fortifying instead of
Actually, Congress has already called Zuckerberg and a couple of his people up, and they've already admitted that they worked with the FBI to do illegal things against American citizens. So that cat's actually already out of the bag. It just hasn't made the mainstream either.
They can't let him back in. All right, they all know they're screwed this time. If he gets back in, he's already said it. There's going to be a regime change. There's going to be a changing of the guard if he gets in. They've tried to impeach him. They tried to incarcerate him. They've indicted him. They've accused him of everything, and they've tried to kill him. All right, and they're probably not done yet. All right, because they can't let him in. He's going to go after all the corruption. And that's a lot of the bitches that are up there. That's what, and they all know it. They're probably scared to death.
Yeah, I know they are.
Yeah.
Chrissy, I will say though, in reference to what Chrissy you got on the screen right there, Kennedy did come out and tell people though, Chris, if you're in those states like a Washington where your vote to Trump isn't going to matter because
that's why he didn't back out completely of the race. He kept his name on the ballot.
He wanted, because that way, if there's at least enough people will do it, then for the next time, then they'll be able to get the Liberal Party on the ticket.
That's what I was saying. He needs 5%. So in my state where my vote's not going to count anyway towards Trump, that's why I'm tempted to vote for him.
Yeah.
That actually makes sense, Indy.
Oh, well, thank you, Neil. If you agree with it, then I better rethink it.
He's actually been going around.
Oh, wow.
Beaches and stuff.
Okay, still is Team Trump.
Just kidding.
With Indy? That never happens.
It happens on it does happen on a rare occasion.
Somebody go play the lottery. Somebody go play the lottery real quick.
Yeah.
Hey, Indy, I got to jump off, but can I have the floor real quick before I go? First of all,
go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, Carl, you're awesome, dude. Come to my shows, hang out. I love your takes, man. You're great.
Who's talking to me?
That's winning reality
right down here in the bottom left corner here.
Well, I appreciate it, man. I'm not that great. I'm just
man, come hang out with us, man. You got a base.
Make Carl great again.
But hey, before I go, guys, this Tuesday on my show, I'm going to be showing Line in the Sand, the O'Keefe documentary. It's behind a paywall. It shouldn't be. I'm kind of ticked that it is. This movie is amazing. I've seen it. This documentary is about the southern border, the child trafficking, all the organizations that are behind it. I'm going to show it to everybody. I'm letting it go, man. I'm breaking the paywall. So you guys come join me this Tuesday on my channel, right? And watch this documentary with us and get everybody you know to watch it, and then send the links out. It'll probably go down on YouTube, but I'll still have copies on Rumble and X. I really want
you got to tell me who you are and how I find you, because I can't hit no links while I'm up here doing this stuff or nothing. And how do I find
Carl,
you?
I can email you his link.
Yeah,
my email is invalid, Indy. Remember?
Just remember to search YouTube for Winning Reality.
Winning Reality. And I think I'm already sub there.
And
you probably are here. Come back and check the chat later too. Anti will have dropped his link.
Yeah, you can do that.
And guys, I dropped a bunch of links for you guys in private chat too. If you guys want to check the private chat, I dropped a bunch of links for you guys that are on the panel to take a look at. And if you want to share them out, JM, that's cool too. JM, I subbed to you, man. Thank you so much for all you do. Indy, thank you so much for all you do. I always look forward to seeing you over on the streams. And guys, have a great night, everybody, and keep on winning.
You have a good night too.
Oh, yeah. He's got a catchphrase and everything.
Great for you to see me. Bye-bye.
Carl. Yeah, Twisted's talking about the last president, and I do want to read that. Very interesting, the whole idea behind it. Some people think Trump is a time traveler because of it. But it is interesting.
His Uncle John was in control of all the Tesla trunks, and apparently a whole bunch of stuff came in, and he found it, or he has it, and then he passed it down to Trump, and they got a secret time machine, and he's in control of everything.
Yeah, of course. Legit.
Total.
Who knows? Who knows?
That sounds probable.
If time travel exists, I don't think we're in the best time. What's it called? Like timeline.
Yeah.
No shit,
yeah.
Can we go back to when I was 15?
Or whatever. Okay, so Arzak is asking the question we're always we're always talking about. Even if all the things I may agree with here, then how do we fix it? Just talking is what everyone is doing. And yeah, that's the thing. It's hard to know how to fix it because it's such a huge, it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. But I think all we can do, what's that? Control the things you can.
Did you read my response to him?
No, I'm not there yet.
I
But you could say it. But yeah, go ahead.
Know the difference.
I agree, Deb.
told him I'm going to make a whole bunch of money and buy myself a few politicians. That's how I'm going to change things.
You can't control.
Mayhem, are you trying to talk to us? Because if you are, you're really muffled and we're not hearing you.
Carl, I shared it with you.
I said,
Thank you, Bonnie.
I said, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I turned you up. Go ahead.
All right, cool. Yeah, I was just saying we all need the wisdom to know the difference between what we can control and can't control.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
I ain't even worried, man. I'm excited. Let's get it on.
I'm not worried either.
Yeah. No, I agree, Chrissy.
I'm not worried. I've got so much trust in God.
I got one question. If everyone's worried about all this stuff happening with like immigrants and stuff, what's going to happen with our allies over there, whoever's controlling these immigrants in those countries? Aren't they worried?
Say that again. Are we worried about
the people who sent supposedly these people over from these whatever countries they're coming from, that you believe they're coming from? We have allies in that area. So, they just lost a large part of their fighting age population out of that country if they send them over here. So what do you think?
They're sending criminals over here.
Depends on how they sent them. If they're sending their fighting age people over here to fight us, then that's a different scenario than if they've sent them all over here and now they're going to be here on our behalf, No,
what I'm saying is you take from country A, who's our allies, and country B, our enemy, and they're in the same continent, and country B, our enemy, sends over their fighting age males. What do you think our ally country A is going to do when they see country B weakened because they've lost a lot of their males because they sent them over here? That's all I'm asking.
I see what you're saying.
How
yeah.
Vacuum.
It'll depend on who's calling the shots in that White House. If you have the warmongers in there, then they'll use that as a provocative thing to go ahead and feed the war machine. If it's somebody that doesn't want to enter into conflict, then you're going to let them just do their biz.
Yeah.
I tell you what, when Trump gets in, let's peacefully take over in all of Mexico, South America, and Canada. We'll annex everything. We'll call it all America.
Yeah, North American country, Canada, Mexico.
We need to deal with ourselves before we deal with anywhere else.
We don't need no more.
That's what George Patton would say.
Right, we already have done soft takeovers in a lot of places anyway.
I'm sorry, but they've already done that with the NDAA.
Good to see you, Peanut.
I think 75% of Canadians in 3 provinces want to become American.
Good to see you, John. Thanks for being here.
It's done.
That's what I mean. There'd be a whole lot of Canadians would be like, come on, let's do it.
Yeah, no, they've already, I think Alberta is like totally for doing that.
Yeah.
AM can correct me, I'm sure, if he's in the chat. I know one of the.
Let me make sure that I said that right. I don't want war. I hate war. I hate the one thing I really hate is hate. All right, that's you guys were talking about hate earlier. That's what I hate is hate. But peacefully acquiring something is different, and defending yourself is different.
Yes.
We all have the right to defend our existence.
Yeah, we do. Those are God-given rights.
He was talking about the dinner, and it was like a roasting kind of dinner. And
hey, Maury, thanks for coming up.
And son, Trump was on a roll. Yeah, Schumer was sitting right there to his left, and he would hammer away, and he'd pat him on the back. It was just.
The mayor of New York was there too. He threw a few jabs at him.
Yeah, that was. It was
like, I know what you're fixing to go through. They got me too.
Always, Lauren. Maury, thanks for coming up. How are you doing tonight?
I'm all right. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Excellent.
Joining us up here. What are your thoughts on all of this?
Well, I just wanted to say, there are ways for us to resist. There are things that you can do that are nonviolent.
Yes.
you can use your economic vote to
Yes,
deny some of these people their money. We've seen it in recent years. You remember the Bud Light thing? You remember Tractor Supply Company, Harley Davidson? They had to change their policies because people said, no, we're not going to buy things from you.
Mm-hmm.
So you can kind of dig into things and see who's responsible for supporting some of these leftist politicians. You can refuse to use those people's products and services. That's a huge thing. I'm not a big fan of warfare either. I spent 10 years in the U.S. Army. I did multiple deployments to the Balkans. I know what a civil war looks like. We don't want that here. It's awful.
Right, Jan. Yeah, it's true, Maury.
So we can start to undo some of the damage. It's going to take a long time. Winning reality on his stream, we talk about this a lot. He likes to debunk some of the conspiracy theories and things like that. They use all those things to distract us from what they're doing. Okay.
I agree. That's often the case. I don't think that's always the case. I think there's a lot of truth mixed up with those conspiracy theories.
There's a whole division made for psychological warfare.
Right.
Well,
is it though, Blue? Is it really? I don't know about that. Starlink is good. Maybe. We'll find out. Good to see you, Mike.
Is anybody going to help the Cubans, or is nobody talking about that?
Yeah, there was a comment about that earlier. I really don't know much about that, but I heard that all of Cuba is out of power right now.
Actually, not all of it. I already did a video on it, and I turned Travis onto it, and the Ninja did a video on it as well.
No, I've seen lots of videos coming out. I haven't seen the videos. Like I haven't had time today to watch and see what's going on. So Neil, sounds perfect then. What do you have you guys all heard about this, and what do you know?
I didn't even know they had power to begin with.
Yeah, Hurricane Milton hit them too, and their power plant was aging, their biggest and most modern, which was old. And they got hit real hard, and it went down, and like
I agree with that.
80% or so of the country's totally without power. So they still have limited power, but for the most part, they're 100% out of all. The populace is out of power. The government still has their generators.
So it's a continuation of the damage from the hurricane.
And 40 years of no maintenance, taking money and not maintaining equipment.
They still drive cars from the 1950s there, Indy, because that's all they got.
Right.
They got some great secondhand parts for them, too.
Tiger had a good comment, and she said everyone should become more self-sufficient and avoid the need to use big pharma, food corporations, etc. And that's it. Become more self-sufficient.
Permaculture.
Right. Somebody else had put the comment, too, that I think JM had said this. It was we use these conversations and the knowledge we gain as motivation to continue preparing. Whether that means stockpiling, who
was it saying that we're doing nothing up here talking? Who was that said that, basically we're doing nothing? That person assumes a lot, that just the people I know in this YouTube community, I know what they do in real life and what they're doing behind the scenes. And I know that there's people that's involved in a lot more than just talking on YouTube. Just saying.
Well, I think you're referring to what Maury said, but Maury, it sounded like Maury was not talking about us specifically. He was saying there are people out there that are still in that mindset, right, Maury?
Right.
I actually talked a friend of mine into running for a school board, and he got on the school board last year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, he's making a ruckus too.
Yeah, school boards are one way to get involved for sure.
Yeah, no, that's exactly the place to start. That's the place to start. Get involved with your children because they are literally the future.
So, yeah. Well, that's how you can keep the garbage out of those schools.
Yep. Raise them right. We'll have a better America. And after we get them in order, we'll take care of the rest of the stuff, in my opinion.
Man, you watch.
I think it's so important to try TV.
Colleges, and those people are, man, there's some that are deeply lost. Like they're fully.
Well, that's what the colleges are doing. I mean.
Oh yeah, and you just kind of, man, it's like. And
then the unions are very much involved in the narrative and pushing the mainstream.
Actually, it was funny because I actually saw a video of a reporter. He was going to be doing like the Kamala thing, and he was walking around these, union people that were outside holding these little signs. It wasn't vote for Harris, and it was about their union.
Good to see you, Amy.
You ask them, who are you voting for Harris? They just stood there and looked at him, and one dude says, "That's none of anybody's business." And he turned around to the main thing and was like, "Well, yeah, they're just, it's not anybody's business." It's like, yeah, they just didn't want to tell you that.
That's one thing I know for sure. My union actually does. I'm the Iron Workers Union out here in the Bay Area for like 29 years, and they do get people to go out and do these protests and things, and we do get different types of benefits for it. But at the same time, my union also knows that over 70% of our members are voting for Trump, and they're still pushing Harris and Walz.
I've seen a whole lot of people starting to endorse him publicly too. Law enforcement agencies and all different kinds of people are coming forward to endorse him. It's going to be hard for them to say that she won if they cheat again. I mean, nobody's going to really believe it this time. They're probably going to have all kinds of evidence. They've also warned them, you cheat, you're going to pay for it.
Union management and leadership is going to side with the government anyway. That's what feeds
Right,
their
Tiger says everyone could become more self-sufficient and avoid the need to use big pharma, food corporations, etc. Another great step. Doing the things, Tiger. Love it.
Check.
Right. Just fight back with your money. Absolutely.
Yeah, Tiger makes a really good point there. If we all become more healthy, we're less reliant on those people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that ties in with a couple other videos I wanted to share tonight, but maybe we'll wait a minute before we go to those.
I want to interject as a truck driver. I've seen more Trump hats, shirts, and signs all over the country than I have Harris and Walz.
Mm-hmm.
I love to hear that, man.
Yeah, it is encouraging to hear.
No.
Right.
Well, one thing we can do for ourselves, no matter what the outcome, is try and prepare yourself financially to be better off, no matter what the outcome of the election. Because one thing's for sure, if you don't like that outcome of the election, you'll feel better if you have money.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just being real. You have money to get out of the states if you don't like the outcome. Just keep an eye on money too, because I think
if shit gets bad, money might not mean much. I'd rather have fuel and ammo and food and water, and I'd rather have those things.
Well, no, you got to give Neil kudos though, because it might actually cost you $100 for that loaf of bread and that pack of bologna. So you might need the $100 for that.
Right, X might as well. Just put it right out there.
Well, in Indy, I'm gonna get off here.
Thanks for coming up, Mike.
Yeah, I'm gonna be getting into where I have no signal, but I just wanted to ask everybody to pray for me and pray for the family that we're gonna go help try to recover Brent McGee, who has been missing since July 11th. More than likely, he's been murdered. And we have a few spots we're going to check out this weekend. Got the gear in the back. And if anybody would like to help, Indy has all the links for PayPal, Venmo, CashApp, and our Gibson Go. If you guys would like to help us out, we need to bring closure to this family.
You guys got a cadaver dog?
We got a dog coming out.
Well, be safe, Mike.
Yep,
Yeah,
I will.
absolutely.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
absolutely.
Thank you for letting me do
that. Signal lost.
Yep. Okay. I will get those links and put them in the chat in a little bit. Hey, whoop. There we go. Hey, Wingnut. Thanks for coming up.
Hey, what's going on? How you guys doing?
How you doing? Yeah, doing pretty good. Pretty good overall. Like lots of crazy stuff going on in life and the world. But for normal.
Right.
Right, I agree. TZ says best thing to do is to get involved locally. Brandy Cruz is going to be in Federal Way tomorrow, door knocking. Awesome. That's awesome. You'll be there, TZ. Yeah, I really like Brandy and what she's doing. I think she still has some truths to figure out, but she's definitely a positive voice in our local area. That's for sure. For those of you in Washington, if you don't know Brandy Cruz, please check her out.
Ooh, Tiger. That's pretty awesome.
What do you do door knocking?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Talk about the politician that you're door knocking for.
It's like a.
I agree, Amir. That's the problem.
What did they call it last time?
You don't think that this information that you share are only heard by people that already agree with this information to begin with? Like nobody on the other side is learning something new.
They definitely have people like us in a box. All right, there's not a whole lot of new people that come into these communities, you know. So I think we are pretty much an echo chamber overall. We might.
Well, I don't mean just us.
Oh,
I mean, if you go out knocking door to door, you're only going to speak fully to people that already agree with you, anyways.
What do you mean by that? Why would that be the case? That's only if you live in an area where everybody thinks the same.
Right. I was thinking about that just now, man. It would be, you get people mad. There's people from both sides that are going to be ugly around here if you did that.
I mean, honestly, that's kind of what I worry about what happened with that woman who was shot in Seattle. She had a big American flag that took up a quarter of the front of her house and a QAnon display in her window. She had 2 armed people come to her to serve some kind of papers, enough that she felt threatened enough to get out a shotgun and was shot and killed. I don't know that I would recommend going door to door in a lot of areas right now.
Yeah, you don't want to do that here in Lower Michigan, Detroit, and all that, and plant stuff.
It would do no good out here. I'd have to have someone that speaks Spanish and Chinese go with me, because that's about, equal out the population. I'd be knocking on doors. They'd be talking languages I don't understand.
I gotta talk about that stuff. Just not long ago, about a week ago, I got a Mountain Dew. And I didn't look at it when I bought it, but I get it back here and I look at it, and it's all in Arabic. I've never seen a Mountain Dew bottle that's all Arabic.
Yeah.
Learn the languages. 146 of them.
Avoid, that's part of the problem. Not willing to give up
for that, Bonnie.
I guess what I mean is, whenever new information comes out, you get that information from some type of experts you trust who has maybe millions of followers. Like when we started the stream, we all saw this video. So he gave us all this information. Now we have an opinion about this information. And we think we're helping each other out by sharing this information that didn't come from us to begin with. So
we're all getting this from the same actual government source. The document that it's talking about, which can be verified. That's why we also shared out the link to the document.
Right. I'm only adding to that.
It was actually to.
But you don't think it's important to share information?
Hey, if it's on the internet, it's got to be true.
No. What I'm saying is,
we know it's true, and we're talking about it.
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's important to share the information, of course, but people generally who are into politics are going to discover this information from that source. And then what we do is discuss it, but we're not really teaching each other anything new. We're giving each other our opinions, but we're already pretty much set with what we believe.
No, I don't agree with that, because like Rescue is a good example. I'll come in with some information and he gives me a totally different way of looking at it.
Yes, it's to get different perspectives, different points of view, looking at all sides of it and what it could possibly mean. Not saying that is what it means, but is this possible? Is this possible? So we know where we stand and what we need to do in our area to continue to protect ourselves, our families, and our freedoms.
Let me ask, I came in late, so which document are you talking about?
We're talking about the military being authorized to use lethal force against U.S. citizens.
Oh, the DOD directive. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think some of it to avoid is sharing the information so everybody hears it, what you can think of as the same, but it's really different. It just depends on what the information is. And you'll hear different avenues. And sometimes by hearing those different, you actually sort through to actually find out.
For sure.
So that's the payoff. And I will say a lot of it is to also just encourage that you got to be participant. You got to participate in this. So it's staying aware of what's going on. I know I don't ever come at this as some fear monger type approach. It's just, I actually just try to go to whatever whatever is the topic. It's like the DOD document. It was talked about, I think, Saturday, and I went straight to the military source instead of, I'm not a really fan of YouTube channels. I'll take that, and then I got to go find the actual information myself. Then I feel comfortable. That's my thing.
Yeah,
I
sent a link of a PDF of that. I sent a link of that PDF of that document to Indy, because it's actually not a new document. It's just they just
it was in August.
They improved the some of the language of it, and some of the language is what's more concerning in my opinion, because I think that directive has been in place for a few decades, but like I said, they've changed it a little bit.
Right, to authorize the lethal force before it wasn't lethal force.
Right. Well, I mean, and if you start going into it also, man, it really does. If they actually implement it, it really does violate the Quasi Comitatus Act. Where it's illegal for the government to use the military in a police action, in a sense, in the United States against American people. So basically, they're going against federal law, in my opinion. If you start reading it up, up on it.
That's situational. That's situational. There are times when the military can be used against U.S. citizens and have been. That normally requires like a state of emergency or reading the Riot Act. They used to say it's the Insurrection Act or whatever it is.
It was a presidential.
Well, see, that's another thing too. When the government thinks they can just do this in a state of emergency, they'll create an emergency to do this.
Yep.
Because quite honestly, this is, in my opinion, now that's just my opinion, this is one way of giving themselves the authority to really create a situation, in a sense, pushing towards civil war, in a sense, because they're already trying to eliminate or make it illegal to even become, to have any kind of militia type acts, groups of people getting together and training and stuff like that, and which goes right against the it's necessary to have it. Yeah, the Second Amendment says it right there. It's like necessary security of a free state. You know what I'm saying? That's the militia in a sense. You know what I'm saying? That's us as the people. And the whole reason why it was written in the first place is so we have to. It's our natural right to defend ourselves.
Yeah,
is to ensure that to happen. But
you just don't want to fight that one on a federal level. You want to take away the federal responsibility, have it put back constitutionally where it belongs on the state level, and then you fight that one on the state level, and you'll find like probably 45 states.
Well, that's where like secession comes into play, also. Where states start seceding from the union.
We got to defederalize. Everything's federalized. Right now, we are, no matter what state we're in, we're living in Washington, D.C., no matter what state we live in. That's not constitutional, but that's federalist. That's the federal government, and that needs to be taken away. It's not supposed to be that big. It's not.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, it wasn't.
States are supposed to run all these. Every state, there should be no Supreme Court needed because every state should have their own ruling on every law depending on the people's will of that state. Yeah. And it was that way in the 70s. And I don't know about the 60s. In the 70s, I was around. That's how it was. So I know it can go back to that way. And what's happened since the 70s is we've given up all of our power to the federal government. And all we need to do is, I don't know what the next administration would like to do, abolish a lot of these federal agencies and turn power over to the state. And then we fight the state to get these rights that we want. And you'll find that in the majority of the states will be winning the rights that we want and deserve under the Constitution. Because under the Constitution, we have to fight on the state level for those rights. We have 50 states. I used to say as a kid, if you don't like the laws of the state you live in, move to a state with the comparable laws to the way you want to live your life. That was applicable back then. Nowadays, it's not applicable because we all have to live under federal law. And that means whether I'm in Florida or Washington, it's the same freaking laws I got to follow. There's really no difference.
Yeah, it's
Back to the whole
go ahead.
thing really quickly about having these conversations and the communication. Count says the more pieces you gather, the bigger the picture gets. Get more pieces, and I think that's a huge part of what we're doing. I try to keep my mind open and take in all beliefs, whether I agree with them or not, because, like I say, the truth usually shakes out. When you do get to see those pieces that fit together and get a better understanding, and because it is hard to know what resources you can trust. So
That was
I
you flattering me, by the way.
what was that?
I said that was you flattering me. You listening to people even though you don't believe them. That part of it.
Like sometimes, Neil, sometimes. No, we actually agree more than you like to let on. You just like to come up here and try to piss me off.
That's fun. It's fun.
I know, exactly. That's
like
really
a
fun.
sister I never had, and I'm having a hell of a good time with it.
Well, I'm
the
glad.
president is fun to watch.
Yeah, but anyway, I think it's good for us to keep an open mind and be able to see, what bigger picture forms, because it is hard to see it when you're, if you're in the puzzle.
Watch my show.
Well, I mean, a true definition or meaning of a republic is a very, very small government.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's basically, I think what it was originally, even, like back in the Civil War. So, like, you go back to, like, the Confederate Constitution, the Confederate, what is it? The Confederate Papers, and then, anti-federalist papers and stuff like that. It's basically the republic is basically every state, which is basically every state is its own sovereign nation. It's not supposed to be this union like they did in Europe, where
That's
England, started ruling over all the other countries around there and brought them into this big conglomeration, and that's what they've actually adopted here in this country.
I've heard it said for decades that this government would operate a lot more efficiently at 10% of what it is right now.
Right. Yeah.
They have created a giant monster that has
money laundering. A lot of what they've done is created a money laundering system, because they get different compartmentalized areas that all this money has to filter through, different committees, different, all that crap. And,
Black budget.
80% of the money goes to the administration, and then the rest of it goes towards the actual purpose and cause that it's supposed to be funding.
It's the 50-year experiment.
Yeah.
It's coming.
Robbie Heck made a comment here. It says, this shows your rights aren't real. I wanted to comment on that. And I think what it really comes down to is our Constitution is supposed to be, whether you agree with it or not, it was written with the intent of safeguarding our God-given rights, that our rights come from God. It was a way to protect those rights from the government interfering. And
Are you sure about that?
That's,
well, see, I argue for those people.
Fathers are secular.
That's how I understood it too, Indy.
I would argue for those that think that rights don't exist. I would argue for those people that think that rights don't exist why is there so many people trying to take them away from us or get us to concede to give them away?
If you believe that your rights come from God, and I believe all people on the earth have God-given rights, whether they see it that way or not, that's what my belief system is, that we were all created by the same God, and that God has given us all equal rights. So, I don't think that we need a piece of paper that safeguards it, but that's what the Constitution was intended.
But as Devil Dog says all the time,
so now the way that it's being
used,
right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. But also, I think do not comply. If, the Second Amendment says that it shall not be infringed. We have the rights to any weapon that we want to protect ourselves.
Bingo.
So
actually,
everything, even everything that the government's got,
anything that says otherwise is unlawful.
I think it was stated you have a republic as long as you can hold it.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's why they continue to try to say it's a democracy and stuff. That's why they try to continue to, put that in our heads that this is a democracy. They say it all the time. Even the people that you're supposedly supposed to trust, or the people you think that you trust in the government, they even say it. I mean? They don't have an allegiance to the people. Hell, even and I'm not for any of them personally. I mean, even Trump itself, he's not here to save us. I mean, he has an allegiance to Israel. He doesn't have allegiance to the American people. He said
Right.
it himself.
Oh, yes, he does.
Yeah.
Yes,
He
he does.
definitely
He's
does.
been nothing but trying to help us. He was make America great again, making the better deals for us. That's not
Well,
true.
I mean,
He's the only one
there-
that has been for us.
he's also brought in Operation Warp Speed. He tried to take away
Yeah.
bump stocks. He also
Yeah.
brought in even more $1 trillion debt when it comes down to that. He also
Yeah.
brought in like, you know, when it comes,
you
know, like the civil asset forfeiture.
That's all
Civil
lobbyists.
asset forfeiture, which is also
Hold on,
like
since I'm the only one here running for president, I can tell you right now, a lobbyist hasn't hit me. So if I get elected, I'm going to stick with what I say. But if a lobbyist comes to me with $10 million, I'll stick with what I say until I get in office, and I'll pay off the favor that he gave me $10 million for. And that's you're representing me as a person as to that favor I'm paying back for getting me into office. And
he was also sitting at the same table.
Representation of the person, because nowadays that's what it takes to get in office.
Rescue and Maury, will you guys please check the private chat? And I have a video I'm going to go ahead and pull up because it kind of ties in with what the conversation sort of led to naturally. And I'm sure it'll piss some people off, but, we'll have the conversations around it. Rescue, if you can grab that video, that'd be great. And I was just meeting you guys because you weren't hearing me say that I was trying to talk over you. There you go.
You did a good job.
Well, I was also going to say he was sitting at the same table with Dianne Feinstein, and he was like, take the guns first and due process later. You know what I mean? Well, that's not necessarily, on our side. I'm saying all of them are not on our side. I don't care who gets that job. None of them.
Yeah, I agree. I don't trust either side. Either one of them are like full of it. It's the whole thing is a setup: left, right, blue, red. It's all birds of the same. Both wings of the same bird. Please.
Yep.
Trump is just here. Like I get what Carl's saying about like a lot of people like they're down for Trump, and I get it. But at the end of the day, none of these people are on our side.
I didn't like Trump. I tell you what, Trump wasn't even on my radar. I didn't like Trump.
Right?
You guys, we can't hear either one of you when you're both talking. Like we can't hear either one.
I answer that. That's all. I didn't like Trump. All right. And in 2016, when he won, all the right people hated it. All right. Seeing all the media go against him. All the Democrats, all these people that liked him until he won, they were all the
I think you meant the left
that attacked him. All the ones that spoke, even the actors that spoke out, those are those twisted bucks that have something in their closet they're hiding. All right, they're all scared of him, and that's I don't care about warp speed. I know they twisted that. The thing is that I know the narrative of Trump's bad and stuff so well because they've said it for so long. They've twisted everything against him.
But Carol, there's a difference between following the mainstream narrative that twists and make up lies and questioning the things he's actually said that he's going to do that you don't agree with.
He was convicted. I don't worship the guy, but
I know, neither do I. But I think I can see things.
He doesn't even take a salary from it. He's given up a pretty good life to do what I think he's doing is trying to save us. All right, I think he said this. If you go through the decades of his interviews and they tried to get him to run, are you going to run? And it was no, until one day I might have to. And then the next thing you know, I'm running.
Carl,
if you research his history, I don't see him as evil.
Okay, well, this is a good time to play this video because then I'd like to hear your thoughts on it and others as well. We're in. All right. Here we go. This is
everybody's against Trump, but me apparently.
This is the.
I'm against all of them, Carl. Don't get me wrong. I'm against all of them.
Okay,
this is
I
don't
the
care.
Disturbing Illusion channel.
I like all of them.
And his name's Brian. He has a couple different channels because he's been booted, like many content creators, for sharing information that not everybody wants shared. So here we go.
The biometric entry-exit visa tracking system, which we need desperately. For years, Congress has required biometric entry-exit visa tracking systems, but it has never been completed. The politicians are all talk, no action, never happens. In my administration, we will ensure that this system is in place. And I will tell you, it will be on land, it will be on sea, It will be in air. We will have a proper tracking system. Because we're losing a lot of people because of the internet. And we have to do something. We have to go see Bill Gates and a lot of different people that really understand what's happening. We have to talk to them, maybe in certain areas, closing that internet up in some way. Somebody will say, oh, freedom of speech, freedom of speech. These are foolish people. We have a lot of foolish people. We have a lot of foolish people. We've got to maybe do something with the internet because they are recruiting by the thousands.
Henry Kissinger has been a friend of mine. I've liked him, I've respected him, but we've been friends for a long time, long before my emergence in the world of politics. We have been really in the, I guess you'd say, the New York seat a little bit, but we got to know each other very well. He's a man I have great, great respect for.
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Yeah, because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
There is something that I wanted to say, because I was very honored, very, very honored when I heard that President Bill Clinton and Secretary Hillary Clinton was coming today. And I think it's appropriate to say, and I'd like you to stand up. I'd like you to stand up. And honestly, there's nothing more I can say because I have a lot of respect for those two people. So thank you all for being here. You know, with Hillary Clinton, I could have done things to her that would have made your head spin. I thought it was a very bad thing. Take the wife of a president of the United States and put her in jail. I was very protective of her. Nobody would understand that, but I was. I think my people understand it. They used to say, lock her up, and I'd say, just relax, please. If crooked Hillary got elected, you would not have a Second Amendment, believe me. You'd be handing in your rifles. You'd be saying, here they are. You go like, you'd be turning over your rifles. A very dishonest person, crooked Hillary Clinton. It is amazing how you can delete 33,000 emails after getting a subpoena from the United States Congress. Hillary Clinton's the one that gives away classified information. We won the election. I think it would be I think it would have been horrible for our country and we had her between the hammering of all of the files. And don't forget, she got a subpoena from the United States Congress. And then after getting the subpoena, she destroyed everything that she was supposed to get. I thought it was so bad to take her and put her in jail, the wife of a president of the United States. I thought it was a very terrible thing. And she did a lot of very bad things. I'll tell you what, she was pretty evil. But in terms of the country and in terms of unifying the country, bringing it back, to have taken her and to have put her in jail, and I think you know the things as well as I do. There were some pretty bad acts that she did. I think it would have been very bad for our country. I was very protective of her. Nobody would understand that. Mike has also earned my deepest respect and admiration and trust.
What's the cadet motto at West Point? You will not lie, cheat, or steal, or tolerate those who do. I was the CIA director. We lied, we cheated, we stole. It was like we had entire training courses.
That is why I have called for red flag laws, also known as extreme risk protection orders. This morning, we also completed the process to issue a new regulation banning bump stocks.
Understood.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
President Trump is speaking. We're going to listen in.
Like the one used in Las Vegas are illegal under current law. That process began in December. And just a few moments ago, I signed a memorandum directing the Attorney General to propose regulations to ban all devices that turn legal weapons into machine guns. We're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to bring them back like they used to be. We're going to make them safe places again. We're going to give our police their power back, and we're going to give them immunity from prosecution, so they're not prosecuted for doing their job. The race to 5G is a race America must win, and it's a race, frankly, that our great companies are now involved in. We've given them the incentive they need. It's a race that we will win. 5G networks must be secure. They must be strong. They have to be guarded from the enemy. We do have enemies out there, and they will be. They must also cover every community, and they must be deployed as soon as possible.
I guess in a certain way, I'm the father of the vaccine.
Now, I'm going to sign this, and it's a great honor. $6.2 trillion. I've never signed anything with a T on it. I don't know if I can handle this one, Mitch. We can't chicken out at this point, can we? I don't think so, huh? All right, thank you all. Pfizer and Moderna have announced their vaccine is approximately 95% effective. These vaccines are also very safe, a medical miracle. We have delivered a safe and effective vaccine in just 9 months. Don't let them take it away. Don't take it away from ourselves. You're playing right into their hands when you sort of like, oh, the vaccine. If you don't want to take it, you shouldn't be forced to take it. No mandates, but take credit because we saved tens of millions of lives.
Both the president and I are vaxxed, and did you get the booster?
Yes.
I got it too. Okay, so
don't. Some friends of mine, they wanted to say, I said, don't come tonight. Let's go another time. It's pouring. Woody Johnson, a great gentleman. You ever hear of Johnson & Johnson? He owns the place. I tell you what, this guy's got cash like nobody's got cash. I came up with a vaccine, with 3 vaccines. All are very, very good. The vaccine is one of the greatest achievements of mankind. And if you take the vaccine, you're protected. Look, the results of the vaccine are very good. And if you do get it, it's a very minor form. People aren't dying when they take the vaccine. I recommend take the vaccines. I did it. It's good. Take the vaccines. But no, that's okay. That's all right. You got your freedoms. But I happen to take the vaccine. If it doesn't work, you'll be the first to know.
I push them like they've never been pushed before, and that's why we have it.
Greatest achievements was getting the vaccine done in 9 months instead of 5.5 to 12 years. But the problem is, we saved tens of millions of lives all over the world, but I can't talk about it because our beautiful base, of which some of you are there, you get angry when we mention the word vaccine. Don't get angry.
You did everything you could to get this vaccine out. I know where you stand on the vaccine. It was one of the greatest
achievements. We did it in less than 9 months.
To be able to do that.
Yeah,
but now it's taken a twist, right?
And then people don't want it. And it probably even affects the others because, there's a big situation with a lot of people don't want to take the vaccine. Well, this played right into their hands. And they want me to do public service messages and everything about everybody taking the vaccine. And look, I guess in a certain way, I'm the father of the vaccine because I was the one that pushed it. To get it done in less than 9 months was a miracle. Fauci said it would take 3 to 5 years. He thought it was something that just wouldn't be that effective because it would take so long to get. I pushed the FDA like they have never been pushed before. I wouldn't exactly say they're in love with me. They have never. This is a very bureaucratic organization. I pushed them like they've never been pushed before, and that's why we have it.
Can you imagine if you had to go through what all of the countries of the world who are now getting the vaccine or soon will be getting it from various companies, but can you imagine if all of those countries had to go through what they've been going through over the last year? You'd lose hundreds of millions of people.
Let the teachers get the vaccine. They should get the vaccine. I hope they do. Again, it's something I'm very proud of.
Gavi operates with great transparency, and as the coronavirus has shown, there are no borders. It doesn't discriminate. It's mean, it's nasty, but we're going to all take care of it together. It's great to be partnering with you. We will work hard. We will work strong.
People are questioning how.
Well, no, the vaccine worked, but some people aren't taking it. The ones that get very sick and go to the hospital are the ones that don't take the vaccine. But it's still their choice. And if you take the vaccine, you're protected. Look, the results of the vaccine are very good. And if you do get it, it's a very minor form. People aren't dying when they take the vaccine. We are delivering millions of doses of a safe and effective vaccine that will soon end this terrible pandemic and save millions and millions of lives. It is truly a Christmas miracle, a medical miracle. Today we're on the verge of another American medical miracle. This is one of the greatest miracles in the history of modern day medicine. The vaccine is one of the greatest achievements of mankind.
Well, the biggest change I've seen in Congress is Israel literally owned Congress. You understand that 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And it was so powerful. It was so powerful. And I think you know exactly what I'm saying. They had such power. Israel had such power, and rightfully, over Congress.
You know, Israel was the most powerful lobby in the country 15 years ago. Today, between Tlaib and AOC and all of these people, what they're doing, Israel, they don't have the backing that they once had.
You'll give it to them.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, that was eye-opening. Man, I mean, I get it. I get why people are like so down for Trump and all, because he tells them things that they've been wanting to hear for like forever, and he speaks a lot of truth. But it's like, so people like they buy into it, but they don't realize it's like they're being suckered by him. You know what I mean? Because that whole
Well, like I said, I think there's a huge difference between people who have, TDS because they follow the mainstream narrative where things have been twisted and
Right.
taken out of context and they're told lies, like the Very Fine People hoax or the Russian collusion hoax or, all along those lines. But there are still things that he says and does that I absolutely do not agree with.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I don't like seeing people. While I think that he is the best option for our future as far as where I see things going, I don't want people to revere him as more than what he is.
They got to
And
keep their brain on. They can't just shut the thinking off. It's like the other thing is I don't think people really understand. And like, first of all, I think that people who are down for Trump and I basically we will have the same vision. We have the same like things that we want.
To me, it's not even about Trump, really. It's about America. All right, because this is a choice between America and communism at this point. Because if she wins, if they take this over again, a lot of people say that was the last election we're ever going to have. And there's an old saying, you can't vote out communism. And I really believe that this is down to the wire here. This is do or die for this country.
Okay. I get it.
I think it's a viewpoint. I think it's a view. I think you have to actually sort through a businessman, not a politician. A businessman went into an arena that he wasn't aware of. He adapted on the fly, and he has a very large ego, and he had been known for that ego, which was so.
Yeah, how long ago were those soundbites?
Hold on a minute, Carl. I just wanted to say this because, I mean, people are embedded however they're embedded. If it's just, got to find the flaws in him. I like the selective speech. It's like when it got to the answer, they cut it off. I could sit here and show you a Tyrus video that just came out where Tyrus, the big old black dude that's on that Gutfield show, was doing a little interview on his channel, Outkick. And he's asking him going, I didn't really care for you, but I like the policies. But then I did some deep dive into you and I found all this. And he starts rattling. He goes, how come you don't ever say this? And rattles off something that he did, gave some lady $100,000. He does that, but you don't ever hear that. And he even said it. And he goes, I just don't do that.
Right. No, I agree. I think there's a lot of positive things he's done that we're not told about.
Find the negative. You want to find the negative, it's there. The left supplies you with thousands of it. But
But I'm not talking about what the left's supplying, though, Rescue. Hold on, Carl. I'm not talking about what the left's supplying. Don't twist it.
Right,
We're talking about what he said.
Yeah,
he said
exactly.
that he supports biometric tracking. He said that he supports the guns being taken. He said that he supports martial law.
To show all the flaws. That was not a full
ventilators.
Show the whole
When's the last time you heard him talk about the vaccine?
That was clipped.
Hold on, you guys, if I can't hear everybody talking at once, I know the chat.
I don't know when to shut the fuck up.
Well, no, I wasn't saying that only to you, Rescue. People are talking over you, and nobody can be heard. Go ahead, Rescue. I want to hear what you have to say.
I just think that people need to start and zoom out to the whole thing and not fall for the personality conflict. This is a policy thing. And whether it's the 100% solution, that would be so naive to think that one election is going to either solve or ruin everything. It will definitely ruin it if we don't, because they've made that clear that there won't be another election. As everybody likes to talk about now, that will become reality the next ride. Or we can go the other direction. It's that simple.
Can I reply real quick?
Somebody hates somebody.
When he's done?
Andy? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yep.
So like talking about zooming out, I agree. We should zoom out to like say the last, I don't know, 50, 60 years, 80 years, whatever it is. If you go back and look to like the 50s, right? I think that's the make great America again that a lot of people envision, and we're going to go back to the 50s somehow or something, right? And you think all that time we've had voting, but all that time has things, if you think about it, like that frog where it's been boiled alive slowly but surely, we've been going down. It's like that, like a pitcher plant. Where I'm at live, we got pitcher plants. Where like if a fly or something flies into the pitcher plant, it smells that sweet nectar on the bottom, and it ends up back on the bottom because it can't back out the way the plant's designed. It's a trap. And so we're all slowly but surely being digested in this whole illusion that things are going to get better. But if you think back and look at the big picture for the last 50 years, and zoom out like you're talking about, every year you've been voting, but every year you keep going down that pitcher plant. So
okay, I got something to say on that.
Go ahead.
Talking big picture, the man who wants to be the next president told us back in the 80s when he did an interview with Oprah what it would take for him to get to run. And oh, by the way, she begged him to run. So that should tell you a lot right there. What's changed? If you go back to his interview, he told you exactly what would have to happen for him to run for president.
See, but to me, Neil, and we've talked about this before, I don't trust that doesn't mean it's not part of a bigger plan that's in place,
it's
because
a 50-year social experiment.
You're saying a 50-year. I can go a lot further back than that.
Yeah, America is a social
I agree.
experiment.
You're right. It is a social experiment. I
and the
completely agree.
50-year social experiment of the fiat dollar system is over, and we're transitioning back to something new with before we go to probably a one world economy.
Maybe,
after what we transition to now.
Good to see you, 15th. Much love to you.
15.
I think you're right. I agree. It's like,
when's the last time anybody's heard Trump talk about the vaccine? I believe
right
they really railroaded him in the beginning. I saw what he was endorsing. I saw a list of the medicines and stuff, and it was not what they passed out in 2021 that started making everybody sick. It wasn't the same thing. And it's ludicrous for me to imagine people think that it's all one batch. You know, like this vaccine was all the same.
But the laws that he changed,
companies, they
very few people got sick.
You know,
that's not true.
Really,
the laws,
that's just not
Carl.
true.
No, I wasn't saying that to you, Carl. I was saying that to avoid. But Carl, what I was
out of 2 billion people,
that video about Trump is
out
all
of 2 billion people who took the vaccine, very few people got sick.
No, avoid. Look at the excess deaths. You're looking at information from different sources, I'm sure, because if you look at the excess deaths from when. All right, who's going to talk? It's not me, I guess. So go ahead.
Well, since I haven't interrupted yet, and thank you, Indy, for not having to beat me one time in the stream. I want to congratulate you for having a great stream, Indy. I appreciate it very much. You're doing a great job, hon.
Can you tell me about the excess deaths? What does that mean?
If you look at the number of excess deaths, which from 2021 when the jab started and on, not 2020, they did not increase very much in 2020. That's right. From 2021, when they introduced the jabs, that's when the excess deaths have increased globally, not just here in the United States, globally. And there's only one thing that changed globally for everyone. And if you look at 2020, the deaths that they counted, a lot of the deaths that they counted for COVID, those numbers almost equal the number of normal flu that disappeared that year from the counts. So you can look at all this information. A great channel to look at. You'd have to go back to that time to really see more of it.
I am aware that there are excess.
Dr. John Campbell, he shows his sources for the information that he shares, and you can go and look at what he did. He also supported the vaccine and got it himself, was vaccine injured, and that's what got him to start questioning it. So he's not someone that came at it from an anti-vax mindset at all.
For sure. And I am aware that a lot of people did get sick and there are a lot of excess deaths. But the way it is presented sometimes, it's like half of the people that got the vaccine got sick or died. That's not true. I'm not telling you to get the vaccine or the jab or that it's safe, but I'm just saying that the deaths are not as...
Yes, and I'm telling you that's not accurate. If you look at the information...
You're taking out of context.
So that's not with the medical systems at all in the first place. I made a video years ago about not trusting it. There's no way I was going to take that shit. You'd have to kill me first.
All right, Carl.
Okay, really quickly before we continue, and then Bonnie, I want to go to you because I haven't gotten to hear from you, and people keep talking over you. Hilarious too made this comment: Trump is not a doctor, and he was taking advice from the so-called experts, which I learned not to do. I agree with you, Hilarious too, but I've heard that as an excuse for what he's continued to say and what he said then. For all of these years, I knew the information. I was able to find information about the jabs. If you're just going to look at that issue alone, so to believe that he was so, with the information that he has available to him, that he was so isolated from the truth in the decisions he was making, I don't buy it. I just don't buy it.
Me either.
He didn't do his job well then either.
Did you know?
If someone like me who's just starting to look into this information could find it, then he could have too.
And you get demonized for even bringing it up, like you're a communist or whatever the hell it is.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Bonnie.
Actually, I have two. The first one was the Patriot Act and other acts in place while he was president.
Well, ever since right after 9/11 that happened.
Okay, why weren't they removed? And the second question is, what are all of you going to do if he does lose? I mean, I hear the passion. I see it in chat. I see and I understand. We don't need her. Definitely.
Right.
That's why I keep saying this is the scariest election ever, because I'm not seeing.
No, I don't agree with that.
It was an illusion.
Mainstream.
It was a stall on what the agenda is. We've all heard the whole plan.
If anything, I think that if it's a stall, I think it's a turf war then. And maybe that seems obvious with left and right. Maybe it's always a turf war, but maybe it's just to see it's a new world order either way.
Yep.
Maybe it's just that he knew the plans enough that he's trying to use it, for his own advantage to take control like a businessman that he is. Maybe that I can get behind a lot more. But when he didn't lock her up and now he's now saying that that's ridiculous and that's what he ran on, that was one of the things he ran on, and that's just one example. I think there's a lot of things that he says that I just don't agree with.
Like Scottish Rite versus the York Rite or something.
Right. Agreed. Hilarious.
And I'm sorry, I don't mean to cause division or anything. I'm just asking, how are you mentally going to handle it? Because that is a concern.
What are you apologizing for?
Right.
You're gonna
Exactly.
apologize for it.
Well, I'm just saying it's something, y'all, what was it? 1930, whatever.
I want to read this comment here.
Too familiar. I'm sorry.
Yep.
I think if you trust in God, you shouldn't worry about anything.
Exactly. You took the words right. I was thinking the
What
exact
did you
same
say,
thing.
Boyd?
Amen.
Sorry.
If you trust in God, you shouldn't worry about anything. I mean, if God is your foundation.
That doesn't mean that you sit back
Exactly.
and
All
just-
these things must come to
If you
pass.
trust in God and the apocalypse comes, that's a good thing.
Yep.
It's okay.
It's got to
But I
happen
don't-
anyway. Exactly.
Carry
But
your
that's not the
cross.
same as
You got to
not
carry your
but
burden.
part of carrying your cross is taking action towards justice.
Completely agree. But if you're not going to take action, it's okay.
Jesus turned the
to let it happen
taxpayers'
as well.
tables over. I mean, hello.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, but he also
I am-
said, give the
I am
seed
all
to
about
the
the
seed.
action.
I
Take
100%
action.
agree with I
God
100%
has a lot
agree.
of problems already. Do something yourself.
There are a lot of people that will do nothing, but what we need to do is wake up those that will do something.
And like,
Don't forget that God uses man too.
and
And that's
like,
what I'm saying.
if you go back and look at
We're the
actual,
body of Christ. We are.
look at the apostles, though, they were living in a occupation. It
You're
was
a
like
man's
this
rib,
times a million. Like they were ruled by Rome, which is 10 steps above where we're at right now. What did they do? Did they fight Rome? Did they start voting? Did they start like picking up weapons and no?
Mike.
Let me finish my thought. Let me finish my thought real
Romans.
quick. So what happened was they had a choice. You had a choice between Barabbas, who is it's a misnomer calling him a criminal. What he was a freedom fighter. He's like a militia guy who was fighting to free Israel. they had a choice to free him, or he had a choice to free Jesus, and not a kingdom of this world, but a kingdom of the world to come. And people are still making the same mistake.
That's an opinion.
Okay, Melted, I wanted to hear from you. We haven't heard much from you yet, and I think you're too polite for this bunch. Go ahead and jump in.
What I was gonna say is, did you guys know that actually Rome was actually like a democracy just like us?
Oh yeah, Rome was a democratic republic. Yeah,
they used to be a democracy, and then their democracy stuff, like the inflation, like how it's happening here, was starting to crash.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden communism came about, and they had a person become an emperor. So it's the same thing, just playing over and over again. So
what you're saying is America has
that's part of
1700
why
years
they're
left.
trying to make us think of us as a democracy instead of the constitutional republic that we are, because it's a lot easier to overthrow a democracy than it is a constitutional republic.
Well, I got one thing I want to add to that. Real
This
quick,
is also why I don't think there's a conspiracy.
Sorry, guys. Let me get this out real quick. Let me get this out. If you look back at the
Hold on, Peanut and Carl, we can't hear either of you.
I start talking first. Let me go first, Carl. Dude, I was talking first, man.
I gotta go, man. But listen,
Carl's gonna say he likes
one
Trump.
out there that's
right.
Only one that I hear talking about keeping God in our lives is Trump. None of them want God in the equation. Only he does. So you guys are talking about God. Think about the only candidate that backs that.
I don't know.
I think a lot of candidates claim to. Isn't Joe Biden allegedly Catholic? I mean, it depends on if you believe what they're saying.
But like, what the point I was trying to make though is that the definitive work, the original definitive work on what was just comparatively speaking about the fall and rise and fall of the Roman Empire. That book was written and published in the same year this country started, in 1776. So like, isn't that kind of a coincidence?
Exactly my point there, Peanut. That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It's like, wow, like they don't
take
know
that
this
point, but that also going off. Let's take it further, bigger picture. That means America has 1,700 years left to go, so we're not going anywhere.
There you go.
No, it doesn't mean that. Just because it doesn't match up
Well, if
exactly.
we're following the Roman Empire, why are we getting off? It's a liberal thing to change the goalpost.
Indy, go down to Uman.
Well, look, well, you're talking about the borders, aren't you? Isn't that the same thing happen to Rome?
Or further down.
Further down.
You want it to match up. You have to have everything match up exactly, not to get the point.
Well, I don't want to give up 1,700 years to make yours. Yeah.
1,700, dude. That's crazy. It's not going to last that long. I mean,
I wish X. I don't think that's the real reason.
That's such a weak point, because what you're trying to do is look for the most ridiculous thing ever to try to say, oh, it didn't match up exactly, when there's all these patterns that line up exactly.
Okay,
with
1,600 years.
Roman
Since you want to put
Empire
exacts to it, I say 1,500 years. There we go. So that way it's 200 years less than Rome. That way it's not exact, so you feel better.
History doesn't repeat itself. It rhymes.
So we're not talking about the border falling apart here. We're not talking about that.
No, we're talking about Rome. Everyone's talking about Rome. Well, Rome lasted 2,000 years. So if America's like Rome, we've only been around 300. That means we got 1,700.
That is so immature. Even bringing it didn't last 2,000 years. It's a 200 years. It's a big difference.
Come on, Peanut. You don't have to talk like that. Go on.
I mean, it's so
That's
ridiculous.
what happens when people lose their point.
No, that's what happens. People stretch to make a point when they're totally ignoring all the valid
I thought he was joking.
right in front of their eyes.
But that's also why we come together and have these conversations. We all have different levels of knowledge on different information,
So it's not related. You're right. My bad. You corrected me. There's no relation at all to the fall of the Roman Empire. Man, you're brilliant. How did I not think of that?
I like seeing that little Peanut avatar getting all worked up.
It looks cute, doesn't it?
I was going to say this.
Kim has a comment here. Hold on one second, Mina. Kim says, I think the liberalists want communism, and I think the Republicans want the New World Order. Mark of the beast, get the biometrics and the shots and the 5G together. Yeah, it's a lot to unpack right there, Kim. But I think that the New World Order, I think it's a lot of it's the same. Whether Trump calls them freedom cities and the left calls them 15-minute cities. Either way, they look like prison cities to me. I think there's so many things that are pushed that are, biometric tracking. They both want that.
Oh yeah,
Why do you want that?
Right.
You know?
And the other thing that people seem to forget is that Trump keeps talking about the death penalty over and over again. He wants to have the death penalty for migrants that kill people.
Right.
He wants to have the death penalty for people who kill cops. He wants to have the death penalty for drug dealers. It's this ever expanding talk about the death penalty. Everyone just hears, yeah, the death penalty. Let's go. Let's do this. What they don't realize is what he's really talking about is the death penalty for us. It's like that one poem talks about, like they came for these people, and I wasn't one of them, so I didn't stand up for them. They came for this people, and then finally they came for me, and there's nobody left to speak up for me.
Paul, just be careful you're not just as entrenched in the other side. That's why we're here to have these conversations with people from all across the board, because a lot of the comments you're making sound much like the mainstream narrative that's propaganda. So, I think there's extremes on both sides, but make some points with some links or some information and try to keep an open mind.
Also, just wanted to say Ecclesiastes, where it says there's nothing new under the sun.
Yep.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And basically,
Ecclesiastes is my favorite.
If you look at Revelation
I do agree with that, Twisted. He did always, sorry, really quickly, he did always say that he was against the mandates. And I do respect that because, and I know there's this whole theory that his vaccines were different than the vaccines that came out. And I don't know, I've never seen any evidence to back that up at all, but I've heard that theory quite a bit. If somebody has information they want to share with me that proves that, I would love to see it. My email.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yep.
When it comes to, I guess we use the word vaccine.
I've never seen that evidence. Sorry, go ahead.
When it comes to the jab, there's this idea that the vaccine is intended to do what it's doing, right? Hurt a lot of people die, whatever. But don't you think that if they really wanted to control the population, they wouldn't come out with a vaccine to begin with? Just let COVID do its thing. And if COVID was actually created, why not make COVID like AIDS? The type of virus you just can't cure anyways.
Well,
I think if they use their resources properly.
What about
because it's been 4 years and
hold on. We're missing the whole thing of gain of research and the whole thing here.
If they use their resources properly, we would have been done for by now.
Gain of function research to make this happen. Is just
isn't that known? Yes, they use gain of function to make this happen.
Yes. So it's not a natural thing. It's a biological weapon
through the Wuhan land.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but why not just make the virus even more powerful? And why even come out with a vaccine anyway? Why not just?
What if the vaccine is actually the main thing that they wanted to have done, getting that mRNA into everybody's bodies? Because
do you know
what if that was the purpose?
Do you know what mRNA does to the internal system when you
change it? Manipulate the RNA?
Yeah, we still don't know everything it does. There's still new information coming out, but it's not good.
Well, almost all the information coming out was information that scientists and doctors were trying to get out before and when it started being implemented. I have not seen any information come out about the jabs that I didn't see, at least as theory for how it would impact people way back when it first started. So that information is the information that's been suppressed and censored. And that's why some people think of it as new, but it's not new information. This has been researched by, very respected people in the scientific field for, 5 years now. Really.
Actually, I want to make a point too. It's about Trump. People think there's a deep state, quote unquote, and this deep state, they're full of white hats and there's black hats and they're all out to stop Trump. And Trump is such a danger to them. If Trump really was such a danger to them and he wasn't part of their plan, then why don't they JFK him?
They've tried. And that's the payback we've done. It's actually been about 4 or 5 times if you go with some other reports of things that have been stopped before they actually happened.
I think they would have succeeded if they really wanted to.
Which I can say 60 years. That's the first time. And the reaction, just to put validity to that, because I was around when actually Reagan happened. And the fact that the media doesn't even address it, it has been astonishing and so eye-opening, because that shows they don't even want to talk about it. They don't even acknowledge it.
I don't think any of those were real. especially like
Well,
that
see,
ear.
that's the point.
It got
Well,
healed.
another response though, real quick to avoid what you were saying. Why wouldn't they just make it, be this lethal thing that took everyone out like they pretended it was? Remember those videos out of China of people dying in the streets? That was total bullshit. Yeah. But why wasn't it that, or why isn't it that? Because that would be so much more obvious than what they're doing now. And also, I think that they don't really possibly have the technology to do it the way that they want it. It seems like there's different batches that have different effects, but also that the mRNA affects people in different ways. If you look into the science behind it, it causes the way that basically mRNA can be programmed with any virus, any disease. So they programmed it to make your body create the spiked T cell. But what that ended up doing is, for some people, based on your body chemistry, and there's some theories about it having to do with blood type, others just have to do with your other genetic makeup. It makes you your body create a way more of that spike T cell than it does for others. And that's where they think so many of the different the variances happen in how it affects different people in different ways, because it's how your body reacts to that mRNA and how much you're creating of those spike T cells. And that's specific to COVID-19. Whatever they use the mRNA for in the future, it'll be a whole new ball great game based on what they program it to create in your body based on that. Does that make sense?
Not only that, Indy, I was going to say also, I think this was just a test run. You talk about why didn't they do it then? Well, because that was just a test run. This is just to get us primed for the next. And then on top of that, at the same time, they created laws that where it protected like Pfizer and J&J from anybody suing them for damages. Like if they got sick or even died, I mean, this is the lobbyists, pretty much got them in the pocket because they, they created laws where they can't do this, basically giving them immunity, like how they do it with cops, or they want to do with.
Bite them, though. There's actually been
and then also, and then also, I was going to. Oh, sorry, rescue. I was going to say also on what.
I just want to tell you, there's lawsuits on that very thing because it was an executive order that allowed them to have that immunity. And that's why they did the whole ivermectin shit and the therapeutics and the silencing of that, is because they were trying to run into that. But when that expired, all the fatalities that have come from it, there's been a bunch of 1,000+
That's
lawsuits.
what you were told, Paul.
Really? I didn't hear about that one.
And then on top of that, what I was going to go on with what Bonnie was saying, I think I think that's one of the reasons why they updated the DoD directive, is because it's a problem reaction solution. They created the problem. They've already got the solution in place. A lot of this stuff, like even the Patriot Act and all that stuff, was already in place. They just needed some kind of a tragedy to actually implement it. They needed something to, no tragedy goes on, what they say is like, they need a tragedy so they can do things they couldn't do before. You know what I mean?
Don't let a good crisis go to waste.
No, yeah, that's it. No, don't never let a crisis go to waste. That's what I'm saying. It's like,
you're right. You're absolutely right.
If for instance, God forbid, the evil ones really do win this election, and people really start getting pissed. The reason why they did that new updated DoD is because if people decided to fight against it, you know what I mean? They would use the military in conjunction with the civil police departments and stuff like that, and use deadly force against people fighting against this shit.
Right.
And it doesn't matter which side is doing it. Honestly, I mean, the DoD directive was in place. It just wasn't revised then, but it was in place even when all those riots were going on. But they didn't do anything. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why I think that it's trying to push us into a civil war or into some kind of a war scenario inside our own country.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, you got Biden over there threatening the American people, saying you can't fight the government. You're going to need F-16s and stuff like that. I mean, that's a direct threat. You know what I mean, to our lives.
Well, you got to hope that motherfucker driving that F-16 voted for him.
Well, that's another thing too.
Like when they're talking about like a civil war and all that stuff, I think what's going to happen is is that people have all these ideas about how they're going to fight back and what are you going to do about it. But what's going to happen is they're going to pit us against each other. They're going to like divide and conquer till all our surplus ammo or whatever you think you have is going to be wasted. You're going to be drained of everything, fighting each other.
No.
And then once there's nothing, excuse me, I'm talking. You gotta wait a second there, buddy. And then once it's all, so Scar, I'm talking. And once that's all depleted and everybody's all worn out, that's when they swoop in and then just like there's nothing left to fight with.
Chaos out of order.
Well, before that happens, no, you finish. Before that happens, the military is going to fight itself because you assume that everyone in the military is going to go along with the government and break the constitutional oath of office. They're not all politicians, brother. They don't break their oath.
I will say this also on that note, you know, they are offering citizenship to illegals to join the military. Now, these people have no allegiance to America, have none of our American values, none of our patriotism, if you want to go there. They have none of that. They will do exactly what they're told because they got the citizenship hanging over their head. You know what I'm saying?
They got all this stuff planned out.
But they are talking about it, yes.
Like,
they're gonna be okay. Don't worry about
everything they like. You were talking earlier about like how they're running these tests ahead of time to see what we do. Like the whole thing is a test. They run all kinds of tests, and they've got like all these D-Wave computers and everything else. They've got people working around the clock to look at every possible scenario of what we're going to do. Like we're like the mice that are going to try to run towards the cheese. They already know where the cheese is. They already know where the maze is. They've got the whole thing planned out. Whatever you think you're going to fucking brainiac in the last 2 minutes, I guarantee you they got 15 people a million times smarter than you, and they're all working on this around the clock. Whatever you think you know, believe me, you're going to find out.
Well, I appreciate you putting ignorance on me that I only started a few years ago. How old are you? I started about 35 years ago. I hope you're older than that, son.
Son,
and not only that, this idea.
Excuse me, son. Are you supposed to be dad?
Well, you
are you
dad?
I can be a son.
Oh, no, you put it on me. I started
dad.
I can prove
maybe you need to be insulted.
I'm talking. You told me I had a few years ago got in this. I can prove to you I started fucking 35 years ago.
Stop. Okay, Robbie, thank you for coming up. I haven't gotten to hear from you yet. These guys can bicker on their own time. What did you want to say, Robbie? Thank you for being here.
I don't know if you can hear me, if it sounds good, but yeah, I'm just enjoying the show. When I just came in with hearing the sun comment, I'm like, oh yeah, that's dope. That's about to be a war on here. But sun,
right? It happens. This happens.
Come on, man.
It's good. It's good rhetoric. Whatever. It's funny. But
it's important conversations for us to be having, even when we don't agree.
But I guess my topic, I guess. Because there's not really a prompt. It looks like we're just kind of free flowing with conversation. I kind of wanted to go back to the idea of like rights and where do they come from. So this is kind of an open question. Like, what is a right? What is a right?
A right is what we agree on.
But
a right is an action. It's a verb. It's a verb. It's an action. It's what you can actually produce. It's what you can actually defend. That's what a right is.
Okay,
now let me break. It's a right to begin with.
Okay, I'm gonna break down. You said it's something that you can produce. What is it that you're producing?
An idea.
Okay, so a right is just an idea.
Well, it also says it's used as a verb, but go ahead.
So my question is, if it's just an idea, okay, because that's a very broad thing that we're talking about, idea, because that could apply to anything.
That's why you have to have God in the equation, because God is what sets it in stone, kind of thing.
But where does God give us these rights? When did He do it?
When you're born.
But where? But how did you receive them? How did you personally receive the right?
It's a natural right. It's a natural. I don't subscribe to Christianity and stuff like that. So I have my own idea and my own knowledge and my own knowing of what that is. But we're all endowed to this. It doesn't matter what country you're in and whatever. We're all endowed with this, from the beginning, from birth. The thing is like if they don't exist, why are people continually trying to take those away and force us into servitude, where we have either give them away or give consent to have them taken away. You know what I'm saying? Because honestly, I mean, even they wouldn't. Our rights, if our rights didn't exist, why would they even want to put us in a contractual type obligation with the birth certificate or the Social Security card? I mean, if they don't exist, because it's all a contractual thing.
Bobby, I think what you were trying to ask was, where does the right come from? And I would say that the right is something you learn. You're not born with it; you learn it.
Did you say you earn it?
You learn it.
Okay, you learn it. Who did you learn it from?
I learned it from a document, a word. I learned it from somebody else.
Right. So it's called an axiomatic statement. So basically, we don't have it's actually a social construct. We just, as a social, this social class, the idea of rights didn't exist before 1700. So this is a fairly new. That's a fairly new concept. In the Bible, it doesn't even mention rights. What the Bible does is it talks about justice. So this idea, I'm going to break down, this is going to destroy a lot of people's worldview. But I'm a Christian and I believe in justice. But this idea of rights, we don't have a right to anything. I deserve to be in hell right now. I don't deserve anything. This idea that we are owed something, right? I think we got to get away from that word "right" because it comes from these Enlightenment principles.
Yeah, there's a sense of entitlement to a word "right."
Well, that's how some people perceive them as like a noun, like something can be given to you by someone. It's not. All right, these things were endowed to us by just from being born on this earth. It's by nature itself. I mean,
where did it come from? What document?
By the Creator, which is in my view and my understanding is the union between Mother Nature and Father Time. That is the Creator. That is what gave birth to everything on this planet and everything on this world. All right, so that is what. Huh?
Okay, Father Time and Mother Nature. Okay, they gave us this right. Now, when did they do it, and how did they give it to us?
From the beginning of time.
No, but who got those rights and then passed them on to generation to generation? Because if they're God given, right, that means that everybody has those rights, correct? So if it's God given, nobody can take away God's rights. If God gives you a right, they can't be taken away. But here's the thing: there's people over in China that don't have the same rights as we do, such as free speech.
Yes,
they
do.
Free speech. They don't have protection.
No. They are not recognized by the totalitarian government that is actually in place. They are not recognized. That's the only thing. The reason why it was written down. Hold on. The reason why it was penned on paper in the first place is to have the government obey that. That is the rules that they have to obey. That is the rules that we, as people, and know that this is that we are endowed these rights by the Creator. All right, and the reason why we pinned it on paper is to be protected and insured, not to give them away like they were giving, passing out ID cards. You know what I mean? That's the reason why they have to put us in a contractual type of a scenario and take them away from us. We have them, and you say that they cannot, if they're intrinsic and indebtable or whatever, and they cannot be taken away. Then why do people continue to take them away, to try and take them away from us, or get us to put, to willingly give them away?
But you telling me
they don't exist.
The foundation of the country was based off of the rights given by our Creator. Which was
exactly.
So that's where that foundation.
Nobody's actually defined a right yet. Nobody's actually defined it.
Well, I got Mr. Google here, so
I defined it.
What is
what it was as a noun, a verb, an adverb, and an
right is the opposite of left. Okay, that doesn't make sense.
I also put down in Romans where it says follow the laws of God and man. And it's Romans 13, 1 and 2. And it also says there that there is no government that God has not put in control. That's why you follow the laws of man. So let's not forget the rest of what God says.
That's not true either, because honestly, man,
hold on a second, sir.
the Creator is what
100%
created.
true. Read Romans 3, 13, 1 and 2.
I understand that, but that Bible has been revised.
Obey the government, for God is the one who has put it there. There is no government anywhere that God has not placed in power.
That Bible has been revised, rewritten, and also authorized by different kings.
It is true. If you say it's not
All
true,
right.
you don't.
You have never read the Bible in its entirety because it doesn't exist. Okay? No, it doesn't. It's been reinterpreted, retranslated, reinterpreted, and retranslated, and then also authorized. Like, for instance, the King James Bible.
Give me your,
it was also
your version of what the truth of the Bible is, since you know it.
See, I don't see the Bible as the truth. It's got a lot of falsehoods in it. It's really it's a way of controlling the mind. It's a way of controlling the mind.
Talking over people. Just try to not do the extra commentary, because when people are making a comment and you're interfering with them, it makes it jarbled for everybody.
Yeah, it's a way of controlling the mind. That's all that book is, in my opinion. Now, I don't care what anybody else thinks about my opinion, but that's my opinion, and that's the way I look at it. It's nothing nothing more than words on a book. Same thing with all these words they write on fancy pieces of paper, calling it laws. It's nothing but words on a paper. All right,
controlling your mind is a good thing. You want to
I
want
to hear your opinion. I want to hear your opinion. And you want your opinion heard too. That's why we're conversing. So we gotta be honest about that. The only reason why you're on here is so that you could actually be heard. You know what I'm saying? I don't even understand that. You were on here. There's nothing wrong with having an opinion, you know. But the only reason why I brought up the whole right thing is that for us to understand that from the get-go, there's Christian principles in our nation, but there was something else that was mapped onto it, and that mapping on was these Enlightenment principles that are inherently Christian. So this idea of it's based off of, it's basically classical liberalism. So our nation has been from the beginning a classical liberal nation, right? It's not really even conservative. So there's these conservatives that are going around acting like they're conservative, like this whole idea that the Republicans are a conservative party. They're not a conservative party. They're a classical liberal party, and they're like this big tent, type of. And it's become like the old Democrat Party. That is what the Republican Party is. So, we are destined for this country to keep going left. That's my point. Is that from the get-go, it was we were doomed by the way this country was built and what the principles it was.
But
because it was already classically liberal.
You always need the liberals first, because in order to create something new, you have to have liberal principles and ideas to come up with something new, and then once you establish it, then you become conservative, so you can keep it, so you can maintain it, because conservatism is predictable. So yeah, it's going to oscillate. Eventually, that's going to crumble, and you need new liberals.
My definition of conservatism, my definition of conservatism for me, because in the commons, we all kind of have some different definitions of what conservatism is, obviously. But for my definition of conservatism, is conserving, it's very deeply tied to the church, right? I'm trying to conserve the church, my family, my values.
Felt without that.
So that's what I'm trying to conserve, not really Americanism. That's not even what I'm trying to conserve.
Yeah, conservatism is a verb. If you save your money, you're acting as a conservative. If you start a new business, you're acting as a liberal.
Right, I understand that, but that's why that in English language, things become certain words change meanings over time, because it's because we converse and we come up with different things that attach or map on. There's going to be some similarities with those things. Yeah, but when somebody says that they're conservative, there's certain things that are the reason why they're saying they're conservative. Conservative nowadays is completely different from what it was before, maybe even 20 years ago. Now it's even the people that are pro-life but aren't really against abortion, they consider themselves conservative.
The goalposts changed.
The goal, yes, and that's the issue is that like
you're right.
We don't even we are moving left. There's this thing called the Overton window.
Yep.
And we are just moving more and more left.
Yep.
40 and 50 years
uh,
ago, it was Republicans wanted a smaller government and Democrats wanted a larger, and that was pretty much the general gist of the conversation.
It's like a slide. You're right about enlightenment. As a matter of fact, enlightenment to me reminds me of like illumination or Illuminati, which actually started the same year as in 1776. Strangely enough.
Oh, here we go.
If you go further back, you can go a lot further back than that.
And that reminds me of like the idea of separation of church and state, which was the guy who started that was he ended up being kicked out and of his congregation, had to go to a different state, and people think it's part of the government, but it's not. Separation.
Yeah, it's Thomas
Government
Jefferson.
Government is a religion.
No, it's not Thomas Jefferson. It was probably someone before, like I think in the 1600s.
Right. But he was the one that popularized it. Thomas Jefferson popularized it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
There's a big letter between Baptists. So the Baptists of that time, they were conversing between each other in letters. And that popularized a separation.
Government is a religion, though. Government has its own. It has its own belief system. It has its own language. It has its own enforcement. It is a religion. All right?
That's kind of been in the term though, because like the thing is, God created government. Like the first government that God created.
No, God did not create government. The devil did.
Wait. No. The first government that God created was the husband and the wife. Okay, the husband and the wife and the family was the first government, and the leader of that government was the husband. So I think that like the way that the Bible sets out the plan, there's always like a leader, and then there's the wife, and then there's the kids, and that was the first government. And then because we populated the earth, we had to come up with another government to govern these people. And the Hebrews had a certain way of doing things, and God gave them the Ten Commandments and all the other laws that came along with the Mosaic Law. You can go down that rabbit hole. But God created government because there's always been a place for government because we always need governance. There's no way that we can live without government, because if you don't have that arm that enforces that enforcement arm to protect. See, I would rather change that term right to protections. So that's the key. We have certain protections in our government from the government, from somebody else infringing on those protections.
It's put there so the government doesn't infringe or encroach onto those rights.
Right, I understand that, but it's also against other people too. So like you cannot infringe on you personally cannot infringe on my right, the freedom of speech. You can't shut me down in public. You can't go and punch me in the face without any legal recourse. Like the government. What's that?
I was going to say, because it goes into what I would call natural law. I mean, an actual crime has to leave a victim. If there's no victim, there's no crime. Like what you were saying, it's like stopping you from having freedom of speech, like punching you in the face. There's a victim involved because I punched you in the face. Right. You know what I mean? I put my hand over your mouth and I shut you up. There's a victim involved because therefore there's a crime. You know what I mean? It's natural law.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What's your name on the bottom that's talking? What's your name again?
My name is Robbie.
Hey, Robbie, nice to meet you, man. You make a good point.
Let me see. I'm on my phone, so I can't see the names. It's too super small. What's your name?
Oh, I'm the Nut House.
The Nut House?
Yeah.
That's what's up. Yeah. Who's just talking? Like
that's Wingnut.
Wingnut was just talking
about natural law. I'm not totally sold. Wingnut was talking about natural law.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. I'm not totally sold on this natural law because outside of God, like being the objective, like if there's not God, then you don't have any objective morality. Like there's nothing that you can base your morality off of. Then it's everything subjective.
You can base your morality on pain.
Well, no, I'll say this. When it comes down to it, like I said, my knowing is the Creator And that's Mother Nature and Father Time. That's the union between the two. That's what created everything. All right. And that natural law comes from the Creator. That is the actual law. If you actually take the letters of the word law, LAW, that's land, air, and water. That's the natural world. All right. That is what created, that is the actual law. All right. Everything else is man-made. Everything else is like you got statutes, codes, policies, rules, regulations, edicts. These are all man-made things. You know what I'm saying?
I gotta add one thing real quick. Andy, are you segregating us nuts? Because like me and Wingnut, we're both nuts, and we're like right in the middle. You know what I mean? We're all isolated. What is up? I think that something is behind that.
Good to see you, Zombie SG. Thanks for coming by.
No, I mean, that's where I come from on certain aspects. When I look at things, I look at it as the natural part of it, what is actually, before all this idea of government, which if you go biblically, in my opinion, I think the government, when man-made government and all that stuff, is all created by Satan, created by the devil himself. Because honestly, if you look at who do you think God put on this earth to rule? The devil.
But the devil can't create anything.
Amen. I agree.
But my question is, you're saying that God didn't create the first government?
No. That's a union between the two, the male and female. That's a union, all right? That's just that's not, in my opinion, a government. That's not a government.
The word government just means that somebody's governing over somebody else. There's always
Go ahead.
Also,
semantics now.
I wanted to say something. God didn't give this kingdom to Satan. We did by eating the apple or the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil.
It's free will.
That we were supposed to rule over the earth. God gave it to us. It was to Adam and Eve. And then Adam and Eve ate the knowledge of good and evil.
Oh, amen.
Well, I don't know if that's true, because God made Adam and Eve.
It's in Genesis when they went in chapter 3. So read chapter 3 again.
Yeah, but we don't know if it was intended for Adam and Eve to have children. It wasn't until he sinned that they then had children.
But
so
that's what I'm saying.
Maybe this world was given to Adam and Eve, not us.
Hold on a second. Whoa. Women didn't start experiencing supposedly pain on birth until after she sinned. So.
That's right. That's right.
There might
That's
be
a
a
good
lot
point.
in there that they don't tell us about how many kids she had that they just didn't tell us about.
You're right.
Because how else would they know that?
Yeah.
So there's a lot in there.
Yeah.
I'll take it back.
Can I add something to that too? Even before they sinned, God already, you go and you read the first chapter, he created the earth, and then he gave a command to Adam to replenish the earth, right? That was always part of the game plan, was to populate the earth, for sure. There's no doubt. And plus, God wouldn't command them to do something that he didn't want them to do.
Did you say to populate or to overpopulate? But I just didn't know what I heard you say.
I didn't say. I said the repopulate.
To populate, right? Okay.
Well, you know what's weird about that?
I'm actually saying repopulate on purpose. But there's an idea. I know we can get into theology or whatever, but some of the wording that was in the first chapter of Genesis makes it lead you to believe that it's actually a recreation of the earth, and that there was another earth that was destroyed. But I don't want to go into that because that's a different.
The earth was already populated because Cain had children with, he got a wife and stuff. Where did that wife come from? It was already on earth.
When Cain,
so Adam and Eve were created in the garden.
He was cast out into the multitude of blue-skinned people.
There was the population of the Anunnaki also, which comes down to the Nephilim, that ruled for a long. I mean, you look at even when it comes down to the story of Gilgamesh. You know what I mean? You look at even. Well, even I think if you look at it and you look at the history and stuff, even Noah could be one of the Nephilim. But the thing is even look at the story of Gilgamesh. You look at the story of Gilgamesh also. I mean, that was a vicious ruler for 1,000 or so years. You know what I mean? And then lost his best friend and then wandered around. These are older than the Bible itself. These books and these writings.
Now I understand your worldview. I understand your worldview.
Wow, you're going Viking on us. Got it.
Well, it all comes down to your understanding of history, the writing of history, and understanding of time, and to understanding of our concept of now. And if you go back several thousands of years, where the concept of cars and roads and infrastructure was out the window pretty much, and you think what their world was, I'm pretty sure they weren't thinking about South Central America, the North Pole and the South Pole. I'm thinking their world is probably within 500 miles to 1,000 miles maximum. So any writings historically that would happen would be in that area. Because if you go to other texts, like the American Indians supposedly have some scribes or something that also depict the birth of Christ, but they are not mentioned. So that's why you got to take into context who's writing it and how it's to be interpreted. And that's why religion and, well, spirituality is a personal thing. And that's where you're reading it, your understanding of the reading of the Bible is for your personal life journey that God wants you to enjoy if you make the right choices. And we all should, and therefore we should all semi get along. But we all have free will, and that's what screws everything up. But the Bible's interpretations are personal. It's when you involve religion, which is a man-made thing, that they start preaching the Bible on Sunday and everyone has to believe what the preacher says, when in reality, the Bible is a personal, and there's several things in there. It's a personal connections, personal. And when groups of us to get together and talk about it,
Eric.
the Holy Spirit's supposed to be there, but it's a personal relationship, and you're going to be judged on your personal beliefs, not someone else's.
Well, for thousands of years, the church was the government.
Open-minded of that, so that way other people can have their personal experiences in this world that were meant for them to have by God that you might not understand.
I wish you were X.
Am I? Can I engage with that?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I just don't want to cut anybody off, but like, because I've been doing a lot of talking, but this is kind of cool. I don't ever do this, but what I wanted to gauge on is the idea of religion being a bad thing. Like, it is how do you define religion?
Well, the way it's defined in the dictionary, it's a man-created thing.
It's a form of control.
Yeah, basically.
Well, okay.
It's like if if they want money for power, you've seen how it goes. Everyone
now, if I said that there's a definition in the Bible of what religion is, would you accept that definition of religion in the Bible?
You would have to give it to me, and I'd have to research it.
Yeah, it's in James. It literally says that true religion is undefiled. I can't quote it verbatim.
The true religion is characterized by actions, not just words. James emphasizes the importance of demonstrating one's faith through deeds, particularly caring for orphans and widows, as James 1 says.
That has nothing to do with going to a church and being a member of a membership.
And being unspotted from the world. Now, the reason why you go to a church is because the Bible, like in Hebrews, it talks about not forsaking the assembly. Because, like, as we're assembling right now, like going to church and meeting in a common place to fellowship with other brothers is not evil at all. So, like, that's my only pushback, is that right now you're assembling with other people online. Is that inherently evil?
Well, it's not a religion either. It's not like an occult type of thing.
You're putting a bad name. Religion is a good thing. I don't understand why you're saying that it's bad. My definition of what religion is, because I define the word by the Bible, because that's what I believe in. I know you can reject the Bible, but I'm talking to I can't see your name, but this only person that has his camera on.
Robbie.
What is it?
Robbie?
Avoid.
Avoid. Hey, Avoid.
Oh, wait, what happened? Did I say something meaningful?
No. Yeah, I think it's something I can engage with, because, like, this idea, you're willing to accept the term if it was in the Bible, right? If the Bible defines what religion is, would you accept that definition?
As long as you don't make it a human definition and tell me that the Southern Diocese of California didn't pay a $4 billion fine for all the sexual harassment charges they had on them. And
honestly,
How about this? How about this?
Honestly, that doesn't have anything to do with anything. I'm telling you, that has nothing to do with the conversation.
You guys know you can hear any of you.
Just one sec.
You're not hearing
One sec.
that, so that tells
Please,
me
one sec.
you are
One sec.
baiting
One sec,
the
Neil.
answer.
One
So I'm
sec,
gonna
Neil.
say no.
I'm trying
Neil,
to mute.
just one minute. Hey, Wolverines, I'm going to step down. That way there'll be room for you to come up. He was trying to come up, and I just want
Okay.
to, so I'm going to step down, Wolverine. So come up.
You're awesome, Rescue.
Thank you so much for being here.
Yes,
Love
ma'am.
you, brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Rescue. You're awesome.
Have a good
I
night.
personally will not argue that there are some good values and some good things that come out of like the book of the Bible, for instance, or almost all religions have some good points and some good values. But as a whole, it is nothing but a control mechanism for the mind. It's to keep people in line and believing in, or believing basically in a certain thing in a certain way in a certain conduct, and keeping everybody basically controlled into a certain behavior.
You don't think some people are better off that way?
So can I say something real quick? Because religion, if you look at the actual definition of religion, it's a return to bondage. The word religion is retracted to Latin meaning re, which means again, and legre, meaning to bind.
Binding to God? Is that what you mean?
And then also, if you look at the Latin definition, when it comes down to etymology of government, it's the govino and mentis. Govino means to govern, and mentis means the mind. Governing the mind control, basically. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. This government is a religion.
If you look at 1 John 4, it says, true religion involves loving God and loving one's neighbor, demonstrating a deepening relationship with God and a commitment to living according to his command. That's what religion is.
I think it comes down to like what Robbie was talking about earlier, because he was talking about how like the connotations that people have in their mind about how words and semantics change over time. When it came to like what were you talking about, Robbie, earlier? What was the word? It was like rights, and how religion and rights is one of those things where like it depending on the connotations people have in their mind, they think of religion as like because it can have different meanings depending on the context. Like where if you look at it as like a big rigorous controlling system where everything's done through ritual and rules and stuff like that. That's I think what people object to, and they use that word religion. They latch onto that versus like the way it can be used biblically in a different context.
Yeah,
I took it as binding, like you're binding to the law, law and ordinance and stuff like that. I was thinking more a relationship with God, which is through Christ Jesus. That's how I look at, it's a relationship with God. It's you
All right,
get
I have a
to
question for y'all then. What does it mean to believe in Christ? Like what does it truly mean to believe in Christ? Because I think a lot of people have this idea that uttering the words "I believe in Christ" is all you need to do to like go to heaven. But Jesus himself says, "Not everyone who says Lord, Lord will enter the kingdom of heaven."
Well, I don't know anyone who believes that you just have to utter those words. You have to have faith.
Oh, there is okay. Well, that's the same thing. Having faith.
No, it's not. It's not the same thing to utter the words or to have the faith, a true relationship.
What does it mean to have faith?
To have faith?
Yes.
To believe in something. So if you're saying the words, I am repentant of my sins and I believe that Jesus died for my sins and I accept the gift of, salvation through him because he paid off this debt.
The utterance of words.
If I say those words, but I think they're total bullshit, then I'm not saved.
No. What I'm saying is that, right. If you say them and you think they're bullshit, it doesn't count. Now, if you said them and you believe they're true, then your actions would reflect that.
Yes.
I'm trying to define what belief means.
Not always. Not always.
Is a verb.
Even Paul said, what I want to do, I do not do. And what I don't want to do, I do.
Right. Yeah. That's why it's so hard to be a Christian. Because you have to, it's one of the hardest things you can ever become. To be
kind,
our job is to follow Christ and his
example. Jesus wants you to be perfect. We
No,
should strive for
Jesus,
perfection.
we should be
No.
trying to follow the example. We
Right.
never will be perfect. That's the whole
Exactly.
reason
Yeah.
we had to
Right.
die.
People forget that. They think like, well, as soon as you become Christian, if you're a quote unquote real
Okay,
Christian,
well,
you
hold on.
obey. Like, I mean,
Why?
I'm still making a point. Give me a
Why
second.
can't?
No,
Why
I'm
can't
sorry.
you
I'm
be perfect?
talking. You don't talk over me. And so, like,
You're
basically, what
talking
it,
over him.
yeah, but he wasn't saying anything.
Go
So,
ahead.
like, well, all right. So,
Go
what it is
ahead.
what I'm saying is that, like, when you become a Christian, it says in the Bible that he who says that they have no sin in them, they don't have the truth in them. So it's not like you become perfect on everything. It's a walk. It's not like an instant
Why?
transformation.
Why can't you be perfect? What's so hard about being perfect in God's eyes?
So
What
can I?
What sin do you have to commit right now?
Hold on,
Can
but you're saying
not
two
be
different
perfect?
things, Void. Hold on, Peanut. You're saying if you are perfect or if you're perfect in God's eyes. If you have accepted Christ,
Only
if
perfect in
Christ,
God's
no,
eyes.
Christ, well, that's totally different because you are
Yes, it
perfect in
is.
God's eyes if you
True.
have accepted Christ as your
Right.
Savior and
Amen.
He has
Okay,
fulfilled the law
good,
for you.
good.
That doesn't mean that you are
Good.
perfect.
Now,
It means
Right.
you
now,
are perfect in God's eyes.
Right.
That's
Exactly.
different.
in order to accept Jesus Christ in your heart, you have to obey the law. Because
No,
Jesus
that's
Christ
work.
says you have to be perfect
No,
as the
no, it
Father
does
was
not.
perfect.
That's works.
It says it in the
That was
Bible.
under the old law. That was before Christ and the sacrifice that He made.
No,
Amen.
that was the words
No,
of
listen,
Jesus.
Avoid. Jesus fulfilled the law. Before that,
Right.
you had to sacrifice your best sheep or the best of your crop, or you had to give these sacrifices in order to
Firstborn.
I am
in order
moving
to make
beyond that.
amends for your sin. Hold on. In order to make amends for your sin and pay that wage, if you want to look at it that way. Jesus fulfilled that law so that now, even though we are sinners, even though we are imperfect, no matter how hard we try, God will still see us as perfect because Jesus, who was perfect, conquered death for us.
But we have to try not to commit those sins that we ask for forgiveness
Right.
for.
But we'll
And it means
never
constantly
at
getting
being
closer
perfect
to
because we are
perfection,
not
which I
God.
believe is to his point.
Matthew 5:48 says, therefore, and Jesus teaches, therefore you are to be perfect as your heavenly Father is perfect.
That's
Right?
to
And
that's true. What that's trying to do right there. Well, that's all he's trying to tell you is you're not perfect. You need me. He's trying to
Right.
point it back to him. That's
right.
the whole point. It was to
Okay.
show that
Exactly.
he died for
For
our
sure,
sins
for sure.
and that he was
So
buried and he rose again.
if I truly believe in Jesus,
free will,
then I'm
women.
going to do everything Jesus wants me to do. Why wouldn't I? What
Because
sin?
you have-
What sin do
you
I have
do-
to commit today?
Because you're
You
Free
do have
will. Free will.
you do still have the old man, okay? You still have the old man, which was in Adam, right? So you're gonna have that. That's the first birth. The second birth, as he even told to Nicodemus, you need to be born again. When you believe on the gospel, which is the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus, you are reborn. You have the Holy Ghost in you. But they're gonna always battle one another. It's gonna always gonna be contradiction with one another until you die and have a new body.
That's free will
I'm
determines.
still trying to ask, what sins do we have to commit?
What do you mean by have
I don't
to
know,
commit?
lying,
You
stealing,
don't
you
have
name it. I mean,
to.
Because-
lust,
You will.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but in order to be perfect, you have to be sinless. I mean,
yes,
you're commanded not to do
Why we
things.
cannot
true,
be.
true that you have to be,
You know,
but the spirit that within us already is perfect.
And each individual is going to be different. And it's how the spirit moves in each individual. And it's not all the same. So that's why all of this, Count Darpila had this so good. Religion is to blame for holy wars, genocide, human trafficking, and social decay. The controllers control religion to control the sheeple. And there lies this
Well,
argument that's been going on for 30 minutes.
Well, I mean, it's a 3-hour
Oh,
stream.
no one's keeping time,
It kind
buddy.
of becomes an ongoing argument depending on who's up here.
but I'm still trying to figure out why we can't be perfect. Like, why can't we just
can't be
sin?
perfect.
Okay,
Well,
if you believe in the Bible, if you believe in the Bible, from the moment that apple was bitten, every generation after that has been deemed a sinner.
Why
Everyone.
can I not be sinless from this
Every single
moment
one of
forward?
them has been
I know,
imperfect
we're all
because
sinners.
according to the
We've all
Bible,
sinned. We've all sinned. I know
of
that.
course,
I'm not denying that. You're telling me something
So,
we already
okay,
know.
but avoid. Are you saying you think that people can be sinless on their own accord and move forward without?
I just.
I guess I don't understand the point you're trying to make.
The point I'm trying to make is that we have this idea that we can't be perfect. Like, we bought the idea that we have to sin. And I'm over here thinking, well, what sins do I have to commit right now? Like, what sins am I
don't think that's what they're saying, though.
if I have free
Be
will?
be honest, that's not what they're saying.
You're taking
They're
it.
not saying,
Forget about the Gospels. Just answer my question. Forget about the Gospels. Answer my question. What sins do we have to commit?
None. We don't have, but saying you don't have to commit
we were
sin
born
doesn't mean that
into
we
it.
won't.
We were
Right.
born
So if
into
you don't commit any sins today, you
born
were
into
sinless. Today you were perfect.
We were born
Do that
into
every day.
This world is.
Why would you sin? Why would you ever sin?
This
I think what comes down to it is pride. To think that the thing that you can do it is pride. Because when you think you can do it all by yourself,
no, I can't do it by myself.
No, you
and
can't.
actually, if you think, the Bible actually says against that too. If you think that you're doing it on your own, then you're saving yourself.
No. When I am faced with temptation, I have to use the word of God to run away from that temptation. I'm not doing it by myself.
I don't agree with
what
that.
sins do we have to commit? Jesus was in the deserts. He used prayer to withstand the temptations.
Because
that's what
he
you're
was
supposed to do. You use God to be
And
perfect.
I agree with you that you should rely on God and seek God to help you to make better choices. But I don't believe that anyone is going to live a perfect life.
No way.
Other than
Why
Jesus
not?
Christ.
And the answer to your question is
Because
I'm not saying I live a perfect life.
free will is the answer. Free will. There's
I have the
always
free
gonna
will
be-
to live a
there's-
perfect life.
Yes,
All
and
right,
there's
let me
always
ask you,
there's
have
always
you-
going to be Satan out there giving you a better offer, offering you.
We have the tools to resist them.
What is it? It says, "I'll offer you the nations of the world if you just make a left instead of right." And the people don't have the free will to build their faith strong enough to be able to stop that temptation. And so,
would free will actually be
is
a
the
right?
answer. And my answer to
Hold
you
on.
is free will.
Okay, I want to read this comment from Uman. He says, if the Bible is the absolute truth, then the interpretation should apply the same today as it did back then, not up for negotiation.
He's right.
I don't agree with that. I think that the Bible is a living word. The Holy Spirit is what speaks to us through the Bible, which is why you can read part of the Bible, and depending on where you are in your life and how the Holy Spirit communicates directly to you, that's that relationship.
It's kind of true. It's
Directly
both,
with
actually.
God. Hold on. Then that's how it changes what message you're getting directly from the Holy Spirit speaking to you through the Bible, which is also why, even though I agree that the words of the Bible might have been changed over time, I still believe the Holy Spirit has not changed and will communicate with you directly with or without the Bible. I think we're commanded to read the Bible. We're told to in order to understand him better. But I've received plenty of messages, and I know many of you have too. We've talked about it a lot on here in other ways than just directly through the Bible. God communicates when he needs to.
Can I ask you a question, Indy?
Yep.
Okay, so you're saying that everybody has a private interpretation of the Bible then?
I'm not saying no. Yes
That's
and
what
no.
it sounds
I
like.
think that
Yes.
I think that the Holy Spirit can communicate with each of us wherever we're at through, and the Bible is one way that he does that.
There's only one.
Do I believe that there are absolute truths? Yes.
Okay, so I'm just understanding your worldview. You can have that, but I'm going to say that the Bible, what the Bible says, which I think you've already answered my question to in a sense, because you said that the Bible it's flawed in some ways.
I think that it may have been edited over time.
So whenever it said that there's when it says that there's no private interpretation, that reading it as it says is the interpretation, you don't believe that, correct? I just want to make sure I have your stance.
Say that again. I'm sorry, I was reading it. What did you say?
So the Bible says that it says that there's no private interpretation. There's no special revelation to each individual person. It literally says that.
I'd have to look at the verse and the content of where
it's in 1 Peter.
Okay, I'll look into that.
Yeah, it says there's no private interpretation of the scripture, and so there's no special revelation that's given to somebody, because we have the complete revelation. The complete revelation is in the Bible. So
you don't believe that there are people who still receive direct communication from God?
Where does it say in the Bible that we get direct communication from the Holy Spirit? Like anywhere.
Well, I know that Abraham walked with God. I know that Noah walked with God. There's been definitely, we could discredit that. Like, literally, there's been multiple times that God's directly spoke to people.
You're a little bit wrong on what you said, and I think that might mislead your whole statement. What I got here is 2 Peter 1:20, which states, knowing this first, that no prophecy of Scripture is of any private interpretation. That's a specific prophecy of Scripture, not Scripture.
All Scripture is prophecy.
That's left up to interpretation. So there you go.
Okay. Well, at least I know your. Now I know your worldview. My worldview is that there's no. I don't.
You do not.
I understand.
Sir.
Well, I'm learning about it. Like, this is what we're doing. We're trying to find truth. Like, I understand where you're coming from. Like, there's no reason to get defensive about that.
I just Googled that because I was interested because you said it. I didn't believe it enough until I just read it.
Okay, Rob, go ahead.
Why would you guys put so much?
Okay, wait, you guys, wait. We're not. We can't keep talking over each other. Robbie, please finish your thought. Hardcore Copper, thank you for coming up.
My only thing is my worldview is I'll tell you what my worldview, and if y'all don't, that's fine if y'all disagree with it. But my worldview is that you take the Bible as a literal interpretation because that's the only way that you can't have a private interpretation. Because if there's a special revelation for each and every, somebody can read the Bible and it's some special revelation, then that means that what if somebody that has the Holy Spirit, right? You meet one person that has the Holy Spirit, right? Mm-hmm. They interpret the Bible, and then you have another person that interprets the Bible, and they conflict, which I see it all the time. I see it all. Well, no, I'm talking about within not Mormonism. I'm talking about within.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah.
So the thing is that you can't, because it causes chaos. Like, there has to be a standard. Like, this idea of like Christian anarchy is crazy. That's Christian anarchy.
It's human nature, though. I mean, we are going to have our own interpretation, even though the Bible says we shouldn't.
Hey, avoid
the common point is the 10 Commandments.
Avoid, real quick. It's nice to meet you, brother. But I got a question for you, just because I'm kind of intellectually intrigued. Like, have you ever known anybody who's perfect other than yourself?
Good question.
I'm not perfect. I masturbated yesterday.
Okay, all right. Well, then I don't get where the point is. Then why are you trying to say?
No. Hold on. That's good. All right. My question was: look, today I didn't masturbate. I can't. I mean, what sins did I commit today?
Well, where's that thing? And then you did this.
Had to clear her head.
I don't know. See, that's the thing. Like, we can be perfect on a daily basis, and I'm over here just wondering, like, why can't I be perfect?
Wouldn't that
on
be
a
going
weekly
against
basis?
God? Because only God is supposed to be the perfect one, and wouldn't that be like trying to put ourselves on a pedestal? And be
Look, hold on. Wait. Please let me make this point. God gave us free will. If my will is to be perfect, then I should be allowed to be perfect. What does perfect mean? Perfect in this context means sinless. I don't have to sin in 5 seconds from now. I don't have to sin. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You're too late. You had a bad thought.
In those 5 seconds, I was perfect. If I can extend that throughout the day, I'm sinless throughout the day.
But what is your point? Okay, so let's say you can continue and live a perfect life from here forward. What is the point you're trying to make?
Now I am a true believer of Jesus because I am doing what Jesus wants me to do, which is to believe in him. And in order to believe in Jesus, I believe you have to be like Jesus. You can't just simply think Jesus is the Lord and Savior and then I can just sin because I feel like masturbating today. No, I have to resist that temptation.
That's not what it says in the Bible. The Bible says that you were saved through faith, not your works.
I just gave you a verse that says Jesus wants us to be perfect, Matthew 5:48, but you refuted it. So
because I believe he wants us to be perfect through our faith in him, through accepting.
Jesus teaches, therefore you are to be perfect, as your heavenly Father is perfect. Not everyone who says, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven.
He'll still see you as perfect anyway, because they'll see the blood.
That's fine. That's fine.
I get what he's saying.
We already messed up. We already sinned.
Wait a minute. When he said,
So we
the,
can only strive for perfection.
when you said Lord, Lord, he said not everybody who says Lord, Lord will come in and enter in the kingdom of heaven. Those are the people that are going off and bragging about their works to him, saying, "Didn't we cast out devils in your name? Didn't we prophesy in your name? Didn't we do all these wonderful works in your name?" And he's going to profess unto him, "I never knew you, ye that work iniquity."
Yeah.
So
amen.
add to that. Oh, well, didn't I just say that I believe that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior? Go ahead and add that to that list, because it's the same thing. You're saying, Lord, Lord. You don't have to tell anybody you believe in Jesus Christ. You have to act like Jesus Christ. You have to be. You have to carry your cross.
Then you're going off of your own self. You're going off of your self righteousness.
I gave you the verse.
And what do you mean by carrying your own cross? Because usually what people I think are referring to when they say carry your cross is carrying your burdens. And part of your burden is your guilt for what you've done wrong.
Yes.
What's that Void? What's that?
Not just
Void?
your guilt, but your suffering.
Do you have like the number of that scripture so I can look it up?
I'd like to know why people put. I'd like to know why people put so much credence in these people, these actual men that were authors of this book in the first place, that actually had our good intentions in mind.
We can talk about that too.
Because honestly, I mean, you can have this idea of faith and belief, but belief is always in conflict and always in a battle against knowledge and knowing. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, belief is nothing.
Why do you disagree
Believe
that they were?
Good to see
Well,
you.
because I know men, I know people, you know.
Okay. So do you know God?
I know my creator because I see it every day.
Has he ever spoken to you? Has he ever told you to do anything? And if he did,
no, the creator doesn't speak to me.
So you don't know. Okay, you just admitted you don't know.
No, listen.
Let's roll with this. No, I'm rolling. I'm rolling with this.
Okay.
See, so let's pretend that someone not like you who actually did get spoken word of God, and God told them something, and then you come along and say, "Well, it didn't happen to me, so I don't believe it." So
no, that's not.
You can see. Well, that's exactly what that's exactly what you just said, sir.
No, well, see, belief is nothing but a concept in your own mind. I can believe. Listen,
so that you could not deny anything, sir. I always said
belief
before I speak.
Belief is only in your mind anyway. It's not true knowledge.
Don't just keep going over someone. Let others talk.
I was being interrupted actually as I was speaking, but go ahead and continue to interrupt. I'll shut up so that way it won't be interrupting.
Oh, come on.
Well, you won't.
If you're both going to talk at the same time, we can't hear either of you.
Well, it continues.
I started this talk and then he ran. I said, no, I'm rolling with it. And then he kept talking. So it's my fault. I understand.
We're going to interrupt each other, and when it happens, just let the other person speak.
I got an answer. I look up that scripture, and we not sorry to interrupt you. Nice to meet you too, by the way. And I think we've talked before, but it's good to see you regardless. And okay, boy, this is what I got out of it. I looked up the word from that scripture, and what it says is what it means is fulfilled and complete, like fully functioning, as if it's finished. So that word from whatever Latin or Greek or wherever it comes from, telos. Perfect is telos. That it doesn't mean like perfect like you don't sin. What it means is perfect like it's complete. Like you're like you've completed that belief or faith or whatever. That's what that means.
That's your meaning of the
definition. So like
that's from a telos. That's like telos. It's like whatever language that is.
Yeah, it's
like let's take Wingnut's question of like, why are we even focusing on this religion or these people? Okay, let's throw away the Bible for a second. Why not be perfect anyways? Like sinless.
Okay, the only way you become perfect, even if you go to that scenario, is after you pass on and go back to the spirit realm. That's when you become perfect. You cannot be perfect in this life that we are living. All right, you're never going to achieve perfection in any way. No, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. There's no such thing. Perfection is a delusion. It's an illusion.
You can be
perfection in this life is an illusion.
I agree.
You cannot achieve it.
We're not supposed to be perfect. That's why.
Okay, forget about the word perfect. Just replace it with sinless. Sinless.
Don't forget that.
Wait. Even you saying
perfect in God's eyes is sinless.
He doesn't ask us to be perfect. He asks us to strive for it.
Okay, but we just threw away the Bible for a second. Why not strive to be sinless?
let's change it to
just being basically a better human to other humans.
What sins do you have to commit, ma'am? What sins do you have to commit that
Nothing any
convinces
of
you
you have
that's
said
never
for the
going to
last
happen?
minute has been heard. You guys are all talking at the same time, and nobody's going to understand any of it. Hardcore Copper, go ahead.
Can I ask my question first, though?
Yep.
Absolutely not.
Make me
Too
interrupt
late.
you.
That was your question. That was a question. Let's keep moving. All right, very well. You can ask 2 questions. Don't say I never did anything for you.
And I forgot both of them. You know, in the
Yeah.
Bible it says that, you know, Cain killed Abel and all of that. Well, wasn't it like based off because Cain was kind of mad because God approved more of what Abel did than what if he did? And I think, you know, raising a garden, because I have before, it's hard work. So I think kind of ticked off that I didn't get the approval that my brother got because all he did was walk around and watch some sheep take a dump and eat. That's all he had to do. Come here, sheep. Yep, come here. Okay, eat, take a dump, and leave. While Cain's out there weeds and trying to fertilize and keep animals off the garden and made a bountiful harvest, yet he doesn't get the approval.
He's like, what am I, chopped liver here? Come on, I'm working here.
So why wasn't God happy with both of them? Wouldn't he be proud of both of them since they both worked really hard?
Abel's sacrifice was worthy and Cain's wasn't, and it isn't
But
explicit why.
because it was well, I thought my understanding was that it was because he gave the best. You were supposed to give the best.
Abel gave his best. Cain gave a bunch of feathers and leaves.
And he was holding back the best for himself.
It doesn't. I don't think it. Does the scripture actually says that? Does the scripture actually say that?
I never knew.
No.
I don't think
gave
Go
his
back and
best.
look at it. That's always the.
No, I'm talking about Cain didn't give his best. I'm pretty sure Cain gave his best.
That's what I would think.
The insinuation is that he didn't. But you're right. It does not say that.
I don't think it says. I don't think it says it. I think the thing is that because it requires blood. I think the significance is that Abel's sacrifice required blood. But then there's some usually when God has a certain way of doing things, right? And we don't even know what the conversations were directly between God and Abel and Cain, so we don't even really have the direct engagement of that whole thing.
Everything can be lost in translation and
it's not lost in translation because it's not lost in translation because they just do it to write down.
This is where I belong, in the middle. See, that's what I'm talking about.
The actual text of the Bible doesn't even exist. It has been reinterpreted and retranslated and reinterpreted over centuries.
We got to play along with the words anyway. We're playing along with this.
I can't read hieroglyphics. I'm just saying that I can't. So if I can't and nobody can because that group of people passed years and years ago and never passed down that knowledge, and who's to say that what has been written is the same word that they speak now?
Exactly.
Different. So it's
Right.
like different interpretations.
But but if you believe in the Bible at all being the word of God and the word was with God at the beginning, then that's part of what I was saying about I think it's the Holy Spirit communicating with us through the Bible, just like the Holy Spirit.
It's to teach us morals and lessons, not necessarily to say do exactly like this book says, or you're going to burn in hell forever. That is not what it's meant to be.
I don't think it says that either.
Well, no, it doesn't say that. But I'm just saying, like people think of it as such a strict guide to live by, when actually it's just supposed to help guide us, not tell us. Like it's not a law book. Like if you go to get your driver's license,
it is a law book though.
All that
it literally uses the word law all the time. Like that's literally it is.
Know what I mean by law. Like if you're not going to get
arrested, no, it is. It literally is a law book. Like you can't get around because I can't let you say that say the Bible is something that it's not. Like it literally uses the word law all the time. Like it is a law book. Like it's rules. And like it literally is like things what you're supposed to do, what you're not supposed to do.
We get it. We understand.
But you're saying that it's not. That's why it doesn't make sense.
I'm trying to break it down so that y'all and maybe other people in the chat can understand.
Good to
But
see
you're
you.
saying the opposite. That's actually going to make everybody confused because you're saying the opposite of what it is.
Yeah, but let her
I never
talk.
said
Let
it
her
wasn't
talk.
a law book. It's not a law for this.
Yeah,
Like
we're
if
getting
you go to
close
get
from-
your driver's license, the laws that you have to follow on the road, or you get a ticket, right? If you go
What's this
over
guy-
the speed limit, you get a ticket. But I'm not going to follow the laws of cooking while I'm driving, am I? No.
What does
Well, it
this have
depends.
to do
Like
with
if you
anything?
do
I
fried
follow
things,
the law
What
of
kind
not
of weird-
turning around and looking at a burning building if I have no intent of going into a burning building. You know what I'm saying? It's where it's
I have no idea what you're saying.
exactly.
I have no idea what
Because
you're
you're
saying.
not listening. You're not
That's
listening.
where
No,
it gets
no, I'm
lost in
listening.
translation, and you're the one talking over everyone, and that is a sin compared to what the Bible says. So you better go read it and do what you're supposed to be doing.
Okay, let's slow it
I don't
down.
know how that's a sin to talk while somebody else is talking. Like,
Because
where
that's
did you
rude
come up with that?
and disrespectful.
No, we are going to
Being
switch gears, you guys. Listen, I'm
Like,
glad
but you're
everybody.
saying something that's
Hold on.
ridiculous, though.
Robbie, hold on a second.
Exactly. It's
Copper, hold on a
ridiculous
second.
to you, but not to others who I'm trying to put out there that the Bible.
Okay, hold on. Yeah. You guys, I feel like this is just kind of going a bad direction at this point. Maybe it has been for a while. I mean, this is what happens sometimes. We get a lot of people up here. Everyone wants to speak. We all are obviously passionate about what we believe. I do think it's good that we have these conversations when we don't agree, because we need to be exposed to different ideas. We're learning from each other. Yes, obviously some of us have foundational truths that aren't going to shift, and that's where we can get into butting of heads and speaking over each other more. But for the most part, I'm glad that we were able to keep things respectful. I appreciate everybody who's been up here tonight. We are going to shift gears in just a minute to music. I know some of you have been looking forward to that. Hold on, Peanut.
All
But
right.
I do want to give everybody a chance to kind of do a final thought if they want to leave the panel before the music part of things. And then again, just thank each of you for being up here. So if you want to take a minute, to not a lot of time, but a minute to share a final thought before we switch gears or before you take off from the panel, go ahead and do that now.
All right, cool.
May I? It's my turn. I'm a girl.
Oh, pull the girl card now. My gosh.
All right. If everybody else can either stay muted or just be respectful while each person shares, that'd be great. Go ahead, Bonnie.
Y'all just please be kind. Love one another. Thank you for having me up here, Indy. I am jumping down. Woo!
Yep. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, Bonnie.
Indy, thank you for having me up here. It's been a while. Good to see your avatar and everybody here. Wish I could have added more to the beginning conversation, but I'm more into the religious side of things. Sorry if I kind of screwed things up.
No, there's no screwing it up. We're here to have the conversations together and see where it goes. So
Yeah, I had fun talking to you.
You're awesome. Yeah, thank you. I want to do it more. And I guess the only thing I can say would be that if you want to change the world, start by changing yourself.
I think that's good.
And that's that. I'll
All right.
catch y'all next time.
Thank you, Boyd.
Later.
Much love to you. Hey, Boyd, if you want to stay up for music, I'd love to hear you play, or if you want to pull up a video of yours, let me know.
I wish I could, but next time.
Okay, no pressure.
Be
Yeah.
prepared for it.
Thanks for coming up. Good to
Yeah.
see you.
No problem. Good to see you.
Always
Okay.
good to see you, man.
All right. I just want to say something real quick. Is that me and Wingnut have been next to each other all night, and I'm supposed to be the left, he's supposed to be the right one, and there has to be something in between us. So I demand someone go between us right now, because if there's a left, very well, HCC, you are elected. You can be between us.
Yep. All right. I'll try not to be nuttist.
Does that mean we get to make a sandwich?
Exactly. A sandwich? You read my mind exactly, HCC.
Now I'm hungry.
As rightly you
Did
should.
I miss something, Carl, or did you say I have put your comments on screen? I think I missed something. Sorry. We're all sinners every night, Moonchild. But maybe we can be striving for perfection, even if it's unattainable. All right. Any other
else?
final thoughts? Yeah.
I'm going to be taking off, but I want to say thank you for letting me on. Another thing is that just to address, is it HCC?
Much love, stars. Yeah, that's
Eat the
HTC.
burger.
HCC? Okay, so I want to just, my final thoughts. Like, you you're mad that I was talking over you, but there is no rules in this chat, right? Like
I
right
was
now,
just saying that.
like
Well,
it's
just
not.
being respectful.
But no,
Being respectful.
it's my. If you don't mind, I have 1 minute. I'm going to say my piece, and then I'll. But I really enjoyed it. There's nothing personal. This is called discussion. When you're on an internet thing, right? There is no rules or regulations on like speak. No, when somebody is like speaking over somebody, like you shouldn't think of it being like some sort of disrespectful thing. So like that's kind of misrepresenting it, but I do like I see that tactic a lot with people online. Like when you're passionate about something, you're responding to whatever somebody else is saying. Like it's not necessarily like it's not in bad faith. What's that?
I got the voices mixed up, so I was trying to just be a smart ass to whoever was saying that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I understand. But I wanted to just clear that up. Like when you're looking at somebody, like these, like us guys that are in here. When I say guys, I'm including both sexes. That's just how I talk. So I don't want anybody offended by that. Whatever.
You're not using my pronouns. I'm a unicorn princess.
Yeah, I gotta watch out. But I'm just saying, like when we're tripping over each other, I don't think anybody's doing it on purpose. So
I was just trying to be a smart ass. Sorry.
But yeah. Like it's very yeah. So I don't think anybody. It was fun. Yeah. I had a good time, and
nobody takes it to heart. Nobody takes.
All right, all right. Well, y'all have a great night.
And, yeah, I'm you, Robbie. Thanks for coming up and being a part of the conversation. Appreciate it.
Yep, it was fun.
Good to see you, Robbie.
Have a good night. Okay, HCC. Any final thoughts?
I went to get a smartphone, and I guess I grabbed the only one that was completely stupid, because it won't work.
Oh, my smartphone can be pretty stupid too.
I can get my song up to sing and anyway, yeah, I was just here for the ladies and the drinks.
Well, thanks for coming up and being part of it. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Are you sticking around for music or you want to sing a song for us? All right, great. Yeah, the link is pinned as people are dropping down. If people want to come up for music, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. And we are going to shift gears into music here in just a moment. Good to see you, David. Thanks for being here. Cola, much love. Thanks for coming in. All right. Anything else, HCC?
That everybody have a great weekend. And this phone is still stupid.
All right. Anybody else on panel have any final thoughts before we shift gears?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I think you did a really good job hosting that, Indy. We covered a lot of subjects, starting right with politics and finishing off with religion, right?
Right.
So, transitioning into the music, it's going to be lighter, a little bit higher positive energy, I think.
Yeah.
And a fantastic show. So I hope everyone sticks around for this.
Thank you, JM. Me too. And there's a lot of great music coming up, and hopefully some people coming up to join us on panel too.
Yeah, I did pop up to say something about rights.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I've got a concise.
Go for it, SG.
Rights aren't something given by governments or societies. They come from the distinction between right and wrong, rooted in what's morally just. Society conditions us and reprograms us to accept its version of rights, what we're taught to believe, what's right and wrong, but that doesn't always reflect what's truly just. The question is, do your rights come from what's actually right or just what you've been told? True rights exist beyond the system, grounded in moral truth, not in laws or norms.
Mm-hmm.
I agree, SG.
Yeah, and that's
yeah. And I think language does matter, Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll also say this too. I mean, when it comes down to it, it's like, how people are talking about words. Words actually have definitions. And if we keep on, making words subjective, or the definitions of words subjective, words just have no meaning altogether. All right. And, and I was also going to say, when it comes down to the right scenario, if we were to go to free will, would free will be a right, or the evidence of rights? Yeah, and I also, like I said, I've also said this before. It's like, government and religion are the same thing.
government is a religion. Religion, most governments were the church from the beginning. And so you got to understand. And then also, I put so much credence in these men that wrote these words on a fancy piece of paper back in the day. These are imperfect people that really, that can be corrupted. From the beginning of while they were writing this down, you can have this belief that they were inspired or being, or their hand was with the pen in it was being moved by the spirit or whatever. But no one will ever know, because I can sit here and write a book myself, and I can say that was all inspired and directed from the God himself, and God told me this, and I wrote it down. Well,
Okay, can I tell a quick story as a response to that, Wingnut? There's a book, and I believe it's called Conversations with God, that an uncle of mine read and was so moved by it that he, which was interesting because he considered himself at that time, at least, an atheist. He asked all of our extended family members to read the book. And many of us who are believers did, because we were curious what it was that he had found that he'd connected with in that book. That book is written by an author who claimed that he started writing kind of letters to God and was given responses back. Some of you may have read this book. It was pretty popular for a while. Myself and several of the other family members that I have who tried to read that book, each independently, without speaking to each other at the time, felt convicted to put it down and not read it, because it is a book that is very slickly written, that feels like, in some ways, to me, I'll just speak for myself, but this is what others also experienced when reading it, that it feels like it could be true, but there's something in it that feels off. And that's the discernment that we each had spoken to each one of us, like I said, independently of each other. It came out later when we talked with each other that many of us had felt that same conviction. And that's the Holy Spirit speaking to you. So all that to say, I think that the Holy Spirit speaks to each of us. I do believe that he speaks through the Bible. And that's why it says the Word was God and the Word was with God at the beginning, because the Word is part of the Holy Spirit speaking through the Bible. But I also think that same level of discernment and that Holy Spirit can let us know how to discern things like the Book of Enoch or other books that have been removed, to determine whether you believe them to be divinely inspired or not. And when someone claims to have written something or to have had a prophecy or a dream, I mean, there's all these YouTube videos out there of people who've had their dreams that they think are prophecies or whatever. I believe the Holy Spirit's going to help us to determine and to discern that. And that's why that's one of the gifts.
Indy, oh man, I've been having some really good dreams lately, man. I would love to get into the conversation of dreams one of these days. But because seriously, I'm still trying to figure them out.
Halloween. Maybe we'll kind of do a dream. We did a dream talk a couple weeks ago, but yeah, maybe we'll get on that topic a little bit next week with Halloween. That'd be kind of good.
Dreams is where the good shit is.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
I agree. I agree. But it also takes some discernment.
Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you, like the one I had 3 nights ago, oh my gosh, it was so good, and I'm like, why is my real life suck so much compared to that?
Keep dreaming.
Yeah,
Keep dreaming.
Yeah, I know.
Keep dreaming.
But I mean, that's why I didn't want to keep on going, and I want to get everybody else in there too. But I was like I said, we are fighting against this overwhelming evil that are trying to put us under their thumb, keep that boot over our neck, and that is this idea that people believe in this religion called government, and we have to get past this religion idea, this control mechanism for the mind, and we have to get past that. We have to get away from that, and until we can actually come to a consensus and actually open our eyes to the truth, and if we can't continue to talk and have conversations, we're never going to find it. I don't have all the answers. I know if we put all our heads together, we will come to some kind of an idea. Because I mean, none of us are greater than just one of us. So we have, we have to
we have to come together and actually, and figure it out. Because there was evil ones that did that. And that's why they've convinced so many people into believing their idea and their religion. And, and it's their idea. It's their will that they're wanting us to fulfill. We got to get back past that. But anyway, you guys have a good one out there. I'll be in the chat.
I'm not highlighting you guys, but I am looking through it still, and I appreciate all of you and the conversations you're having with each other too.
Thank you, Indy, for letting me up.
Yeah, much love to you.
Good to see you, Wayne.
Hey, Dennis and Steve-O, thanks for coming up.
Hey, guys.
Hello, everybody.
All right. Any other fun? I think JM, did you have any thoughts before we switch gears or melted?
Yep. No, I already said my final thoughts on the conversation. I thought everything was great. I'm looking forward to the music here.
All right. Well, let's pull up a song. Somebody has an echo going. I can't tell who it is. Whoever just muted.
It was me because I got this queued up.
Oh, okay. Yep. Oh, perfect. Okay. Sorry about that, Jam.
It's not me,
right? All right. This song. Nope. You're sounding good, Dennis. Okay. This song is by Delyn. This is an original of hers. Delyn was just on the Community Pulse over at Frank Turzo's, and I just fell in love with pretty much every song that was shared. She really puts a lot of meaning and clear messages in her songs that I really agree with. And I'm sure I'll be playing a lot of her music coming up. But this is a song called Raging Winds, an original of hers, and it's beautiful. Here we go.
The full extent of Holine's destructive toll just now coming into focus.
Whispered winds and shattered cries, I called out in those dark skies. As storm clouds gathered near me that night, he reminded me it'll be alright. In the chaos, he was there, holding me tight in his tender care. No storm too big, no prayer too small, for God hears me when I call. And raging winds his anchor holds, my faith in him will never grow. If God can walk on water and calm a raging sea, I know he's holding me. When the sun breaks through the pouring rain, there's a peace that heals all our pain. In the silence of the breaking dawn, know that God's love still carries on. And raging winds his anchor holds, my faith in him will never grow old. If God can walk on water and calm a raging sea, I know he's holding me. No storm too big that he can't calm, for he holds me in his palm. I cried to him on that stormy night, and he replied.
Beautiful. And, great song with all of our conversation the last 2 streams and everything going on with all of the people affected by the hurricanes. Really well done, Delyn. Thank you for sharing your music with us. All right. Let's see. HCC, I think you were up first if you wanted to sing. Oh, you are muted right now.
I can wait.
Okay. Okay. Third it is.
Find a song.
All right, Dennis, did you want to go ahead and sing for us tonight, or play, or pull up a video?
I was trying to jump on and have an argument with that hippie dude that was talking about jacking his wiener in front of the Lord.
Okay, well, thankfully we've switched on.
Yep. Did you guys switch gears the second I got in here? I was like, well,
sorry about that, Dennis. I robbed you of that opportunity, but
now he's singing the blues.
You're not going to find Jesus doing that. I'm telling you right now. That's not how you find him. You're looking for him.
That's how you find Jesus.
Yeah, you find Jesus doing that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Dennis, did you have a song of yours? If you have one you want us to pull up and play, we can grab it from your page, or we can, if you want to put the link in the private chat, we can pull it up.
Sure. You know what? Let me see. How about?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Just put it in the private chat, and in the meantime, we'll pull up this song. Yep, we'll pull up this song here. This is a cover from our very own Ozark Drifter, whose voice I absolutely love. And this is one of his latest covers that he has out of Pistol Packin' Mama. Here we go.
Drinking beer in the cabaret, was I having fun? Till one night you got me right, and now I'm on the run. Lay that pistol down, babe, lay that pistol down. Pistol packing mama, lay that pistol down. She kicked out my windshield, she hit me over the head. She cussed and cried and said I'd lied and wished that I was dead. Lay that pistol down, babe, lay that pistol down. Pistol packing mama, lay that pistol down. Drinking beer in a cabaret and dancing with a blonde. Until one night she shut out the light, bang, that blonde was gone. Lay that pistol down, babe, lay that pistol down. Pistol packing mama, lay that pistol down. I'll see you every night, babe, I'll woo you every day. I'll be your regular daddy if you put that gun away. Lay that pistol down, babe, lay that pistol down. Pistol packing mama, lay that pistol down. Drinking beer in a cabaret, and was I having fun? Until one night she caught me right, and now I'm on the run. Lay that pistol down, babe, lay that pistol down. Pistol packing mama, lay that pistol down. Now there was old Al Dexter, he always had his fun. But with some lead shot him dead, his honking days are done. Lay that pistol down, babe, lay that pistol down. Pistol packing mama, lay that pistol down.
Such a fun one. Ozark, I love it. That was a great one. And your video was great with it too.
Nice.
Music Man, good to see you. 710, much love. Wild Adventure, good to see you too. Thanks to everybody coming in. Carol, much love. Creek, glad you're here. Thanks for coming and joining us up on panel.
Always.
Right?
Hey,
Isn't that
Creek.
a great one, Shamrock?
Up, Steve?
All right.
Everybody here? Good to see y'all.
Glad you're still here, Falcro. Mr. B, much love to you. I saw you come in earlier.
Mr.
79,
B. Hey, you're in Seattle, right?
I'm in the Seattle area. I am away from the city. Hold on one second. I just want to say thank you to all of my mods who are here. I really appreciate you all and all of the things that you do. Anti is dropping links for the playlist and also for the people who are up on panel. If other mods can drop links for any of the other content creators that come into the chat. And then please, everybody, go and sub up and support each other. Very much appreciated. And speaking of people coming up, Velcro! Finally, I get you up here. Tonight is the
Wait, how did I get? Did you push a button? Good Lord, I was just sitting here minding my own business, watching your show, and then this happened.
well. It worked. It worked. I'm glad for it.
So, Velcro.
Oh, Velcro.
Sitting around looking fabulous. That's what I do best.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was awesome,
Completely
Ozark.
understand.
All right. So glad you're up here. It's great to have you here with us. And I'm hoping you're going to sing for us tonight because I've been hearing you sing more on your channel as well as play. And it's always a treat when you do. I appreciate when you do, Falcro.
No, I'm trying it out. Seeing how I don't know if I fit in the seat yet or not, but the steering wheel feels pretty good. So
Well, good. There you go. You're in the right place then. I am going to sing a song. I'm going to warm up a little bit while others are singing before I sing. But yes, I am going to. All right. Yep. Creek Squad. You got that from SC Wolverines.
I wanted to say hi to Creek Squad and Mr. B for sure. And I also wanted to let everyone know I'm going to be muted in the background most of the time because I'm playing some of the videos for Indy and I got to switch the audio settings. But
Thank you so much, Pam. Appreciate you.
Love it.
Yeah. I forgot to say earlier, Bran was here in the chat for a moment, but he had plans tonight. So I recruited. And JM, thank you very much. Always.
You got a new volunteer.
Yes, I know. I've got a great community of people that help me out, and I appreciate you all for sure. Okay. All right. We have a song ready here of yours, Dennis. Let's go ahead and go to this one, Plastic Jesus. And what do you want to tell us about this one? Good to see you, cool kid. Oh, I'm talking to Dennis, and I think I see he's just stepped away. So maybe we'll hear more about this song after. But here we go. Plastic Jesus by Dennis Lowry.
I don't care if it rains or freezes, as long as I've got my plastic Jesus sitting on the dashboard of my car. He comes in colors, sweet and pleasant, glows in the dark cause he's iridescent. Take him with you when you travel far. And get yourself a sweet Madonna, dressed in rhinestones, sitting on a pedestal of abalone shell. Going 90, I ain't scared, cause I've got the Virgin Mary assuring me that I won't go to hell. I don't care if it rains or freezes, as long as I've got my plastic Jesus sitting on the dashboard of my car. He comes in colors sweet and pleasant, glows in the dark cause he's iridescent. Take him with you when you travel far. And get yourself a sweet Madonna, dressed in rhinestones, sitting on a pedestal of abalone shell. Going 90, I ain't scared, cause I've got the Virgin Mary assuring me that I won't go to hell.
Trouble coming, he don't see. He just his eyes on me, sitting on the dashboard of my car. Though the sun shines on his back, makes him feel chip and crack. A little patchy keeps him up to par.
But get yourself a sweet Madonna, dressed in rhinestones, sitting on a pedestal, a Babylonian show. Going 90, I ain't scary, 'cause I've got the Virgin Mary assuring me that I won't go to hell. Plastic Jesus shelters me, for his head comes off, you see, he's hollow, so I use him for a flask. And if I weave around at night, and policemen think I'm tight, they'll never find my bottle, though they ask. So get yourself a sweet Madonna, dressed in rhinestones, sitting on a pedestal, a Babylonian shell. Going 90, I ain't scary, 'cause I've got the Virgin Mary assuring me that I won't go to hell. Assuring me that I won't go to hell.
Wonderful. Yeah, great song for tonight too.
That's
Like
amazing.
Very nice. Yeah, great song.
Yeah,
Hey,
I hope you
thank
guys see
you,
the
y'all.
comments coming in. A lot of compliments here. I was kind of working on some stuff backstage, but a lot of people appreciating your voice quite a bit.
Hey, thank you, everybody. That was a
Very
cover.
sweet.
Me and my cousin's best friend. She's got a band called Twin Bandit up in British Columbia, and so it's her friend Jamie that sang along with me on that.
Beautiful.
It's from the movie Cool Hand Luke. It's what he played when his mom died on the banjo, and when he was so his mom came visit him, handed him his banjo, and then she passed away, and he's playing it right there on his bunk. And so if you look back, he's got his version, and then there's an older version than it, which is just like was made up as a radio parody. So it was the version that he played wasn't very long, so I had to figure out a chorus and whatnot. And I took some of the old lyrics and then meshed it with Paul Newman's.
Very cool.
Just kind of came up with that direction right there.
Very nice.
Yeah, well, that was great. Yeah, I've really enjoyed all of your songs that I've heard. You really have an incredible voice, and I'm glad you're sharing your music with all of us, Dennis.
Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you for noticing me.
Yeah. All right. Who is up next? Who wants to take a turn? Oh, don't jump all in, guys. All right. I'm just gonna pick next to Steve-O. You ready to go, Steve-O?
Steve-O, okay.
Steve-O's always ready to go.
Let me present.
He is.
All right. Yeah, Steve-O's got a Beatles song here. So
All right.
going to the Beatles. Something. Something in the way she moves attracts me like no other lover. Something in the way she woos me. I don't want to leave her now. You know I believe in how. Somewhere in her smile, she knows that I don't need no other lover. Something in her style that shows me I don't want to leave her now. You know I believe in how.
You're asking me, will my love grow? I don't know. I don't know. You stick around now, it may show. I don't know. I don't know. Something in the way she knows, and all I have to do is think of her. Something in the things she shows me. I don't want to leave her now. You know I believe in how.
All right. Thank you, Steve-O.
Thank you.
Your harmonica playing is getting really much improved. I've been enjoying seeing your progress.
It is. I told him that the other day.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Great fun. Oh, Dennis is coming in for a duet, I think. Nice. Hey, Chris, thanks for coming up.
Howdy. How's everybody doing tonight?
Lane Senior.
Hi there.
Oh, Chris.
All right. Copper, we're at the third song. Are you
Richard,
ready?
what's up?
I guess. And I'll have to practice that other one though.
I
for them.
guess.
They were talking in chat that they wanted me to do.
Was that the My Jingling? I like that one. I had I don't know if anything to top that. Good to see you, John. I saw you come in earlier. Thanks for being here.
Ad.
So are you gonna wrap it?
Like a Christmas present, but not right. Not this one.
Don't worry, I'll rap with you. I got your back.
Not this time. This time I'm gonna do a different song.
Hold on, I gotta find a do-rag to put on first. Hold on.
We should dress up. That would be fun.
Yeah, we gotta put
Next week is Halloween. I'm just saying. If you want to, you're more than welcome.
You know, and I'll be like,
Yep, that's what I was talking about.
All right, Copper, do you need me to pull up a video or anything, or are you gonna just start on your end? Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and mute then.
okay. Let me get my audio fixed right here. So if anybody tries to talk now, they will be echoey. I hear the ticking of the clock. I'm lying here, the room's pitch dark. I wonder where you are tonight. No answer on the telephone. And the night goes by so very slow. Oh, I hope that it won't end though. Alone. Till now, I always got by on my own. I never really cared until I met you. And now it chills me to the
waited, and I was gonna tell you tonight. But the secret is still my own, and my love for you is still unknown. Alone. Till now, I always got by on my own. I never really cared until I met you, and now it chills me to the bone. How do I get you alone? How do I get you alone? How do I get you alone? How do I get you I like scary stories too. Oh, sorry.
Well done, Copper. All right.
Time now.
Copper, if you were singing to me, all you got to do is like make like a rat trap in a way, but with beer cans. And
Well, I know that's right. I know that's right.
All right. Creek, you are up next if you want to take your turn.
alrighty, let me share this with you here.
All right, let me get you over here. It's being kind of wonky. All right. Do you need the words up on screen or do you have them on your end?
It should show.
I mean, is it okay if I get this or do you want it the other way?
Oh, that's fine. Whatever.
Okay.
Mama, take this fast for me. I can't use it anymore. Getting dark, too dark to see. Feels like I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Hey, 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 yeah. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Ooh, yeah. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Oh, yeah. I'ma put my guns in the ground. I can't shoot them anymore. That cold black cloud is coming down. Feels like I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Hey, 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 yeah. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Ooh, knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Hey, hey, yeah. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Hey, 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 yeah. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Yeah. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. No, 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 no. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. No, 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 no. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Ooh, yeah. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Ooh, yeah. How'd I go? Yeah, yeah.
Awesome. Great. That was great.
Great job.
That's a good one.
Very nice, Greek. Very nice.
Yeah, I like that a lot. There were a lot of people holding up flames in the chat too, and even a book of matches, Hawk. Very nice. All right, Velcro, you are up next. And then
that means I gotta remember to share my screen with you or something.
Yep.
I don't care if the word's up there. I've got them right here. So
Okay, we'll just share the sound then. Or I'll just show you anyway.
Gonna start out easy. There.
Okay.
I thought I clicked it, but I missed it.
Yep. Ready when you are.
All right, here we go. This old highway's getting longer. Seems there ain't no end in sight. Sleep would be best, but I just can't afford to rest. Gotta arrive in Denver tomorrow night. Called my house, but no one answered. For the last 2 weeks, no one's been home. Guess she's through with me. To tell the truth, I just can't see what's kept the woman holding on this long. And the white line's getting longer, and the saddle's getting cold. I'm much too young to feel this damn old. All my cards are on the table with no ace left in the hole. I'm much too young to feel this damn old. Competition's getting younger. Couple broncs, you know I don't recall. Now take Chris Ledoux, lonely women and bad booze seem to be the only friends I've left at all. And the white line's getting longer, and the saddle's getting cold. I'm much too young to feel this damn old. All my cards are on the table with no ace left in the hole. I'm much too young to feel this damn old. Lord, I'm much too young to feel this damn old.
Way to go, Falco. That was awesome.
Very nice. Yes.
Great song, and I like that version. All the
Damn
yeah.
good song.
Yes. Score. Appreciate you, Falco. That's great, and I'm glad you came up here for sure. I hope you're going to stick around and do a couple more.
I might be here for a minute or 10.
JM, thank you very much. A member for 5 months, and he says thanks to everyone who pressed the like. Thank you to you, JM, for all that you do to support me and so many others. Appreciate you.
Oh, hell. Well, thanks for the reminder, because I'm a dumbass. I didn't click the like. Fucking idiot.
There you go.
Yeah, it's easy to overlook
Appreciate
it or
that.
forget it. Yeah, hit it.
Yeah, it was really good, right? Lots of compliments from the chat. Appreciate it.
Thank you all very
Okay.
much.
Chris, you are up next.
How's everybody?
Doing pretty good. It's been a good night.
Well, good.
Good, buddy. Good to see you.
You know what? At my age, it's awfully good to be seen and not viewed. No, nothing? Okay.
Hilarious.
Yeah, but ching. There you go.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Sorry, Chris.
How about a little Robert Earl Keen?
All right.
I ain't got time to shoot the breeze, got no time to blow. Excuse me if you miss me, please. I gotta go. Born one day on the dawn of the dead in a bombed out bungalow. My mama kissed my cheek and said, I gotta go. I gotta go somewhere. I gotta go. Wasting time standing here. I gotta go. Well, they put me in an orphanage west of Tupelo. I told them when I burned that bridge, I gotta go. I stole a car, got a gun, robbed the hidey-ho. I left in Memphis on the run. Yeah, I gotta go. Say, I gotta go somewhere. I gotta go. Ain't time wasting here. I gotta go. me down, took my take. Brother, don't you know? I told him, excuse me, some mistake, 'cause I gotta go. Yeah, I gotta go somewhere. I gotta go. Wasting time standing here. I gotta go. Now cold steel pressed against my head. They turned the lights down low. In case you didn't hear, I said, I gotta go. It's all your very last words, sir. Say them nice and slow. My last words on this planet were, I gotta go somewhere. I gotta go. Can't be here wasting time. I gotta go. Yeah, I've gotta go somewhere. I've gotta go. Can't be time wasting here. I've gotta go. I gotta go.
You need some toilet paper?
Yes, thank
that
you.
was awesome, man.
You had
Pretty
to
generous
go.
offer right there.
I thought you needed
Welcome, Chris.
I'm going to sing a song called I Already Went.
Yeah, that'll be my follow up.
back.
And by the way, hello, John.
I'm not talking to him. I thought he was dead. He didn't. I texted him, "Are you okay?" Or yeah, he just ignored me. So
That's what friends are for.
yeah, with friends like him.
In good times.
Missed you last night. Glad you're doing better.
Okay, so Indy put in the private chat there. She's hoping that Dom would go right after Chris. She has to be away from the keyboard for a minute or so.
Okay.
Hit it. This is the Dom father, the one and only.
Here, Dom, before you go, I just want to ask a question here. How does this work here? So I'm set up where I can do with like what y'all just did, or what Chris just did there, and what Dom's fixing on doing. But with the karaoke there, so what? Well, I got to set it up myself and play, yeah. How does it karaoke work? I'm confused on how that works.
I got no clue. I play guitar and sing.
So what you would do, you would just go, you would pull up another YouTube panel and find the song that you type in the song that you want to play, and then put karaoke at the end of it. And you got to listen too, because some karaoke versions are sped up and this and that. So
What are you talking about? Like, I play it through my monitors here, so the mic picks up the music and me singing too.
Oh no, absolutely not. No, you send it through the system by using that present setting.
Yeah, the share screen. You would hit present, share screen,
and that'll send the sound, and then you sing over the top of that.
Oh, that sends the sound. Okay, I didn't know that. Worked that way. Oh, that's cool.
I do want to add, you have to have the share audio clicked as well in the settings. Sometimes that's unchecked.
Right, when you hit present and you hit share screen, there's a button at the bottom that says also share tab audio.
There you go. These guys know. They sing karaoke every week. So
That's right. That's the good information right there. Saved you a ton of time. Dom Father's up.
Hey, Don, buddy, you got no audio. It's not coming through on our end. Anticipation, he's
How about
making.
now?
Yeah, now we got you.
There we go. I always forget that little button, Chris. All right, sorry about it. I was wondering, like, man, these people are rude. They're just like stepping all over everything I'm saying. But now I understand. All right, so here's a Bob Dylan cover. Okay. Oh, where have you been, my blue crooked highways. I stepped in the middle of 7 sad forests. It's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard rain. It's gonna fall. Oh, where did you see my blue-eyed son? Oh, what did you see, my darling one? I saw a newborn baby with wolves all around it. I saw a highway of diamonds, nobody on it. I saw a black branch with blood that was dripping. I saw a white ladder all covered with water. I saw 10,000 takers, tongues that were broken. I saw guns, sharp swords, and hands of young children. It's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard rain is coming down. And what did you hear, my blue-eyed son? Oh, what did you hear, my darling one? I heard sound of thunder that roared without warning. I heard 100 drummers whose hands they were blazing. I saw one person starve while people were laughing. I heard a song from a poet who died in the gutter. And it's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard rain. It's gonna fall. Oh, who did you meet, my blue-eyed son? Oh, who did you meet, my darling one? I met a young child beside a dead pony. I met a white man who walked a black dog. I met a young girl and she gave me a rainbow. I met a man who was wounded by hatred. It's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard rain. It's gonna fall. Damn, Bob Dylan, there's still like 2 more verses, but I think that's quite enough.
That was great, Dom. Thank you.
Very nice,
And thanks for letting me step away for a minute, guys. I saw you eventually got to the private chat conversation. Thank you very much. And
Very
Chris,
nice.
I did hear your song really well done before that. Thank you, Dom.
Oh, that was
Indy, I'm going to drop down. Let some other
Yeah,
talent
thank you,
up here.
Steve-O.
All
Much
right,
love.
y'all have a nice night. We'll see y'all
See you,
later.
Steve-O.
Later, Steve-O.
Have a good weekend, man.
All right. Mrs. High, good to see you in the chat. Diamond Dave, thanks for being here.
Don't go
Good to
ninja.
see
Don't
everybody else
anybody.
coming
Don't
in.
need no ninja.
Okay, let's see. I think that we are to a video. I'm going to pull up one here, and then I might sing sometime after this. I'll get in here sometime tonight. All right, this is a newer one by David Joshua, who I absolutely love. He has a few new songs out and another one that's scheduled. This one I thought has a really different sound to it, but of course with his amazing, very identifiable voice. This is Tribal Drums. Here we go.
And I can hear it like a song from afar. Signals of sorts, perhaps a soothing scar. And if it means more than we'll ever know, it's the chance to be a never-meaning glow. Just knocking on your door, did you ever wonder what it's for? The universe in your eyes, it's moments like these where we learn to live and die. I can feel the thunderous drums of the tribal people commence, where the storm moon or sun, you'll never have me to convince. Because you are in my blood, in the absence and in the flood. For better or for worse, I'm lost here in your hearse. I can feel the thunderous drums of the tribal people commence, where the star, moon or sun, you will never have me to convince.
Beautiful.
Well done.
Right? Really different song, too. I love it. Well done, David Joshua. Make sure you guys go sub him up and check out his other music as well. A lot of really great original songs.
That was good.
Yeah. Okay. All right, you guys. Let's see. Let me check my list here, figure out where we're at. I think I'm going to wait to do mine for just a second. So let me see. I think we're Hawk, thank you for coming up. If you want to jump in. And Melted, I don't know, do you do music, Melted?
I do. I was gonna try to see because I made this kind of rift up right now a little bit, and I wanted to see what you guys thought of it. It's not very long, so just bear with me though. But I thought it was really cool, and I kind of called it in a daze.
All right, great. I'm gonna go ahead and if everyone can mute up, go ahead and go for yours, and then we'll have Hawk. We'll have you go next.
Can you hear it? Okay, hold on. Is that too loud, or is that okay?
We can't really hear it. Go ahead and play something else. Let me see if it comes through.
Can you hear it?
Nope. Like barely.
It's really low.
I'm gonna crank your volume up all the way.
Okay, hold on. Maybe I need to turn up my volume on my side too. All right, hold on. Can you hear it yet?
Mm-mm.
Hold on. Maybe if I put. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm on my phone, so bear with me.
Yep. Glad you're trying for it.
Nothing?
Yeah. No, I mean, we can barely hear that you're playing it at all, but it's definitely not coming through clear.
Okay.
Sorry about that. If you want to shoot me an email, we can try to do a backstage sometime to try to set up your settings and stuff.
Yeah, I think it's because I'm on my phone. I can get my laptop, maybe try it a little bit later.
Yeah, that'd be great. Well, we're still going for another 2 hours or so. So, yeah, maybe get on your laptop and come up that way, and we'll see if it works out better that way.
All right,
Thanks
cool.
for
I'll try that
calling,
then.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Okay, Hawk, you are up if you are ready.
Yeah, I got one here. Let me see. I got to give you the present thing to have the music come up there. And I'm going to make this big enough for people to read along with me. If heaven wasn't how it would be twilight, when the fireflies start their dancing, and supper's on the stove and mama's laughing, everybody's working day is done. If heaven was a town, it would be my town. In 1985, everything I wanted was out there waiting, and everyone I loved was still alive. Don't cry a tear for me now, baby. There comes a time we all must say goodbye. And if that's what heaven's made of, I ain't afraid to die. If heaven was a pie, it would be cherry, so cool and sweet and heavy on the tongue. Just one bite would satisfy your hunger. There'd always be enough for everyone. If heaven was a train, it sure would be a fast one. Take this was a tear, it'd be my last one. And you'd be in my arms again. Don't cry, tear for me now, baby. There comes a time we all must say goodbye. And if that's what heaven's made of, you know I ain't afraid to die. Yeah, if that's what heaven's made of, you know I ain't afraid to die.
Beautiful, Hawk.
Yeah, oh man.
Really well done.
Nice stuff, man.
Great job.
Right.
Yeah.
Andy Griggs wrote that. Was who wrote that? And I tell you, since the moment that I heard that back in the early 2000s, that's absolutely one of my go-to songs.
Beautiful.
It's personal.
I feel the same way. Absolutely. Song hits home in many, many ways. Agreed.
You think about everybody we've lost in the last 8 years, last 4 years primarily, and it touches a chord. But thank you.
Really well done. Thank you, Hawk. Okay, Tails, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Much love to everybody who's here. I see some people coming, some people going. Appreciate you all being here. All right, I am going to go ahead and try for a song I have not done before. This was a request that Anti had given me a while back, and I had just not gotten to it. And it's kind of a tough one for me, but I'm going to give it a go. All right, let's see if I can share it. Never feel like my settings are right. All right. Change everything over here. Okay, let me know if for some reason the balance between my mic and the music is way off. And let me do that. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna take my time. I have all the time in the world to make you mine. It is written in the stars above, the God's decree. You'll be right here by my side, right next to me. You can run, but you cannot hide. Don't say you want me. Don't say you need me. Don't say you love me. It's understood. Don't say you're happy out there without me. I know you can't be, 'cause it's no good. I'll be fine. I'll be waiting patiently until you see the signs and come running to my open arms when we realize, do we have to wait till our worlds collide? Open up your eyes. You can't turn back the tide. Don't say you want me. Don't say you need me. Don't say you love me. It's understood. Don't say you're happy out there without me. I know you can't be, 'cause it's no good. I'm gonna take my time. I have all the time in the world to make you mine. It is written in the stars above. Don't say you want me. Don't say you need me. Don't say you love me. It's understood. Don't say you're happy out there without me. I know you can't be, 'cause it's no good. All right.
I haven't heard that song in a long time. That was good. I enjoyed it.
Thanks. It's a kind of tough
That
one
was
to
awesome.
sing, actually, but yeah, it's a good one. Thanks, Anti, for the suggestion. Melted, welcome back up. How's it working on your laptop?
Very nice, Indy.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Spike. Thanks, everybody, for all your encouragement. Appreciate you all. All right, let me change my audio settings back while I'm yapping up here.
Can you hear that better?
Go ahead and do it one more time. We can hear it a bit better. It's still pretty quiet, but if you want to go for it, let's make sure your music or your volume is hold on. Let me change some things on this end. Okay, go ahead and try now.
Better?
We can barely hear it. I don't know. You musicians will know the terminology better than I do, but it sounds like we're just hearing it through like your laptop mic, not through any kind, like it's not plugged in. We're not getting the sound.
Yeah, it just sounds like the sound the amp is coming through your computer speaker.
You guys do it a different way to get the sound better?
Yeah, we run it through the computer. So we break the sound down to a digital and then
we have an input-output device that goes directly into the computer, captures the signal, and then we feed it in.
Oh, that explains a lot then.
Yeah.
Good call.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you sing it all, Melted?
A little bit.
I wasn't trying to put you on the spot, but I was going to say the other thing, like what I do and what others can do is you can find like the karaoke tracks or the backing tracks, or if you have a video already recorded of you playing, you can share your screen and then sing along with it, or we can just share a video of yours if you have it already recorded somewhere.
Oh shoot. All my videos that I did have recorded, it was on oh gosh, I used to play on what's that one site? I'm trying to think of it right now. It was a live stream. It was similar to Twitch. I can't remember the name of it right now. My mind went blank.
No, you pick any of the 10,000 of them.
Yeah, I know. But I don't think my videos are up there anymore because I think after so long they take them down.
But you can try. I mean,
oh shoot, I'd have to. Hold on, let me see if I can find because I have it on my phone. It's the app.
Okay.
Hold on. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. Welcome back up, Dennis. Oh, you're half here. There we go.
Yay, Dennis came back.
Yeah. Okay, let's see here.
Hey, I got my guitar.
All right, nice.
Maybe I have to go get mine.
We approve
Okay.
that message.
Actually, we're right back
Oh.
in the rotation where we were at you anyway, Dennis. So look at that timing.
Can we put all the guitars in the same row?
I think that was rigged. I'm just saying that out loud.
It's already my turn again?
Yep, it is your turn, Dennis. And then we're going to Copper right after that.
Well, shoot, damn. You tell me when to play.
Go for it. We'll mute.
I wash my hands in muddy water. I drown my sins away with a bottle of booze. I smoke my reefer in the morning, so later on I don't get the blues. With my thumb out, I walk down the highway, just killing time, smoking cigarettes, staring out the window, out at the darkness. I'm daydreaming, I've got my regrets. 12 steps forward, but I fell back. I can't help myself, she ain't coming back. Yeah, but I called Jesus, and he won't answer. I keep drifting off to nowhere. I got me a guitar, so when I'm lonely, well, I can play a campfire, sing a song or two. And when the night is over, and when the sun starts shining, well, there's an empty bottle that takes me to you. 12 steps forward, but I fell back. I can't help myself, she ain't coming back. Yeah, but I call Jesus, and he won't answer. I keep drifting off to nowhere. So I wash my hands in muddy water, I drown my sins away with a bottle of booze. I smoke my reefer in the morning, so later on I don't get the blues. There we go.
Beautiful, Dennis.
That was
That was-
damn good.
that was
stuff,
great, man.
Dennis.
Fantastic.
Hell
That's
yeah.
really good.
Bravo.
Hey, was that large condenser diaphragm what was picking up your guitar, or is your guitar jacked in?
My mouse ain't wanting to work for some reason throughout the night. No, I disconnected so I could get this other microphone working. So I'm doing a condenser on them, picking up the guitar on the 58s for vocals.
Okay, no, it's when you got screwed by like some internet issues, but the guitar sounded amazing when the signal
really did
strength
sound
was
good, didn't it?
It sounded,
Yeah.
really good.
Absolutely
Yeah.
agree.
And it's just at the very beginning when the reason it was off at the beginning is that when you're performing, you have to uncheck in Streamyard the echo cancellation and the background noise reduction. I turned them off for you, so it's only the very beginning, but otherwise all the sound clips out.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, hey, thanks for fixing that. I had no idea.
Yeah, and then
Good job,
usually you
guys.
want to crank your volume up in StreamYards all the way too, because it for some reason it like kicks it down a notch when you turn those off. So, right, Anti, there you go, get him. Moon, much love to you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, right. From fill in the blank, right, Spike? All right. Yeah, really well done, Dennis. Thank you so much for being here and for sharing your music with us. Okay, Copper, you are up next.
Oh,
Are you-
Lord. Hold on, let me fix this stuff real quick.
Dave, I see you trying to. Oh, I got an echo from.
Oh, that's me. I just turned off my.
Yep. Sorry, my bad.
Well, this is going to be my last one anyway, so they can come up after when I'm.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna mute
I'll let
you
someone
just
else
a second, Copper, just so he can hear me. But Dave, I see you're trying to come in. If you can just make sure your camera or your mic is connected. It looks like there's a device not connected, and you don't have to have them on, but you have to have them connected to StreamYard in order for me to let you in. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and unmute you, Copper.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to do this one real quick, and that way someone else can have a turn. Okay. All right. This is for my good friend. You better get ready. Better be in the chat, too. I'm going to be mad. All right. Okay, this is yeah, see, this is for you, and this is a trial run, so Lord Jesus be with me. Whew. Okay, here we go. My ding-a-ling, everybody wanna see my ding-a-ling. When I was a little bitty boy, my grandmother brought me a toy. She said silver bills hanging on a string. She told me it was my ding-a-ling. My ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling. Everybody want my ding-a-ling. You know all the girls crazy for my ding-a-ling. When mama took me to Sunday school, they tried to teach me that golden rule. Every time the choir would sing, now I'd sit there playing with my ding-a-ling. My ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling. My ding-a-ling, want my ding-a-ling. My ding-a-ling, all the girls crazy for my ding-a-ling. When moms took me to grammar school, I found a place in the best of youth. Every time that bell would ring, nah, friend, you catch me playing with my ding-a-ling. My ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling, wanna play ding-a-ling. I know you wanna play with my ding-a-ling. All the girls go crazy for my ding-a-ling. Climbed up a garden wall, man, did I have me an awful fall. I fell so hard I heard bells ring, but I never let go of my ding-a-ling. My ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling. Everybody wanna see my ding-a-ling. Everybody wanna set my ding-a-ling. Everybody wanna touch my ding-a-ling. Those are my silver bells on the string. Don't you know they're mine? Oh yeah, that's my ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling. I remember the girl next door. We used to like to play house on the kitchen floor. She would be the queen, I'd be the king. Together we play with my ding-a-ling. My ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling. Everybody wanna play with my ding-a-ling. Okay, and that's it. Okay, that's all I practiced for, so there you go.
Well done.
He said he challenged me to do my ding-a-ling as a rap song, so there you go.
Right.
Okay.
That qualifies.
Yep. That was great.
Oh, I'm
We
glad
had,
you enjoyed it.
From the sun. We had Frank Terzo up here singing my ding-a-ling, so now I'll have to make a short of that one, Copper. I have a short of his and you're short of this one. Perfect. Right, Lowry? You're here.
All
Good to
right,
see
guys.
you.
I'll see you later. Y'all come by my channel sometime and check out my cooking videos. I like to
Much
cook.
love, Copper.
Yep, much love to you, Copper. Thanks for being here.
Bye.
You're cracking me up. Too funny. You just never know what's going to happen around here. I love it.
Funny stuff.
Okay. All right.
Good.
I think that we have you up next, Creek.
Alrighty.
And Diamond Dave, if you want to try again to come back into StreamYard, you're more than welcome to come up. You just have to make sure that your camera and your mic are connected. You can have them off, but just connected. Hopefully that works out. All right, Creek. What do we have going on?
I'm going to play on the guitar on this one. Man, Copper has the greatest energy that
She
a
does.
person could have. I strive every day to wake up in the morning and have that energy.
Oh, she's funny too. Like amazing sense of humor.
She's great.
Yep.
As he said, he can't believe she went through with it. Lowry, it's good. Hopefully you can come on up. The link is pinned at the top of the chat for any other musicians who want to come up and join us.
All right, guys. I'm going to do some Chris Cagle here. I'm going to attempt to anyways. All right, here we go. Double check.
Well done, Crete.
That's right on.
We approve guitar playing.
Right? Yeah. Sounding great.
So much.
It made all the right guitar noises.
You you have a good singing voice. I so much prefer when you get your guitar.
Yeah, man, I need to play it more.
Hell yeah.
We agree.
Yeah, great. We agree. All right. Falcro, you are up next.
Me? All right. Well, I'm going to change it up a little bit here. And I did a little bit of country-ish. Now we'll do something a little bit more, I don't know if you'd call this rock, but anyway, I'm clicking on the wrong button. That's why it won't work if you don't click on the right button. I'm just
gotta find the right button.
That's a pro tip, everybody. Pro tip right there. Free. My dad.
Right, Copper. There you go.
All right.
Okay, here it is. Here we go. Do you need the words up, Richard, or can I put you up?
No, I don't need the words up. Questionable audio here. We'll see what happens. Sometimes I don't like I don't have a partner. Sometimes I feel like my only friend is the city I live in, the city of angels. Lonely as I am, together we cry. Drive on her streets 'cause she's my companion. I walk through her hills 'cause she knows who I am. She sees my good deeds and she kisses me windy. Well, I never worry, now that is a lie. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day, but take me to the place I love, take me all the way. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day, but take me to the place I love, take me all the way. Yeah, yeah. It's hard to believe that there's nobody out there. It's hard to believe that I'm all alone. At least I have her love. The city, she loves me. Lonely as I am, together we cry. And I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love, take me all the way. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love, take me all the way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh no. Love me, I say, yeah, yeah. One time. Is where I drew some blood. I could not get enough. Oh God, about my love. I gave my life away, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, no, 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 yeah, yeah. Well, when I say, oh, yeah, yeah. This is the part of the song that nobody ever really knows what he did unless they heard it live. So I just make that part up because honestly, I don't know how it goes. So anyway, there you go.
That was awesome, Richard.
That'd be
Well
a great
done.
time for a little story right at the end of that.
Hey.
That's funny.
That was great.
Very nice.
Hey, Richard, I got to say,
you-
when you just relax, you have a very nice natural vibrato.
Oh, I was thinking the same thing. I love how it comes out flat and then the vibrato.
No, it's
kicks
a
in. Oh, it's
really nice
beautiful.
vibrato.
Yeah. When you would totally chill.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
really
When you
good,
when you don't think about it, your singing voice is top
I
notch.
was thinking the same thing too. I'm like, oh, man,
Well, of course you
Well,
were.
it's these two. I mean, they're experts. So how can I?
I
argue
get
with
it.
that?
Also, it's the nerves get in the way. I hear you, but you sounded amazing, and I'm glad. That's what I mean. I'm glad you're singing more because I really do love your voice. So I'm glad
That was good, man. It was good.
There.
And that intro, it's got to be at some point be like on the list of great guitar intros.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And you know what? Because there are so many notes that don't belong there, but it's the dissonance that just makes it feel so alive.
Well, yeah, and that's even in the lyrics when he's doing the no, he's off key.
Yeah.
He's not on key, and it's on purpose. Anyway, yeah,
You don't know.
we could break down songs for years.
That was great. Okay, Chris, you are up next.
Little geek break.
Chris and yeah.
Yeah, we're nerds.
Okay, it's all right. There's many who can relate and understand and appreciate the knowledge.
Nerds. All right, here's an old song, but a good one. Lines form on my face and hands. Lines form on the up and down. I'm in the middle without any plans. I'm a boy and I'm a man. I'm 18 and I just know what I want. I'm 18 and I don't know what I want. 18, I gotta get away. I gotta get out of this place. I feel like I'm lost in the space. I'm 18. I got a baby's brain and an old man's heart. Took 18 years just to get this far. Don't always know what I'm talking about. I was living in the middle of doubt. I'm 18 and I confused every day. I'm 18 and I don't know what to say. 18, I gotta get away. Just tuning his guitar after this song. Lines form on my face and hands. Lines form on the left and right. I'm in the middle of life. I'm a boy and I'm a man. I'm 18. I'm 18 and I like it. I'm 18, like it, love it, like it. 18. I'm 18. Little Alice Cooper.
Nice. Awesome, Chris.
Cool.
Sound good.
I spent a lot of money to go back when I was 18.
I wonder
Our
who
luck is the most
feels
of the
sillier. I wonder who feels sillier, Alice Cooper when he has to play that, or the Who when they play My Generation.
really?
I'd heard like Daltrey say about like how, or Townsend was like, that they're playing it now when they're 50. When they wrote it, they thought they would be dead by 30. It's kind of funny.
Yep. All right,
Sure is
Dom,
inside.
you're up next.
Does this include a story?
Gonna
That was a story.
make me cry.
Every song is a story. All you gotta do is listen. Pardon me while I tune this thing. All right, so I'm gonna play one of my songs, and it's kind of, I mean, it's not, you've heard it all a bunch of times, but it's like one of my songs where, you know, lucky you get a handful of songs and like, wow, I like that. I really like that. And this one I really like because it's the music's cool. The song's about like little stories from my life. It's about the way I've pretty much felt all my life, and it's about what I think. So there's that. Let me just turn the right mic on. Okie dokie. All right, this is a song called A Fish Out of Water. Sundays were family time, so we drove for miles to visit my uncle who lost his leg in the war. Dad took me to a pool hall, cigarette smoke and a game of pinball. Now all that remains are his nicotine stains. Do you remember when all the kids played in the park? And no one went home till the street lights turned on before dark. I'm trying to breathe, but I cannot break free of those lessons learned or lost on me. So I'm hanging from this line like a fish out of water. My wandering days, they are done. I just wanna go home, back to where my roots were sown a long time ago. Do you remember when all the kids played in the park? And no one went home till the street lights turned on before dark. I'm trying to breathe, but I cannot break free of those lessons learned or lost on me. So I'm hanging from this line like a fish out of water. I'm hanging on a line like a fish out of water.
Nice. Hey, Dom, you played that middle break really clean. That sounded good, bro.
It was very, very nice.
A favorite of mine,
Yeah.
Dom. Love that one.
Back in the stand clean, but thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, great lyrics on that
Feeling
one.
toasty. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well done. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad to be away from the city following the chat here. I'm, just a little removed, but it's enough to make it feel like another world. Yep. Thank you, Doc, for being here. It's good to see you, and thanks for the information you're sharing. Appreciate you. God bless.
All right, Miss Indy and chat and everybody, I'm about to have to get off with y'all. I had a good time hanging out with y'all, man, and y'all all freaking rock tonight as
Reek,
always.
you want to do one more before you go? Are you ready to bounce? I'll rope you in. Steve-O, thanks for coming back up.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Right, Shelly?
Come on, Creep. You got one more.
I've got one more.
All right. I had a feeling.
Well,
Are you sharing screen for this one, Creek, or is this one
Yes,
you're playing?
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
While we're waiting, thanks for being here, Creek. I know you can't always make it when we have it the other way, so I'm glad it works out for you to come on these flipped nights.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
And I feel the time wasted cold. So where you going to tomorrow? And I see these are lies to come. Would you even care? And I feel it. And I feel it. Where you going till tomorrow? Where you going with a mask found? And I feel when her dogs begin to smell her. Will she smell alone? And I feel so much depends on the weather. It's raining in your bedroom, and I see these are the eyes of
tomorrow. Where you going with a master found? And I feel when the dogs begin to smell her. Will she smell alone? When the dogs do find her, got time and time to wait for tomorrow. Find it, find it, find it. When the dogs do find her, got time to wait for tomorrow. To find it, to find it, to find it. Where you going till tomorrow? Where you going with the master found? And I feel when the dogs begin to smell her. Will she smell alone? When the dogs do find her, got time to wait for tomorrow. To find it, to find it, to find it. When the dogs do find her, got time to wait for tomorrow. To find it, to find it, to find it.
Nice.
Awesome, Creek. Well done. Well done.
Great.
Welcome back up.
Y'all, thank y'all.
Thank you so much, Creek, for here.
Oh, thank you for having me, ma'am. And all of you guys are rocking tonight. Y'all keep on rocking. I am about to have to crash.
Hey, be well, man.
Have a good night, Creek.
Much love, guys.
Creek.
See you on Wednesday. Or actually, probably Sunday. All right.
Yes,
if you guys are
Till next time, man.
All right, guys. Much love.
Later.
Take care, Creek. Yeah, if you guys aren't subbed up, please go check out Creek's channel. He does great live streams and has a lot of open mic music and really good community. A lot of familiar faces you'll see over there. So keep connecting, everybody. Really nice, right? Well done. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video. This next one is by Zio Fender, and this is him and his song In the Room. And you guys, I just love everything he does. Please go check out Zio. I know I've shared a lot of his music here, but I'm telling you, it's just, he's one of those people that it doesn't matter what mood you're in. If you go and just listen, you're just going to calm down. He like exudes that chill, kind of like some others we know. So here we go. Zio Fender, In the Room. It's never long enough, CO. Love it. Isn't that just
Yeah,
beautiful?
that's really good. He got every little bit out of every single note he played. It's really good.
Yeah, he's beautiful, beautiful player, and you guys please go check out his channel. And yeah, I just absolutely love him. All right, wonderful,
And
Zio.
he's got a name Fender.
Right?
That's almost wrong, like
Exactly.
Well, he gets his long Italian name.
Much love, Hawk. Thank you for being here. Hope you have a great night. I'll see you around. Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, it's a good place to go too for some sleep. That's true. Right? Awesome. Zio does rock. Agreed. Okay. All right. Are we at? I think we're back at Dennis. If I'm following our order here correctly.
I would agree with that.
Okay. I'm going to throw in a couple more songs here in our rotation too as we go, because I do want to get a couple more played for sure tonight. Okay, Dennis, you are up next. Thanks for coming back up.
Okay, now, yeah. All right, let me make sure I got the settings right here.
I'm turning your stuff off on StreamYard, and then I'll stop yapping.
Okay, I got the mic volume all the way up. Echo cancellation, do I turn that on or off?
Off.
You have it right the way it is now. You want them off when you're performing.
Unchecked.
And then on when you're talking. Yeah, unchecked.
10-4. Okay, let's see. Let's see if this one works here. I ain't perfect, and I made my share of mistakes in my life that I could live without. Well, I can see now that your world is upside down, and that you've gone and took to silence to explain that you just don't want to be found. Well, it's so damn sad. Something simple, like a phone call, and it could cure so many things. But the pride it takes to hold on to the grudges that we make keep things the same. Across thousands of miles, what we've watched as we grow more far apart and so far away. It looks like when God went and took Dad, our roots stuck to his boots while he was on his way. And it's sad that something simple like a phone call, it could cure so many things. But the pride it takes to hold on to the grudges that we make keep things the same. Yeah, the pride that it takes to hold on to the grudges that we make keep things the same. Keep things the same. Yeah, the pride it takes to hold on to the grudges that we make keep things from changing. Keep things from changing. And keep things the same. All right.
That's good finger, good flat picking, Lowry. This is good.
Hey, thanks.
I think you unhooked your guitar microphone.
Yeah, because it was not coming through this time.
Yeah.
Right. You still sounded amazing. Your voice is incredible.
Yep.
We could hear it a little bit, but not as clearly as last time.
Tap that
yeah.
bad boy. No.
Nothing.
No,
Nothing.
nothing.
That one ain't flying.
Yeah.
It glitched
Hold
on you,
on.
man.
I had my mic off.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought when we were talking before after your first song, you said you were turning it off, and I was like, "Oh, you don't
Yep.
turn
Now
it
it's
on."
there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is it
All
there
right.
now?
Yep.
Yep.
All
In
right.
here.
I guess I just maybe I should have flicked it with the finger first before I started kicking it out.
It's all the settings, right?
Live and learn.
It's ridiculous. Yeah.
Everyone on this panel
Well,
has done it at least twice.
That's probably why. That's probably why I was having a hard time singing. I couldn't hear it in my damn earphones either.
I generally do it like once
You
a
sound
show.
great still, despite not hearing the.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah, Anthony says playing again. Yep. I think what we'll do, I'm going to pull up the video, and then if you actually hold on, let me. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm going to pull up a video, and then if you want to go one more time, Dennis, right after, we'll get your settings right on that one. That'd be great.
Yeah, sure. Let me. I'll give it a test run again if y'all are all right with that. Yeah.
Yep. Perfect. Okay. This is a song I wanted to share. One of the latest, I think the newest out by Scars and Shadows, and it's Do You Remember Me? I know, right? I'm with you, and not in that voice, but I'm with you. I love Scars and Shadows. She is such a beautiful soul, and she pours her heart and soul out into her music, and I think it's so relatable. This song and so many of her songs, and she shares things that are very raw and real, and I appreciate that about you, Scars. Much love to you. Thank you for sharing your music and your art and your soul with us. And here we go. Beautiful.
Such a
Love
wonderful
that song.
voice.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I think that's a song
God, pretty.
relate to probably too many.
Very nice.
Beautiful. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see. Where are we at? Dennis, you were going to give you a go again. See if we can get our sound right.
Okay, let me play a little bit first, and you guys give me the nod here.
Nod. Sounds good.
Checking 1, 2, 2, 3, 4.
Good.
All right. As long as there's a place to go, there'll always be a wonder, and someone who can take you there, and a story to be told. And there's wisdom you can pick up from an old, well-traveled stranger, sitting restless in his corner with his hat turned way down low. So sit on down and listen to that old man in the corner. He's probably got him a story there about where you're gonna go. Each of his eyes have loaded memories with every wrinkled crevice, and a long beard that has kept him warm while sleeping in the cold. And if you listen very closely, you'll feel that Wendy's fighting that's been pushing up against him, and it's all he's ever known, that story of the Plymouth Rock. He's used to being lonely. He's felt every sunrise turn his nightmares into stone. So sit on down and listen to that old man in the corner. He's probably got him a story there about where you're gonna go. Each of his eyes have loaded memories with every wrinkled crevice, and a long, long beard that's kept him warm while sleeping in the cold. Well, the dirt under his fingernails are tattooed to his bones. He's worked all of his ragged life just to end up all alone. I hit the wrong chord there. So sit down and take a listen to that old man in the corner. He's probably got him a story there about where you're gonna go. Each of his eyes have loaded memories with every wrinkled crevice, and a long, long beard that's kept him warm while sleeping in the cold.
There you go.
Well,
Really
yeah.
good, dude. I'm a big fan of yours.
All good.
You're really good.
I love that song. That's one of yours that I've shared on here, a video of, and I'm glad to hear you play it live because I love the message of that song so much.
Yeah, beautiful song.
Beautiful.
Hey, thank you guys very much. I haven't played it live yet. I've just been writing music and recording, putting something together so
Oh,
I
that
get a
was
chance to
great.
get out there and do it. But thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, wonderful. Dennis, do you want to tell anything about what you're working on? I know I caught a live of yours, and it sounds like you're also promoting indie artists. You want to talk about that at all?
Yeah, I got a buddy that's got a radio station or a show, whether down in Washougal, Washington, and but it's also it's on outlaw.fm and primarily old school country outlaws, style Waylon and Johnny and the like.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we're kind of just picking apart and looking around for people that are playing that type of music to get up onto the show, get some indie action on there, yeah. And I've been scouting around on YouTube everywhere, and all you can find is rappers pretty much most of the time. So it's kind of hard to it's few and far between with country music, but. I don't know. We've been like hollering at dudes that we'll find on Reverb Nation or Submit Hub and whatnot. I'll go through there and review music on there and try to find people, whatever, and just get up on the radio and yeah, just doing our best to try to promote these people that ain't really getting out there.
That's great. I'll send you a few of the country artists that I know from our indie community, Dennis. But then also, I know you're connecting through 15th Bend, and you'll hear some more over there as well. But yeah, I'm glad you're becoming a part of this community and networking in, because there's a lot of people that I think you can help connect us with, and we can help connect you with, the way it all works out.
Yeah, that's awesome. I just finally got Starlink, so I got some somewhat decent internet now. I was going to start up a YouTube channel, just try to gather an audience of this particular kind of music, and then do the same thing, get a Discord set up, get some kind of bass going, and then and then we'll start doing some kind of contest or something. I don't know. We're just trying to figure out what kind of game plan to get together. But mainly, it's a deal to just promote some independent artists to get them on that channel. There's a ton of them. It's just there's a lot of them that aren't really putting their stuff online, and I think it's because there's not really an avenue for it. A lot of these guys aren't wanting to put them on the rap show. They're not targeting the audience they're looking for, right? So
yeah, there's all different communities out there, especially I think within music, But yeah, there's a lot of indie artists that are out trying to connect. So I'm glad for it. Much love, Lisa. Thanks for being here. Have a good night.
X.
All right. Yeah, good to see you, X and Nacho. Thank you, Anti. Go just sub him up. You guys will see Dennis over there too, and then also on Dennis's channel. If they're going to share those out, I don't know if you're mostly going to do it on Outlaw FM or if you're also going to do it on your YouTube, Dennis.
I'm gonna do a lot on the YouTube, and it's gonna be both. We'll vet it on the YouTube channel, and not everybody obviously is gonna get on it, but we're searching for some decent stuff to get some radio plays, and and so we'll do our best to just put a shout out there, get a website going, mainly Discord. I mean, aside from a website, people don't really visit websites so much as
right.
Discord's a good one. And then just creating a YouTube audience to keep everybody kind of together and doing it. Yeah.
Great.
There's not a lot of them out there. That's the main point of it. Or there is actually. I know that there is. They're just not there. There's not a lot putting their music out there. Like I said, there's just not an avenue. There's not enough avenues for it. There's a whole lot of pay to play.
Either that or just widen your net a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Widen your net. Right now you're saying like outlaw country. That's a specific type. And anyone who may approach that kind of genre but isn't really would maybe go, oh, I guess no, that's not what I do.
It's outlaw.fm, right? So it's not strictly outlaw country. It's just it's kind of referring to not pop country. Right. And there's a lot of push for that. A lot of these guys don't like this the rap country. They don't like the
country. No thanks.
What about calling it classic?
It's literally all it is just 80s rock way slowed down, and it's Def Leppard
pop music. Yeah.
And then they sing it with a southern accent and call it country. there's a huge fan base for it. When I went on tour, we got nothing but huge thank yous for having a nice solid 4-hour set of playing all the old stuff, the Hank Jr.,
Love
the
it.
Waylon, all the good stuff. And people were like, "Thanks, we don't hear that shit on the radio anymore. Thank you for doing that." And so there's a lot of people out there that are out there playing this kind of stuff and writing their own tunes, and just trying to create an avenue for those guys. I've been watching for quite a long time, haven't really seen much in the way for them, so trying to create that for it.
Yeah, that's great. Well, glad you're here sharing your music here as well. It's great, wonderful. Okay, Velcro, I think you are up next, and then Chris and then Dom.
Before I share my screen, I'm going to take this moment to say to Dom, I don't know what flat picking is because I barely know which end of the guitar to play right now. But whatever it is that flat picking is, if that's what he's doing,
Yeah, now he's really
I
good
need
at
to
it.
learn how to do it. So I got a little research to do. The other thing I wanted to say is my kids live in Washougal and Camas, Washington, and I am about 40 miles away from there in Forest Grove, as the crow flies anyway.
Oh yeah, there you go. I was born and raised in Portland. We skedaddled in 2020 because we took off and went to Texas. We were tired of the dumpster fire, and we were like,
Yeah,
"All right,
you didn't
we're
miss
getting out of
Yeah,
here."
wise man.
So I'm in Forest Grove. Anyway, all
Yeah.
right, I'm going to share my screen now. We'll get on with the thing. I just wanted to have a little fun.
Sure.
That's what it's about.
Because singing's not fun. All right. Here we go. Yeah, it's a long introduction. Stevie kind of does.
Well, you've heard about love and giving sight to the blind. My baby's loving cause the sun shines. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. I love my baby, my heart and soul. Love like ours won't never grow old. She's my little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Yeah, I love my lady. She's long and lean. You mess with her, you see a man get mean. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy.
Another long one. This guitar, it's in all of his stuff somewhere in here. It was kind of a thing back then, you know. And, you know, I just feel like, you know, you guys came here to hear something besides just music. That's why I talk over stuff like this. And being a KJ host helped too, because, you know, somebody gets bewildered and you just gotta have words. You gotta have things to say, stuff to do. Then there's those people that don't want to hear anything, but that's for another video.
Well, I love my baby like the finest wine. Stick with her till the end of time. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. I love my baby, my heart and soul. Love like ours won't never grow old. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She my sweet little baby, I'm a little lover boy.
This part, look at this one down nice and slow. Just roll it back. Yeah, it's just like a professional radio station or something. No, that was just me pulling the volume down.
Sounded great, Velcro.
Right on, man. Right
That was
on.
awesome. All right,
Very
love
good.
seeing all the comments in chat. I've got to catch up. I was behind on that though. I was doing other stuff as per usual backstage here. That was fantastic, Richard. Sounded great. Hey, Preston, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Good timing.
Hey, Richard, what kind of mic you got there, Richard?
This is a Rode NT1A.
It's got some good. It's got good sound through that.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a little sensitive, but once you get it adjusted, it's okay. You just can't touch it because then it just gets mad.
Can't touch this.
Mhm. Mike is on. Much love to you guys. Good to see you here. It has been a great stream. Thanks. Appreciate you coming by. All right. I think that next we have Chris.
Hi there. I'm gonna do one of mine. I'm gonna do a song called "The Darkness."
Come on in, darkness, my old friend. It's been a while, wondered where you'd been. I'd been happy, so I knew you'd come around. Just when things go my way, come to pull me down. I don't get past you, it's like you never leave. Someday I'll beat you, this I do believe, I do believe, I do believe. It's amazing the way you run my life, the way you pierce me like the sharpest knife. I will defeat you, I know someday I'll win. But when I climb that mountain, you knock me down again and again and again. I don't get past you, it's like you never leave. Someday I'll beat you, this I must believe, I must believe, I must believe. You've been with me since I was a child. I didn't know you, so it took a while to understand what you do to me. But now I find you and I will break free, will break free. I shout to heaven with my dying breath. I won't be dragged down, you can put me to the test. I will defeat you even if you never leave. Someday I'll beat you, this I do believe, I do believe, I do believe. So come on in, darkness, my old friend. And I'll be waiting, just know you'll never win, you'll never win, you'll never win. No, you'll never win, you'll never win, you'll never win.
Very nice.
There you go, "The Darkness."
Awesome, Chris. It was great.
Nice.
All right. Yeah.
Chris.
Sounded great.
Dom's heard that one once or twice.
Oh, I
Heavy
love that
trust
song.
pulses. Mm-hmm.
That's the best part about it is hearing it again.
Yeah, sounding great, guys. Okay. All right, I'm going to pull up one more song and then Dom, and then I think we'll kind of do closing. Oh, Steve-O, did you have another one to do? I'm sorry. You were down below, and I think I missed you even in the rotation. Sorry, Steve-O.
Yeah, I got a quick one.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and Steve-O, if you want to go next, because I think I did.
No. I don't. No. I know
Okay.
better than to step
All
in
right.
between Chris and Dom. No, not me.
Please.
All right.
Please do.
Someone separate
I'm
us.
sick of this guy.
Yeah.
Everywhere
right.
I go.
I'm going to separate you with this song because I want to play two more tonight. So I'm going to do this one, and then we'll go to Dom, and then Steve-O, and then a kind of final thoughts and a closing song. We'll make it work that way.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Thanks for bearing with me here, too. Okay. This is a song by Anna Weatherup, also featuring Amy V and Gold Heist. And this is a live version, so you can go and check out her music video for this song as well. But I absolutely love this, and Anna is just incredible. I've shared a few of her songs before, and she's another one, kind of like so many of you I could talk about, but where I just absolutely love every single song of hers. And she also has incredible live streams. Not a huge audience on YouTube, but on a lot of other platforms. So it's kind of like a private show when you go over on YouTube. All right, here we go. Anna Weatherup, The River.
Eagle soars high above the city. There is meaning to his form. He's high above, down in the valley. People scurry with no cause. So who will leave it all and meet me at the river? 'Cause when will this madness end? Watch our troubles get carried down the river, and we'll come freedom in the end. In troubled times, people call for a leader. Our hearts are blinded by remorse. Change is hard, darkness is a breeder. The road is narrow to the soul. So who will leave it all?
Damn.
Beautiful, right?
That was really good.
Oh,
I was
hell
so
yeah.
happy when the song kicked in, and then I was like, okay, now I can tell it's the one with guitar with the main vocals. When like a trio, sometimes it's hard. You're trying to figure out whose voice is whose.
That
Well, I'm telling you, you guys, check out
superb.
all of the other two artists I'm not familiar with. They're beautiful as well. But Anna, every single one of her songs is just like, woof, it just.
Yeah.
That was
Hey, Anti,
good.
throw that link, would you please, buddy?
And those like
there.
the
with mine.
guitar
Thank you,
voicing she was using were
Mm-hmm.
very
Yeah.
simple chords but unorthodox
Voicings, yeah.
voicings.
And it
yeah.
really worked.
Yeah, it was good. It was spooky. It was spooky.
Yeah, and that's a great. I would say haunting. Like a lot of her music
Yeah.
to me, it has that kind of that. I don't know, the frequency and the vibrato
Oh
of it.
no, yeah, I'm totally
all of it.
I'm
Just,
totally with
wow,
you.
I just feel it. That's how
Hap-
Frank makes me feel too.
Happy music doesn't register with me.
Yeah, Dom
But
can. Dom don't do happy.
It does at times.
I
but
don't.
that right
I'm very.
there is
I
it,
swear I'm very happy. I just don't do it. Yeah.
right.
Exactly.
The minor chords, right?
Yep.
Mike,
Yep.
yep. All right. I hope you guys got that link. Scroll up a little bit. Anti, put it in there. Anna, weather up the river. There you go. All right, Don, you are up next, and then Steve-O.
Okie dokes.
And I just wanted to say too, it reminded me of a previous song we heard. There was a few comments where
Thank you, Anti.
the sentiment was, you go a little bit out of tune. Like you actually go out of tune, and it just fits and meshes nice.
Yeah, I think that's part of that minor chord feel that happens, but it's beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, she was just using it like instead of playing the bar chord, she would like let the bottom notes just ring out. It was really cool. Okie
All right,
dokie.
Dom, what are you singing for us here?
I'm gonna sing one of my songs called "Bones to Dust."
Oh, I like this one.
Ooh, I just threw my pick across the room. Sorry, my sleeve. Here we go. He died for his country, Ooh, I got the wrong capo one. I'm sorry, folks. That's why it sounded really weird. See?
No worries.
Oh, I'm not worried. I'm buzzing. All right. I have to do it again. He died for his country, but he fought in no war. But just like his father before him, all of his life, he never kept score. He was always so proud when he came through the door, tatted and torn, and he prayed to the Lord. He told his family his day was fine, ate a supper in silence. It didn't take long for the weight of the world to grind your bones into dust. When it's all over, then you will see if you just died for another man's greed. And he had a father who's never at home. He was the provider, or so he was told. Nourished his belly, was not there to hold. Dying so slowly all through the week. They left no
tempered his grief. And didn't take long for the weight of the world to grind your bones into dust. When it's all over, then you will see if you just died for another man's greed. They bend you and break you, then they forsake you. We're all just cogs in the wheel. He took it in stride, but he swallowed his pride to bring home his family's next meal. Didn't take long for the weight of the world to grind your bones into dust. When it's all over, then you will see if you just died for another man's greed. Well, there you go.
There it
Great
is.
song, Tom.
With the wrong capo.
I love the message in that one too.
Yes. Very nice.
Hey Wayne, good to see you. Thanks for coming by.
The message is it really sucks to work. That's the message of the song.
For another man's greed. Yep.
Yep.
Slaves to the system. All right, Steve-O, our last live song for the night.
All right. Well, Steve-O been practicing on the harmonica, so I brought up a ZZ Top to assist. Here we go, some ZZ Top. Tush. I've been up, I've been down, take my way around. I ain't asking for much. I said, Lord, take me downtown. I'm just looking for some touch. I've been bad, I've been good. Dallas, Texas, Hollywood. I ain't asking for much. I said, Lord, take me downtown. I'm just looking for some touch. Take me back, way back home, not by myself, not alone. I'm just asking for so much. I said, Lord, take me downtown. I'm just looking for some touch.
Nice. Well done, Steve-O. Love the harmonica. All right. Well, thank you so much to everybody who's been here tonight, throughout the night. The conversation part, I know it got a little bit heated. That's going to happen when we're getting into all the politics and religion and things we're opinionated about and that we all care deeply about. So I appreciate everybody who was here and part of the conversation and everybody here in chat throughout the night. Thank you to all the amazing musicians who have come up on panel tonight, and also for those of you who have been here in the chat and in the community who have let us share out your music. Really appreciate you all. I did have a few people send me a couple fires so far. I'm going to be working on sharing those out. And thank you to those who have sent some things in. We've got a couple kind of funny ones. And please, you guys, there's a short that I have for that. But if you guys want to email me any, like a 5 to 20 minute video of your fire pit, your campfire, your wood burning stove, your tiki torches, whatever it is you want to send me. It'd be fun to kind of share out and just get to see everybody's fires. So you can email that to me. And then also next Friday will be Halloween After Dark. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to do like the half and half kind of conversation and music, or if it's going to be kind of more like a mix like it used to be of just sort of hanging out and playing music in between. So I know it'll be open panel and open mic, kind of first come, first serve for music and convo. I'm not sure exactly which way I'm going to make that go. But if you have a song that you'd like to contribute for a Halloween theme, please email it to me or show up next week. Either way. Have a great list going so far. There's a lot of you who've been very creative. So looking forward to it. All right. Yes. Also, Anti has posted Bill Bailey's page and his community tab. If you guys knew Bill Bailey, please go over and leave a comment for him and his wife, Renee, or in memory of him and for his wife, Renee, and his family. Such an incredible man. And I will definitely be spending some of next week doing a tribute to him because he meant a lot to me and to so many of us here. Real national hero and the kind of guy we really need more of. So his loss will be felt, but he also was a man of faith and absolutely knew where he was headed and was ready to go. So what more can you ask for? Yep. Much love to him. And yeah, thank you, Anti, for sharing out his link so people can go and connect. Okay. Thanks again to everybody here. This last song, as we're kind of saying our goodbyes in the chat, this last one is by the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. This is Michael Lanthier, and the other three of the Four Horsemen are 15th Bend, Hetriani, and Development of a Void. Anti is going to be dropping their links to all 4 channels, so you guys can go and sub them up. I'm really looking forward to what they put out, and this is a beautiful song from that collaboration coming out called War. Here we go. Have a good night, everybody. Much love, and God bless.
And that men should slay one another, and a great sword was given
All right, everybody, have a great night. Much love to you all.